Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back.
Picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Pain.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a second play.
No, oh my god! The Vi whose pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from IDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of his poison cloud. It's great on the hole. Another picked up by Myth. A third! He's shooting! Oh my word!
Oh! Ooh! Do you feel the spice? Yes, the highlights got me going. Hopefully, it got you guys going as well. It is, of course, the VALORANT Oceania Tour, and we're finally here at the champion stage. Mitch Pilsky, how you doing, big fella?
I'm doing awesome, mate. Really looking forward to the games that we've got coming up tonight.
Certainly, yeah. I don't know what you said. What'd you say? Huh?
I said something.
You said something important. He's hyped. I'm hyped. I hope you guys are hyped. You know what's going on? I certainly don't. So here's a video explainer to tell us what is actually happening.
Welcome to the VALORANT Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place in the North American VALORANT Champions Tour, and a shot at the global title. Players can compete in up to 3 stages consisting of open and closed qualifiers and regional finals, each with their own AUD $10,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate enough championship points to be one of the top 8 teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship, with a prize pool double. These 2 top teams go on to the North American Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2021's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live/VOT.
And there you have it. So if you didn't know, now you do know. Just like me, I'm all up to speed. Mitch, he's probably up to speed as well. He's a very fast individual. I've seen him run 100 meters. I think he did it in about 10 seconds. So congratulations. You're almost as fast as the fastest man in the world.
Almost as fast as a Komodo, which can run 40 kilometers an hour, apparently, according to MacMate. Either way, though, we do have some games. I'm hoping they won't be fast. I'm hoping we get some nice, long, drawn-out games with lots of highlight plays so that I can get real excited.
Yeah, getting excited is something that we are hoping to happen tonight. Something that is definitely going to be happening, though, is players. They're going to be winning some money. So let's have a quick look at the prize pool for all of the teams here in the finals. Of course, if you are going to be that champion, if you come first, you're getting yourself a pretty big bag. That bag contains $8,000. Second place, 4K. Third, 3K. And fourth, 2K. Of course, it's not just the top 4 here taking home some dosh. It's 5th and 6th. Obviously, that's going to be a tied position, so that's $1,000 each. And 7th to 8th will be taking home $50,000 each. So I guess that's about $100 per player. If you are a coach, maybe you'll get some crumbs. Who knows? Now, we do have our friends at Vodafone as well. They have an MVP award. The most valuable player for this part of the season is going to be taking home $250 dues as well to sweeten that pot. Now, Mitch, I always ask you, but maybe your mind's changed. Do you know what you do with $250?
$250?
Yes.
Honestly, I just put in an expression of interest on a PC, so that's probably buying me some component. Not sure which one. Probably a RAM stick.
Oh, I like RAM sticks. But where are you going to RAM that stick, Mitch? That's the question that everyone is asking and wants to know. But, of course, we did have some games over the last couple of days, and they were very damn exciting. Of course, that leads us to today, and we are having a quick look at a couple of these highlights as well from the previous games. So, Mitch, did you manage to get in and watch any of the highlights?
I'm watching the highlights right now. As for the games, I was watching on my second monitor because obviously both you and I were casting last night, just not any VALORANT child game. We were casting the scary world of realism over in Counter-Strike. But, you know, I was keeping a side eye on some of the games, particularly on the B stream, because they had this caster that I think his name is Smash, and he was really handsome, so I just couldn't stop watching.
I understand that. I've seen Smash before, and the man is an absolute specimen. Now, let's have a look at what did happen yesterday. Of course, if you guide your eyes to the top left of the screen, you'll see that Order 2-0 Direwolves, Peace 2-0 Legacy, so that brings us to that upper bracket game today. And then the other two games, of course, you had Wildcard 2-0 over Nebula, and Mindfreak lost 1-2 over Under Team Bliss, I guess. So that brings us to today's games, which are going to be Order and Peace in the upper bracket, Wildcard, and Bliss up in the upper bracket, Direwolves and Legacy down in the bottom, and the other two, which was, I believe, Mindfreak and Nebula down in that lower bracket. But here on the A stream, we are, of course, going to be having a quick look at both Order and Peace first. Then following that, we'll be jumping into Wildcard and Bliss. So covering both these upper bracket games, and they should be extremely interesting, Mitch.
Absolutely. We got a rematch of the last stage grand final with Peace going up against Order. I believe we got to cast that, Mac, and that was a lot of fun. There was a lot of exciting highlight plays. So if you're looking for some action-packed Valorant, this first series is definitely going to be for you.
Yeah, 100%. Now, we do have one of the top two teams in the region. That, of course, is your boys from Order. So let's have a quick look at who's still on the lineup, who's not on the lineup. Well, mostly it's pretty much the same, isn't it? Look, Tux, Texter, Autumn, Disco, and Maple. You've seen them play before. They're all damn sharp individuals. And, Mitch, I need you to tell me who's your favorite.
I'm going to say Texter because he's the man doing the in-game leadership duties. He's got a unique play style. I always like how he's going for the mid-round pushes. He's just one of those players that's not afraid to take a little bit of a risk for the biscuit, and he's got a very, very intuitive sense for where the gaps are in the defense, and I always like watching those cerebral players play.
And it's crazy that we get to see that grand final rematch just in this first upper bracket game as well. So hopefully this will be interesting. Now, it is a battle of two teams, and if you have a look at the stats there for Order, they got some pretty good stats, but let's have a quick look at Peace as well, because it is this battle of both the teams. Of course, we do have Clutchy, Tensai, Sicko, Nation, and Ronsky. Ronsky, of course, seems to be the star individual. If he is hitting everything, Peace are usually winning, and that is something that we've seen a lot from them recently, Mitchell.
Yeah, Ronsky is just the best jet player in the region, if you ask me, the most impactful, and I don't think Peace would be as competitive without him. Not to say that they definitely don't have a bad roster or anything like that. Everyone on this roster is capable of pulling their own weight, and they've definitely shown that they are quite a competitive team, even with limited practice time, having obviously come in towards the grand finals of the last stage. That's no small feat for a team like Peace, and you know, they've got an outside shot of actually going to NA if they have a couple of good series, and it all starts here against Order, obviously.
It certainly will, and it's going to be a damn good game. Now, of course, we do have to have a quick chat about this head-to-head. Autumn and Ronsky both have been playing out of their minds for the last couple of months, and are we expecting that to change?
I don't think so. Look, honestly, you know, I really was straining myself thinking, what's another matchup you can do in this series? But I just really don't think there's a more relevant one. Ronsky, like I said, is in my opinion the most impactful Jet player in the region. He gets multiple aces every series. It's just highlight play on highlight play. It's kind of like when Ninham was at his best playing over on Wildcard, which was actually at one point good enough to get at least a victory in the stage 2, I believe it was, over Order. So I think, you know, he's definitely someone that will make the difference in this series for Peace no matter what. As for Autumn, I actually feel like Autumn has more in the tank than he's showing, which is scary looking at his stat page.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things as well where there's a whole lot of talent around him on that team of Order.
Yep.
So it is really harder to stand out rather, and be that star player. Like Ronsky, yeah, he's got some pretty good individuals, but I feel like the talent overall on both the teams allows him to shine a little bit more in terms of the individual performances. Now, we do have to have a quick chat about the maps and where we are going to be heading for this series. Of course, there was a new map added today, but not in the competitive pool just yet. However, this is exactly where we're going to be heading. So split out of there by Order, Peace have taken out Bind, and looks like we are going to be going to Icebox first, Breeze again for Order, and Haven as the seeded map. This is looking extremely similar to what we saw before in the last time these teams went head-to-head.
It absolutely is. And I will say as well, finally a 7th map in the pool means that I'm hoping we're going to start to get some normal vetoes, because these veto systems have been pretty scuffed. So I'm just really looking forward to not having a weird number of maps in the pool and going back to a normal sort of veto process. But at least for this tournament, we are once again using this same system. We end up on these 3 maps. You are correct, Mac. These are maps that we've seen these 2 teams play against each other before. So I'm excited to see what this series does deliver. Do any of these teams change up their agent composition, or are they going to go with the same that's worked for them before? These are questions that I'm looking forward to the answers to.
Yeah, of course, last time we saw these teams go head-to-head, it was a pretty exciting performance over on the old Icebox, wasn't it? It was the map that Peace managed to take in overtime, 16-14. A couple of big individual performances from your boy Ronsky. He was very close to dropping 40 kills there in what was that, triple overtime, and it was just so much crazy thing. I think
Breeze was close as well.
He had multiple scout aces, not scout, bloody Marshall aces in this one, didn't he?
I'm not sure if they were Marshall aces, but there were some pretty absurd Marshall plays from Ronsky. So really looking forward to that. Okay, let's see what we're going to get. Is it going to be the same? Okay, this is the thing, right? Icebox feels very figured out at the moment. You know, at least 4 out of 5 of the agents you're going to see is, you know, Sage, Killjoy, Jet, and, you know, your Sova and your Viper is pretty much the most common Icebox lineup. Sometimes you'll sub out one character, maybe the Killjoy for Arena or something like that, but we're going to see no agent comp changes. We're going to see the most standard 2 agent comps for both of these teams in a mirror matchup on Icebox once again. So we'll see who's played the comp a little bit better, because like you said, last time around, Peace got that win, but if there's anything we know about Order, it's that once you beat them the first time, then they get a little bit better of a read on you, and they can definitely adjust a little bit better.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where a whole lot of stuff can happen, and it just depends on how the teams play today. Now, going into the mirror matchup with those agents, I'm expecting it to play out relatively similar to last time these teams went head-to-head, although that a lot of the time it was just relying on that individual effort from Ronsky to pick up the amount of rounds that took them to overtime, and then they eventually just edged them out towards the end. So keen to see what happens and if history repeats itself, or if Order can make it into a W here on Icebox. But I'm happy to see Peace's map is where we're going to be starting the series.
Yep. So already from Order, you see a little bit of B long control, the updraft dash over there on the Peace side. They've got 1 nano there. They've got the retake wall already for B, but they're not going to be able to use it. Nation just loses his life, turned away from middle out in the open.
Let's see if Disco is going to be able to hold this push down, which he may just do. There's the tiniest gap that Peace have decided to run through, but the crossfire on this position is a little bit too much for Peace to deal with for now. Sicko, half HP, decides to tempt fate by going for the repeat. And that shock dart as well. Big damage onto Autumn now, who's lost all his armor, so potential for him to be taken out easily. Texter, that classic. The crosshair was on the right position, but the bullets just weren't going there.
RNG, you love to see it. I mean, Peace, it's a rough pistol for these guys. They're starting to turn it around a little bit, but it's still a 1v2, and the 180 crossfire between Maple as well as Disco is a little bit too much for Wronski to handle, despite the fact that usually he can handle just about any situation. I mean, Order, they're going to take that pistol. Peace, they looked like they wanted to set up for the retake B and delay plant. They put the retake wall down. They had the snake bite probably ready for that B delay and the nano, which had already been triggered. So they were really trying to delay the B plant, but they just never got an opportunity to get rolling. I mean, a bit of a mistake off the bat. They've actually had a bit of a role swap over there on Peace. You've now got Nation, who is on the Viper. And then Tensai's on the Killjoy, and then Sicko's back on the Sova. And I think it was Sicko on the Viper before and Nation on the Killjoy. So they've actually changed a couple different players' role on Icebox here. We'll see if that does force out a few more mistakes like you saw in that last round, because that was very uncharacteristic for Nation to get caught with his pants down.
Yeah, historically, we have seen Nation play a whole lot of Killjoy, rather. He's been playing that for a damn long time, so keen to see what he's going to be able to do here on a different agent. Oh, a couple bits of U2 are going to be used, but it's the guns doing the damage here for Order. They are fully aware of the huge flank coming through from Peace, and they've dealt with that one successfully. Nation, last alive, just jiggling around, trying to get that right click off the classic, gets another reload, and a kill, so I guess it was maybe worth it. They didn't have any investment there, so managed to get one weapon away, but Order going to be extremely happy keeping 4 alive and taking themselves a second round.
I just want to see him delete the right click, to be honest. I'm just so sick of seeing it. It's almost like guaranteed damage on your eco without any investment, and it's not like it's that high skill of a mechanic, you know? You just kind of like sending it, hoping that you get like a multiple bullets connecting in that regard. There's the wall in from Nation there. Taking a while to go down there. But it will go all the way across the top, aiming very high on that one for it to spread. There's a drone through long B. That's going to push Nation off the line for the time being, who, as you often do see, is just relying on these retake protocols. You've got that wall to be able to retake the B side a little easier. Got a snake bite, got a nano down.
Wronski, he's got some confidence down as well. Pushing in dry at mid, has that dash away, of course, the escapability that is known and loved when you do play Jet. However, Order have gone straight in through Tube. There is a turret in their way, but no one really to stop them just yet. Peace grouping up and trying to make sure that that kitchen control isn't going to be held for too long. It's just a matter of moments before Tensai wants to make his move, but how's the patience? He could be split from both angles at the moment.
Yeah, they've walked up all the way into kitchen and just left Autumn to lurk there. He's drawn a lot of aggro, but actually Tensai, that's a beautiful play. Initially, they just wanted to split up the defense and make them tunnel vision on kitchen, but actually, as soon as Autumn goes down there, as well as the drone going in at a great timing, Peace have an excellent read on this A side hit.
Oh, but Clutchy is going to be able to get in time. Nice slow orb going down just at the right moment. Sicko over the top is going to find himself an easy looking triple. Barely able to move that crosshair to do so. The swing in from Wronski to pick up a kill as well. But Peace, they're on the board and they stop Order from winning the bonus.
Just ran into its crosshair. Didn't mind the approach from Order. You know, they force their way up kitchen. They're really trying to make Peace uncomfortable. But I think Tensai kind of with the round-winning play there, as well as Sicko, you have to say. But Tensai clearing out kitchen, they're getting all that information, and then the drone in, as well as the multi-frag from Sicko. Closes that round down, and it does it cleanly. And Peace's economy is definitely going to be thanking them for that. You can see 2+K on all the players. That's going to give them access to much better buys consistently going forward, and maybe even some operator action for Wronski, which he is a bit of a terror on that defensive side operator. Now we've got Order's first buy round though. They've got the res, and they're just going to be picking up the pace into A, but look at this quick flank in from Peace.
They're definitely getting extremely aggressive towards B, but they don't commit to the flank just yet, relying on these A-site players to hold down the fort. Autumn we get a bit of revenge there. Nation happy to find one and fall away with the numbers, but in comes that flank, and it's going to be effective already. Now 3v5 for the post plant.
Yeah, Order's just sandwiched. They know they have to make a play. They're kind of caught in between the flank as well as the players playing quite passively over towards defensive side. Tux is going to try and make a play, but it's just good protocols. You see Peace, they're playing off of each other so damn well, and they're going to close out that round very cleanly as well. 4 alive. Their economy is looking great, and now Order, I'd imagine, is going to have to take a bit of a save.
You have to commend the positioning there coming out from Peace. You know, very well positioned just to get those trades off the contact, make sure the swings come in. And looks like they're all trusting each other very well to kick off the series. Big flank as well, so of course this aggression is going to be really annoying to deal with for Order if the defenders do continue to push and prod and try to find those holes in the defense. That's something that Wronski absolutely loves to do. And I dare say we're going to see it again this round. Look where he is.
Yep. He's got his blades as well. Wouldn't have even minded seeing him chop a gun over to that poorer player and just go for the knives, seeing as they are anti-eco. Maybe just go for the old Spectre or something as a backup. In the meanwhile, though, Order pressure on B long as well as middle, and it's not really going to matter too much. Peace are just multi-fragging up on an individual basis time and time again, completely untested so far.
Look, Order's spacing is so good that it's working in Peace's favor, because that's not the first time there's been a bit of a lineup with the attack coming through from Order. Wronski still not spotted here, just up on the box, and Maple, there's a world where he can get away here, but he's just not going to clear this line at all.
Yeah, Wronski just hasn't moved. Meanwhile, I mean, look at Techstar.
Yeah.
This would be cool. I mean, it helps out their money a little bit, but he's been sitting on his res for a while anyway, so...
Well, his aim is going to be tested here for the moment. Managed to dodge a couple of darts. Still one bullet in the clip, but he won't be able to get away. Sicko swinging in with the classic. Happily finds himself that tap on the noggin. And Peace will take the lead 3-2 on the defense. So Order off to a hot start, but Peace straight back into it like that.
Yeah, this is Peace's map pick, so I can only assume that Order's opted to start attacking side. This is the best position that Peace could possibly be in. Their money is absolutely stellar. They've got a couple buys back to back. They've secured pretty quickly the AWP for Wronski. So this is going to be about as challenging of a half as Order's going to possibly have, which is saying something because usually they don't have too many issues most of the time. Let's see how they navigate it. It's going to be a grind from Order. They're going to need a couple of good calls in a row. It seems like another pretty quick push towards B, but Wronski's already here.
And on such an aggressive line as well. Here's the dash up top, but it's Autumn feeling that little bit sharper in that engagement. Now, that is the opening pick that Order have been looking for a few rounds now, but will it convert to another? Sicko's tempting fate, trying to find something in through the Viper wall. But for the moment, it is just going to be Sicko on the trade game. Texter picks off one, but Tux able to at least be rezzed. But it's just still going to be that 5-on-2 as Autumn dances forward happily, picks up Wronski's operator, and he's going to use it perfectly as well. Tensai, there was a world where he hit a couple of heads there, but Order, they were close to trade and made that one look pretty damn simple to keep it even at 3 apiece.
Yeah, it was clean too. Now you've got the attacking side operator. It's not something that you see too often. Another repurchase on the operator for Wronski is going to get through a large chunk of this money pretty early on here, Mac. We're gonna have an up duel. Don't often get that up duel. That was really sharp stuff from Autumn very, very early on there. The updraft dash. I think Wronski caught a little bit out of position. Maybe the dash not being communicated quickly enough in that regard. There's a drone through B. Seems to be the go-to from Order and Wronski.
That was ambitious.
Yeah, he's really just
text is so close there.
He's really just trying to make the big plays that he feels he needs to. Play with confidence nice and early on, but Order he's not really finding as much success as normal with that.
Now I wonder if someone called that they heard them over towards B or A main, and that is why Wronski went for it, or if Wronski was just doing Wronski things and thinking, you know what, I'm just going to show him who's boss. And unfortunately, they had, you know, plus 100 attack strength against bosses at that point in time.
Yeah, I guess so. Must be the plant-based diet, I'm thinking.
Yes.
It looked pretty damn easy for Texter. No, Order with this man advantage have really slowed things down. They could have just waltzed into the A side scot-free there if they wanted to. They took a lot of control of it. They had the deep dart. It was a full retake setup for Peace, but Order starting to diversify their options here. They're putting pressure on B. They've invested that Viper wall, and I guess they're going to walk back into A with the spike laid on.
Oh, well, I got a couple of questions, including who's Scott and why is he free? But other than that, the bomb's in to A for free as well, and now it is just going to be the retake that Peace have to try to play. They know that they've heard Order rotating out of B long, and Autumn's going to be able to snatch one away, as well as Texter. This has gone extremely well for Order up until this point, but there's still plenty of time for Peace to structure themselves for the retake.
Yeah, you got the pit, but the two nanos on top of that spike are going to make it a little bit harder. You've also got the shockies, I'd imagine. Let's see how Peace go on this retake.
Ooh. Missed opportunity for Autumn there. Ronsky, he's gone extremely aggressive, but he doesn't land where intended. Now that's going to mean the knives pretty damn useless for the round. Nation trying to play from below, but it's going to be too many men running at him on the zip line there. And we'll see you later, the Nation. And hello, Order. They are back in the lead, 4-3.
Yeah, the money getting a little bit shaky now for Peace. Definitely starting to run out of that momentum that they built up early on. They're going to go for a half buy, try to even out that money going forward. Those were a couple of very convincing gun rounds in a row from Order. Those last two. They really tried to 100% that round. There was a couple of positions they were in that 5-on-4 where they were heading towards a site and you were thinking to yourself, yeah, you could just do that right now. And they just really took their time and evaluated all their options.
Let's see how this goes. Aggression from Clutchy is going to pay him a little bit of a reward. However, look at the timing coming out from Texter. He slid his way in through mid, and Peace have absolutely no idea. They think they've cleared it. You could see as well the push coming through. Just does not spot anything. And Texter, he's found himself 2 and the free A site. Great patience from the rest of the Order players to allow Texter to work his magic. And from here, let's see if Peace can get back in. Oh, spotted. Tensai knows that Disco's here as well, but it is going to be Tensai winning the engagement with just a damn Spectre. So finds himself the flank and the upgrade. Now Order, they're looking for a bit more map control. Nation ready for the aggression. Texter falls away, tucks another over the top there. So an off angle, an offline, but it works out fine. And it's all up. Tensai coming in on this flank. Finds one, makes it that much harder for Order to get this round in the bag. And as Ronsky with the frenzy, finding the perfect timing to fall into the Viper pit. There you have it. Peace in a round where it definitely did not look like they had a chance of winning. Have brought it back.
That's it. That's absurd. That should have just been free from Order. They had the pit on the side. They got that perfect read on the slide through mid from Texter, who just doubled up. Yeah, they should have just spiked down and closed that out, but Tensai is able to walk in on the flank and get 3 kills. Just wins 3 Angels in a row with Spectre, then picks up Vandal. That's kind of uncharacteristic from Order. It's got to be said. We do end up in this position though, where Peace they kind of rob a round away from Order, I would say, but they're not going to be complaining about that. That was just a half bite. That's going to shore up their round count. But all things considered, I mean, if you're trading rounds on the attacking side and your Order, you're not feeling too bad about how this game's going, and they're going to pick up the pace straight into A. There's the lockdown in response from Tensai.
Well, that's coming in nice and early. Clutchy, though, goes up top in time. Great trade coming in from Tux there. Finds himself the wallbang. Sicko forced back off site for the moment as that lockdown was also destroyed. But it baits out that Hunter's Fury to do so. Ronsky, look at the timing he's found. Spike planted and Tux in a good position to multi it up. Finds himself the triple already. Maple with 1. And they just need to find Nation, his position, and the shots on him too. 1v3 now. But there it is. The alarm bot notifies them of his position. And it makes it that much harder for Peace to win the round.
Yeah, he's also out of gas, so now he can't just drop his toxic orb on the bomb and try to fake it. And Disco's got that left side locked down. Right at the pipes there. 3 alive for Order as they win that round. What's the money looking like for Peace? Again, it's another one of these weird situations where they're going to have to go for a half by a couple of Vandals, maybe a Sheriff or 2. It's winnable. They've just proved that the round that came before the last, but I mean, are those the rounds you really are winning consistently? I'm not sure about that. And I'm looking at Order already up 5-4, trading rounds nicely on the attacking side.
Well, Mitch, I think we're about to get a bloodbath here on the A site. Order position to go extremely aggressive, but Peace are going to be fighting fire with fire. 3 up to belt, and they're going to be trying to fight from here. It's not gone too well so far. 3 for 2 trade. Look, it leaves something to be asked for, but of course, we do have the spike going back to get that res off to make sure the numbers are there. Now, it's a 2-man advantage for Order, but the spike's nowhere near sight, so takes an extra 10 seconds or so to get that one planted and gives Peace that time to rotate in.
Yeah, dude. I mean, Texas just farming his next ult. He's taking his sweet time. He went and he grabbed the orb from A main. Now he's going to roll in and pop the spike down. That's an extra 2. Then he gets himself a 3rd. He's already halfway to his next res.
Mate, you're a genius, and that's why they pay you the big bucks.
I can count. I can count at least 3. That's only half my first hand.
$3.
350? About 350?
Yeah, about 350.
All right. Well, I'll tell you that Order have a lot more than 350 going on right now. They are good to buy out this half. They've got the lockdown as well. And as for Peace, I mean, no super meaningful ults. They could get the res, and they're quite close to that Hunter's Fury. So if I'm Order, I'm looking to try to invest this lockdown before Sicko can get his Hunter's Fury online.
I think for the sake of Australia, Riot need to change the name of lockdown to something else because it's going to trigger a lot of people at the moment.
That's true. That's true. I'm a little bit triggered by that. A little bit triggered by the alarm bot going down for free. That's a pretty valuable piece of utility that's meant to be minding middle. That's kind of Peace's defense style right now. They've got that turret in towards kitchen, and then they've got the lockdown watching the middle erg. And without that, you can see that they need to lean a little bit more heavily towards middle. They're just full retake A right now, but that might be the go, looking at how Order's sizing up B right now. That is uncharacteristic from Ronsky. He's had a couple of misses so far this game.
Maybe just feeling the pressure because it's getting really down to the wire here. Of course, it is still, look, the second round of the upper bracket, but even so, this is what they've been working for the last year, you know?
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
the pressure builds up for sure. Order, however, making a pretty solid decision just to regroup over towards that A site. However, Spike going back to B. Who knows? Is it going to be the fake? Are they going to try to play with their food? What's going on here? Because Autumn's still making noise here at yellow.
Yeah, this seems to be Order's go-to 3-2 in the late round. Really trying to sell the fake, but this is where that gets a little bit awkward. 15 seconds on the clock. Texter hasn't made any noise, so he's going to be able to plant at B, but all the eggs are in that basket. He's going to be mostly uncontested, and Order try to chase down the rotates here.
And it's worked out wonderfully for them. So all 3 selling the fake at A got the kills they needed. Spike planted by Texter, who gets the freest trade of his life. And Disco comes in to pick up Nation, who unfortunately was not as feeling as sharp.
I don't know, does it make you uncomfortable to see those kind of plays as it does with me and Mac? I mean, I know Order's confident.
Yes.
And they're getting to the point where you're in your roster and you want to try to like 100% every round, and you want to be like doing the best possible play. And I guess like they have so much map control that they can just run fakes and double pumps and all this kind of stuff. But
yeah,
it goes against everything that I know is right in tactical shooters, which is you go to the site with all the boys in the late round and you make it work. Look, it hasn't come back to bite them yet. Definitely something that could in the future. Ronsky again aggressing. He's had a very low success rate in the opening parts of this game.
I think you need to remember, Mitch, that it is a tactical shooter, but there is abilities in this game.
Yes,
okay,
that's true.
That's the difference, which means you can do whatever the hell you want.
You know, I just realized.
Yes.
I thought this was CS, but there's a big ass wall in middle.
Aha.
That's not right. Hold on. What is that? What's that big thing?
It's a robot Molotov.
I'm losing it.
That's what it is. But that's a sharp shot as well. Autumn is contacting in there with the operator. As Peace, they lose a player, start to rotate into a more safe position over towards the B site. Makes it harder as well. Oh, Rez comes in, and that's going to be the life for the flashbang. Is essentially, you know, bit of a decoy. It's enough to get clutchy with another pick, and it brings it back to that 3-on-3, which is extremely crucial in this situation. Tux now going to be dancing with the devil, and the devil strikes again. Nation with that Guardian taps heads like a madman. And look at this. All of a sudden, Peace are back in the driver's seat with that man advantage.
That could be a res for Texter, though. He gets that spike down. He plants just... Oh, yep, he's got it. Plants just on the edge there. He can actually res his teammate in the open. And then you've got another decoy. It's your favorite, Mac. Not gonna
You
happen.
love to see it. It's like, look, sorry, mate, but we have to do this one. But at the same time, if they don't peek, then, maybe it's not a decoy. If they do peek and everyone's got their guns out, then that is just going to be a damn bloodbath. Texter picks himself up, a triple for the round. One in the hands of your boy, Autumn. And that's another round for Order. So a great way to end the half there. 4-round lead if you're an Order fan. Peace, however, have been put in a pretty rough position. But on the attacking side, we know that this is where they thrive. They love that aggression. They love the chaos. And that is what they're going to be aiming for here in the second half.
Yeah, they do lean pretty heavy on Ronski, though. They play this Wolfpack style where they're going in together. They're going in hard on the sites. And Ronski is usually the spearhead of that. And today, I mean, both in the analogy and also in the server, he's not looking as sharp as usual.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he goes on the attacking side, because if he starts to warm up, that's where I think Peace will find more success. They're doing okay, but if they want to be pulling it to Order like you saw in that grand final of stage 2 on Icebox, on Breeze, they're going to need success from Ronski to start picking up here.
Okay, so Order doing their homework. Nice shock dart to get chip damage onto a couple of the attackers already. Autumn holding the right side, but it's going to be the swing on both. Ooh, okay. Coming in here, another shock dart, getting some pretty good damage off. I think it might have tickled someone there. However, it is just going to be the plant down for free. And Order, they are set up for the retake here. Post plants looking pretty good. Double yellow, double long, or triple long even. The Sova nice and deep.
Yeah, the Viper Wall's on A, so this is going to be a harder retake than normal. They're going to try to Sage Wall and probably get that plant, but they're trying to get caught. They're getting caught shooting the nanos out in the open, and suddenly we're in a 5-on-2.
You're talking about decoys, you're talking about distractions, but that was the ultimate one. You had two players both just looking at the ground, and the peak comes in perfectly from Peace. But your man Disco is going to be last alive. How long can he survive for? Not bloody much. It was actually Tux last.
Yeah.
Names that are hard sometimes. Look, I usually call Mitchell Pitchell, and I'm not sure why. But it is what it is.
Pilskapalcinator, something like that. Yeah, I think you get I think you get caught like doing the same thing that you would normally do when you have a Viper Wall for the retake there. I kind of feel like that's what just happened to Order. They were all trying to shoot the nanos. There's a bit of a miscommunication, and that's the kind of play that you would go for if you had the Viper Wall up across yellow. But you can see they're Viper Walling A every time so far, which is, you know, I don't know, I guess you're kind of falling into the same habits that would be a good play normally, but in that specific scenario, not the greatest. Oh, that's disgusting. Mac, do you want to go in the kitchen right now? Are you interested?
No, I think Averil's actually in there making a cup of joe. So I don't want to get into one of those awkward long housemate conversations with him, so I'll just let him be.
What do you guys talk about usually?
Oh, he's like, how you going, man? Can I touch your dog? And I'm like, dude, that's weird. Speaking of dogs, Autumn just absolutely shotty Clutchy in the face. And there's a bit of a wolf himself. You know, he's just going to be going back for a little bit more as well. Texter coming in with that classic, gets the double right
Free,
click.
by the way.
And this is a free gun. Now, Ronski, he's actually paid for his, and he's going to try to use it just as well.
By the way.
Finds one. Texter gets another with some timing and great positioning coming in from the rest of the teammates. Then side trying to make this work at close range. That shorty as well is just so damn good. Up in the face of the T's, and there you have it. 3 alive at the end. Order going to win off the back of a not buy. The thrifty.
A not buy.
Yeah.
The opposite of a buy.
Yeah.
That gun comes in the starter pack, dude. You spawn with that. You spawn with the best gun in the game. The classic is the best gun in the game. Like, if you're gonna make a tier list and you don't put classic and S, there's something wrong with you. It's free, and you can do that with it without like a super amount of effort. It's a bit silly. Anyway, here we got the Sage Wall aggression again. In from Order, trying to get in the face of the boys on Peace. I was too busy having a rant that I didn't see whether Peace was saving or buying, and that means that I'm not doing my job right, but it looks like they're saving. So, we're all good.
You are good, Mitch. And that's why you're here, because you're a master of the craft. And Tux is too. Just utilising SMG there to an absolute spectacular performance. But Nation, he's going to give it a crack. Unfortunately, can't get more than the single kill. Disco feeling it at the moment and really just putting the pedal to the metal and not letting Peace find any momentum, because that's what they thrive on, and Order are pretty much cut them off before they can find their last breath.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, to be honest, Mac. I think that kind of is the difference between the piece that we've been seeing and the piece that we see here today. Is exactly like you said, they're a momentum-based team. They thrive off of these big individual plays. But today, the fact is that the individuals are just not showing up as hard as they usually would. And sometimes that happens. That's a totally normal thing. There's been a lot of teams that we've seen, especially from a minor region like OS, that operate like that.
We do have a lot of smooth operators here. And Peace have managed to get in pretty much uncontested. Order happy to play retake here on a Disco. Going to get his head ripped off. Ronski starting to fire up, and this is where Order start to quiver in their boots. Are they going to shake? Are they going to dance? What are the boots for? That's the real question. But for now, Maple, he's made his way in. But Sicko, great coverage. Texter now just trying to find a line from heaven. But I dare say the save is just to... the call is just to save, rather. As you can see him slowly backing away.
That's what Peace are known on their offense for, what we've seen work for them time and time again. It's nothing crazy. It's pretty much the opposite of what Order was doing. Order was like map control into fake, like 3-2 split. Peace is like, we're going A. And if they win some duels and they put the spike down and they win the round. And that's what Peace does on attack. And I'll tell you what, it's a simple strategy, but it's effective, and it's worked in many, CS, it's worked in Valorant. It works no matter what. If it's a good day for the boys, it's going to work for you.
Well, there it is. Peace on their first full gun round will have themselves some success for the first half. So 2-2 in this second half. When I say first half, I do mean second half. Of course, it's been a very short day for me. I'm still waking up. Words, they're pretty hard. I get paid to say them.
Have you had
I'm
your
not very good at saying them. So really, get me out of this job, Mitch. Please, do you want to do this job too?
I do want to do this job.
Okay.
If you want, Mac, I can find you another job.
Let's go.
What are my options?
You can be my puppy sitter if you want.
Oh, what? That's all right.
Puppy's pretty cute. Well, it's going into another gun round though here, and this is actually, the OCE Championship, so we probably should talk about the game.
Yep.
In
well,
which,
Maple,
yeah,
look where he is.
I know. I'm looking. I can see it too. I can see that Crash is clicking on players and showing us that they're there, showing us that Tensai is almost about to take this flank out of the equation, but he's got a lot of targets to shoot at.
And Maple ends up being outside of A main, but he has to go back up mid because he's got a whole lot of attackers running towards him. Oh, Disco trying to hold a nice line. Maple going to be stuck in the corner. And again, Roski's just going to be trying to dash away, but Disco feeling it at the moment. Tux and Maple falling. Disco, he goes down as well, but not without taking a casualty, and it's all up to Autumn. Because both the players are here. Bronski's so damn low from the previous engagements. That's going to be a nice clutch coming out from Autumn. Now they just need 2 more rounds to get the first W on the board for the series.
I don't see that as much in officials, but I've seen a lot of scrims where like that kind of thing happens. Like we start the round pretty normal, where we get that a B map control or something going, and you think it's going to end up in a post plant, and then the defensive team fast flanks or pushes heavily through middle. Like a lot of teams are so aggressive on the defensive side. And then we end up in these weird rounds back where we literally just had a 5v5 fist fight in mid. And Autumn ends up winning it for Order. It really could have gone either way. This is one of those.
To watch a good fisticuffs. I'm going to put that one out there. So I hope we do get some more of these head-to-head crazy rounds where everything happens in a blink of an eye. But for now, Tux is not going to be able to escape.
That's the pit going down.
In the open. And you're right, there goes the pit and there goes the site as well, because Autumn, he's fallen. Dexter tries to come into the trade, and trade he will for 2, but it's all up to the final man here, Disco. Is he going to be able to make this one happen? 1v3 territory, back to the 1-on-2, finds the head of 1, but in comes for the res. So Sicko back into the equation now, and there is going to be that recon bolt coming through, and it pulses onto Disco. Man's tried to go as aggressive as possible to get out of the sight, but the bolt was put in such a beautiful position that it made that one easy for Peace. So stuck in the top of tube, and they will shoot him in through the wall. Peace now 7 on the board. And they're looking to get back into the game as quickly as they can.
Yeah, they're starting to get rolling, and they're getting rolling on a team-wide basis. You know, like they're doing the same things that they were doing before, and really it's just, like I said before, send the boys into A. That time, you know, there was a couple more layers to it. You had a few ultimates there to try to facilitate the success, and I like to see it from Peace. I just like to see them stick to what their strengths are. Let's see what they're going to go for this time. Does seem like a mid to A split, but the aggression in towards A main cuts off part of that. Tenside's going to go down very quickly, and now Peace. Sneaky, sneaky. They walk straight up kitchen, but Disco's keeping them in check.
Ronski's is peeking over the crosshair placement from Disco. Man is playing 3D damn checkers at the moment. But still, there's one man alive for Peace. That's Nation. He's in a pretty solid position, but he's got defenders all around him. Autumn trying to get in behind the man. He might have been heard here, but Nation using a bit of patience, and Autumn trying to bait that one with the sound cue. Nation has plenty of time to make this round work.
Autumn just hopping around. Bloody kangaroo, this bloke.
Still hasn't spotted him, though, because no one has moved a damn muscle. Still trying to figure out exactly where he is, but close range here. Autumn has those knives, and he hits him with the old right click as well. So big round coming out from Order. Now just one away from taking Icebox and getting some revenge for the last time both of these teams faced on this map.
Yep. Yeah, it's looking good for him, I would say. Order, I think, just a little bit more solid overall, and Peace, I'd say, I mean, essentially the difference between OT seems to be a couple of big plays from Ronski. You know, Peace, you're seeing them do the same things they'd normally do. You know, they're not a bad team, but I feel like Ronski statistically is what's been putting them over the top in a lot of these results. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing this kind of a scoreline. Let's see if Peace start to turn it around though. Peace. That's a nice couple of entries in from Tensai, making that Sheriff look better than $800, but after the res comes in, we do still end with a man advantage for Order.
Oh, big shot coming out from Ronski and looking to get back into the round. Brings it to that 3v3 position. And there's still long control here for Peace. They've a couple of boys looking down mid, but so to Order. And it's going to be yet another 1-for-1 trade, keeping it as even as it possibly can. You do have that Killjoy coming in to try to stop anyone from going over towards B, but they seem to know that it's going to be the A site, and Texter has been hitting everything lately. A couple of big rounds from him. Can he find another one? Well, find out shortly. Coming around the corner here. Nation pulls out some util, and the off angle was way too strong. Baronski, this man on the operator, I didn't think you're allowed to quickscope in this game.
No. Starting up his audition for, you know, all the trick shotters. 30 seconds. I mean, he's got to get a bit of a wriggle on. He's going to take his time because he wants to sow some seeds in the doubt of sow some seeds of doubt in Disco's mind that he is going back towards B, but Disco's hasn't budged an inch here, Mac.
And that time is ticking ever so slowly. 10 seconds to plant. Off angle, too damn strong, and Ronski had to clear up top, but the man was down bottom. There you have it, 13-7 on map 1 of the series, and Order are going to be extremely happy with that, as we are going to be moving forward over to Breeze after it.
Yeah, that's Peace's map pick out of the way. We're seeing a couple of the opening maps that we saw in that grand final of the last stage, regional stage 3, I believe it was. And Breeze was another map that Peace did do a pretty good job contesting on. So let's hope that they bring that same level of performance into the next map, because they were a little slow to start.
Yeah, very slow to start, but maybe they found themselves some momentum. However, they're going to have to carry that into map 2. And to get to map 2, ladies and gents, we have to go to a short break. So don't go too far. Breeze is coming up just after this one.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's the Valorant Oceania Tour, and Order are currently one map up over Peace after taking Peace's map pick of Icebox. And Icebox, it was a damn good time. We got to see a whole lot of action. Peace looking a little bit slow in the initial map of the series, but hopefully with the momentum they found towards the end, they're going to be able to carry that into Breeze, because we love Breeze. Order seem to love Breeze as well. They played on it relatively well last time we saw these two teams go head-to-head, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, honestly, Peace, they had a pretty good time with things as well. It wasn't OT, but Order has definitely shown some propensity to be picking up Breeze. It's good to see that as they're kind of like the top dogs in the region, they're trying to stay ahead in terms of the map pool and play whatever's new. Because I don't think they were playing Icebox for a while. Now they're playing Icebox and Breeze. They're trying to play a little bit of everything, and it gives them some nice flexibility. Last time, honestly, you know, we both casted that game. I was surprised Peace put up as many rounds as they did. But they did it in kind of like a no-nonsense kind of way, you know. It's not like they had some crazy strats on the map. They were just kind of playing Valorant, and the map just happened to be Breeze, you know. They were just doing the things that would work no matter what map you're playing on. And I guess that's Peace's strengths as a team in general.
Yeah, 100%. And I guess if they can do that again, all we need to see is each of the individuals playing a bit better from the start of the game, and it can be way more competitive. But again, having a look at the stats for last game. 1 win so far, 79 kills, 62 deaths, and keeping everything looking pretty positive. I guess, look, there's a couple of stats there, Mitch. Which one's your favorite?
I think how many max there are on this cast right now. 100% of max. Love to see it.
The same amount as Order's wins?
Yeah. There's something going on there. Hold on, wait. Aren't you part of Order in some capacity? There's something weird going on here, guys.
What do you mean? Huh?
Huh? What?
Hey?
What?
Huh? What you trying to say?
Don't hurt me back. Don't hurt me.
I'll pull my fist up, but the graphic...
The graphics guys say...
I just want everyone to know I tried to fight Mitch on broadcast and let it be known. However, Peace, they have got 0 wins so far in the series. 62 kills, 79 deaths, 608 ADR. I think there's a little bit of differential there from what we previously saw. I think Orders was more towards the 700 mark. And kills per round 3.10. So that's pretty good. Of course, you know, that KPR, I think that's pretty interesting stat. That's changed. Something happened, but that's all right. I don't know what happened. It updated just at the right moment as well, just as we stopped looking at the graphic. Maybe that's okay.
They're like playing around in the lobby or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Just a little bit of fun. Who knows? Either way, Breeze, it's going to be a pretty fun time. Big long rotations on that map. We got to see, was it Team Bliss that went for Yoru?
Or I think it was Nebula.
Nebula. Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah, there were some teams in EU that were playing a bit of Yoru on Breeze. So it's something that a lot of teams have been experimenting with, I suppose. But Yoru is still bad. So
yeah.
I think we saw
last time these teams played on it, there was a little bit of Reyna in the mix, I think. A little bit of KO
I'm glad you're asking, Matt, because I can tell you right now, mate. Hold on.
Oh.
Give me a sec. I'm pulling up the page. Let's see if either of these teams have changed up their agents. As for Peace, well, it doesn't matter. I can tell you in a second. It looked pretty similar, though. It looked almost the same. I think it is the same lineup. As for Order, we'll take a look when we load into the server. I love the aesthetic of this map. I've always thought that I wanted to decorate my house with like a beachy vibe. It makes me feel calm. I like the colors, you know. So seeing Breeze as a map, it's cool, you know. What do you think, Matt?
I think it's a pretty sick aesthetic, you know. Not too many maps you get to run around on the beach in many games, usually. So it's something. Like, I like the details, you know, the sand, it's going in, all the tiles there. But I guess as a map as well, what I've enjoyed when I watched these teams play last time is that mid control and the contention for that. There was a huge amount of potential for both teams. Every time someone won that mid engagement, all of a sudden, everyone has to slow things down, watch for those flanks coming through, or just like sometimes even just patience is the play, because you can hear those rotations coming through. So I think that is definitely the key piece of the puzzle on this map. A lot of teams, though, from what we've seen, do just go for those execute heavy hits on both A and B. And they have to go through some really small choke points to do so if you go for the one-pronged approach.
We got no changes from either of these teams in terms of lineup. Order going for the mid to A split very quickly, and it's a full retake here. Ronski, first point of contact, dashes forward, and it actually saves his life for a second. But after all said and done, 1 for 1. Wow, Peace. They're really trying to fight before this spike goes down here, Mac.
Yeah, Order are just trying to thin out the numbers as fast as they can. Tux now has that wall to play around. It's nice and deep here, so it gets him over towards triple, but as the wall drops, it's going to be Tensai halfway through a damn reload. Couldn't fight back, and Tux is on for the ace. Is he going to be able to find it? He certainly does, and what a way to kick off the second map.
Gorgeous. Love to see some big plays from Tux. Not always needed for Order, but we do know that this man has got some playmaking potential, some clutch potential. Saw it going all the way back to Counter-Strike, even seen a couple of plays in VALORANT. Remember the AOC, he had a couple of clutches on the Viper as well. He's a big game player.
Well, the rest of Order's saying, come on, mate, just share the love. All right, we're happy for you, but, you know, our stats look bad now. So we'll see where Order decide to go from here. Looks like it's Elbow. And last time we did see Peace go for an aggressive play on the pistol round, flashing around Elbow, but it's just the B split coming all the way through. That wall as well means they don't have to worry about the site. They're just going to be trying to take a bit of control over towards Archers. Push in towards CT. And that's some solid control from Order. Couple of kills. It's a 4 for 1 trade so far, rather. As Ronski's actually going to be running in with the free gun, by the way, all the way. Oh, can't find himself the third. But gets a huge amount of damage done, all things considered.
Is it all right if I just say that every time Classics are getting kills? Can I just talk over your casting and just remind everybody? I'm going to stop. I've got a problem. Tux off the ace, though, heading into bonusy kind of thing. I mean, not really as much of a bonus because they did obviously drop a couple guns to the free gun, by the way. He does have the pit, so I like the strat Order went for. They've got that cam controlling some mid rotations. They do the run throw Viper Orb up in towards snipers and then just the B wall, and they go for these mid to Bs. Pretty effective strat. Do like to see it. You had the bird over the top as well to facilitate a bit more success. The dart. All the little pieces of utility in Order. It's exactly what you love to see.
Oh, running it and trying to find the line through the smoke. Sitko gets one, but Disco trades it swiftly. Now, there's going to be a lot of control. A couple of those cloud bursts as well, just making sure no one comes in from the Golden Archers too early here. Flash all the way to the back of side as Order's just trying to get some damage off through that broken wall. Wrapping around the back of sight, now has the cloud burst to play with, but it's going to be Disco swinging off contact, and that's a lot of Peace players out in the open. So numbers are there for Order now, and it's all up to Ronski again, who's coming in late from snipers. He will pick off one in the process. Seekers all the way through. Burst that one, doesn't want to get stunned up. That's a little bit of a waste of time. Speaking of wasting time, there's not much remaining for him, so I dare say keeping the Vandal alive is his main call to Order. And maybe getting some extra damage done if Order decide to hunt. So, Maple will be doing so. Couple of quick taps, cheeky round it. Ronski finds it. And it's going to be 1v1 in the end, but Order take the round and are yet to lose one. Oh. Nothing happened, Mitch. I got excited for nothing.
Yeah. Well, let's see what piece are going to be going for here. I think it's just going to be a save around the Vandal. I really like that mid to B from Order. That's just a really well-drilled, well-thought-out strat. All, like I said, all the little bits of utility in place. That's just, it makes me feel good, Matt. It makes me feel good to watch that. Oh, that's cute. Hiding from the flash with the cloud burst.
Okay. Scary plays coming out from Peace, but they are going to survive to live another day. Texter, though, coming in from mid doors just at the right moment, and he's heard a whole lot of rotations going through. So everyone running out early. Clutchy hears them coming back, though, but Texter, look at this position already up at stairs. They know that someone's close, but Tensai taking his head straight off. Clutchy falls. But the numbers already here for Order, and that site control too. Tensai going to be playing from the door side pyramid, and that's not going to be working for him too well. Sicko over the top is not going to be able to trade his disco. He's vandaling up a storm, vandalizing the enemy team, if you will.
Spike planted.
Now, Nation is back in a 1-on-4. He's been in this position a couple of times this series so far, and it's not going to go well for him here. Getting tagged up, playing with fire. It's just jiggle after jiggle. Maple waits for that shot. It's baited out, and it's another kill in the bag for him, and a very solid start to the second map for Order.
You're right. I'm going to get into the buy now, though. Ronski earns himself the blades, which definitely helps out with this buy's strengths. Wouldn't want to be seeing him go down to... Well, to be fair, he'd probably just buy a Marshall and get a couple kills with it anyway, knowing him. But, yeah, it's looking all right for Peace. They really want to start to put something together. They've got the Seekers this round. That could help them out. Order, again, seems like they're going for this play towards A, but with an extra player towards mid, probably a bit more slow and drawn out of a round. Probably taking things a little slower.
Ronski. How sharp is he with those knives at long range? Bladestorm just hasn't been as effective as other days for him so far. But Autumn, look at this. He's just created so much space already up on site. A couple of Seekers coming in, and they're going to be dealt with already, as is Peace. Sicko's here, just trying to buy time for these rotations to come through. But even so, there's no flank. So Order will eventually get this spike planted. They're happy just to hold for now, though. You can see they have a very patient approach in these. They don't force their hand. They don't try to just force that spike down and get rushed by their opponents. They make sure they are crossing their T's and dotting their I's, Mitch.
That's what you like to see. No potential for mistakes, or at least minimizing the potential for mistakes. Bit of a messy spray from both parties, but Autumn closes it out. Now, the retake being attempted here by Sicko. He's got his work cut out for him. First frag shouldn't be too troublesome, but Autumn, that's just great movement, making himself annoying to hit. He finds the player, doesn't even lose his life. And now Sicko, essentially just looking for an exit, trying to hamstring the Order's economy. He's done a pretty good job. But Maple's going to 1-for-1 him, so Order now heading into another anti-half buy. There'll be probably like Sheriff Armor, maybe a few Marshals, something like that for Peace, but again, second time starting attack, and Order very comfortable. Looking great.
Well, what can Peace do? Because nothing's really working out for them at the moment. Order just seemed to have their number. They went back to the drawing board, figured out what was going wrong for them last time, and making sure that it's not going wrong for them this time. So, bit of homework definitely doesn't go straight.
Bit of a slower start once again from Order. Not going for any of these quick set pieces like you saw with the mid to B. Just playing around the Sheriffs. Don't want to rush into anything. Really just waiting for some mistakes to shoot. Comes out for Ronski. How has he caught both of those players with their pants down? What a great timing from the man. This now puts more pressure on the rest of Order to try to go out there and make a play, and that's a spike dropped in elbow.
Did he drop in from the tube? Either way, Texter will get one back. Make sure that he gets that ultimate off just in time so that Neural Thefts gives the information, and that's going to be Tux as well, expecting the man around the corner. But he has to get his mitts back on the spike. He's got 40 seconds on the clock. Knife comes through. I believe it's Mr. Tux there, so he gets just out of the pulse, but Tensai as well still has that ultimate coming through. Suppression's here. But there's time for Tux to make his way to site, but the line's going to be held. Tux, though, not going to be able to cross this time. Sicko, sharp flick on the noggin and finds himself the triple for the round. And Pete, there they are on the board finally.
Yeah, good round to win as well. That's going to shore up the economy as well. Puts a couple guns in their hands. Gets the blood pumping as well. We were talking about Peace potentially being a momentum team, and those are the kind of rounds that's got to put a smile on all the boys' faces, even after dropping that first map and a bit of a lackluster start. Order again, looking like they're sizing up this set piece potentially. I guess no run throw orb into heaven this time around from Tux, so perhaps they're not trying to make the same tells, or they're just going to go off the back of the drone here.
Oh, Nation. He's going to be falling early, so big entry's coming through. Sicko getting some big investment there with the Hunter's Fury. Maple his as well, knocks one straight back, and things get damn chaotic for a moment. Lurking up a storm there over towards the A site. Texter now has to make the rotate over, but the round almost locked down already. Peace, though, they do have 10 site as well as Ronski alive, so I don't want to write anything off just yet. Autumn, he's actually going to get aggressive. Just seems to be wanting to go for the hunt already. They don't want that operator in the hands of Vronsky now. Knife across will give the info over to 10 site.
Yeah, exit's being attempted by Vronsky, but Order just keeping things simple. I like that play. You got the Seekers in there, does reveal some of the rotations. You go in off the back of the Flash and the Drone, and Knives are pulled, and the Jets is the little entry piece there in that strat. It's good stuff from Order. They really haven't given that many of the same kind of looks to Peace so far on this Breeze attack. It's going to be quite hard for Peace to read things as much. And their money management is looking real weird here, Mac. I guess Vronsky's going to be utilizing his Knives in that next round, so it's not as much of an issue for him to buy down to nothing.
Take flight.
So there's a little danger in this buy here for Peace. They already had a Thrifty work for them before, and they've made a decent little push into Elbow there. That's going to give them a good read in terms of the rotations. So let's see if they can pull off another one of these economic upsets. It's a good start.
Down A. I have the spike.
Well, we'll see where it goes from here. Autumn and Maple. Well, it's just Maple that ends up copping the shock dart. But again, Peace just opting to survive and play for the retake this time. We'll see if it's a smart decision or not. They managed to pick one off already. Nation on that lurk finds Texter as well. So late rotation seems to be the answer for the moment. But the players on site are the ones that Peace need to worry about. Order is starting to hit everything. Big Flash comes through. It's a little bit awkward, but Maple gets away with another on the Classic. And Autumn as well stops this push in from doors. Doubles up a Storm. And Order are now in that 6-round lead. 7-1 over Peace here on the attacking side.
Nicely done. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I really felt like Peace kind of overspent a bit. Like for Vronsky with the Blade Storm, it wasn't as much of an issue, but even some of the others buying down quite low is going to eat into their utility a little bit. You saw some Sheriffs and other weaponry purchased, and I am really not sure what's going on with the money right now. Only now do they just finish the round and start to buy up. Would love to have a flick through the util if I was in the server, but not the biggest deal. Order, again, does seem like another quick one off the back of the Drone and the Dog. This is the strength of playing double Initiator. You can create so much space and limit so much risk with just the utility.
Okay, Autumn now just going to be trying to find something here, but Clutchy feels that little bit sharper at the moment. Seekers through, Maple deals with those. We are going to see Order taking site again. 4v4 for the retake, though. And Roski, he's just going to be running and dodging as many bullets as possible. Only a couple of those knives do land as Texter.
One enemy remaining.
2 kills of his own. Him and Maple just teaming up a Storm. And just like that, it's Sicko in a 1-on-3. Has the Guardian to play with. Needs to tap some heads. 2-man peak is way too much. And Maple finds himself a triple. Order, they love this A site. They've been hitting it for the last few rounds now, and it's just been so damn successful.
Yeah, I think Order, they're just sticking to simple kind of plays that are effective and they work. It doesn't really reveal too much either. I mean, we talk about how spread out a lot of these games are. It's very easy with this format and with the schedule that we are running for other teams to watch your games. And for Order on Breeze, I mean, it's their map pick. I don't really feel like they're revealing a whole lot in these last couple of rounds. Like that set piece towards B was a nice little strat that, you know, if I was their opponent, I'd love to be getting my eyes on. But the rest of this play seems pretty stock standard to me, you know?
Okay. Cage goes down, but so does Texter, falling to the Sheriff, and Vronsky finds another as well. Here's that aggression we were talking about over on Icebox. Peace finally starting to come alive and thriving in their own environment. But that's a lot of information that's picked up there by Order, as they do have Disco planted in the tube, just trying to make his way forward. Sicko aware that that could be a possibility, and he gets that info too. So are we now going to see Peace start to get on that rotation back towards the A site. Spike goes down in a main, and everything gets a little bit awkward for Order.
Absolutely. So on Autumn to retrieve that. Disco, he's getting a lot of value out of this Hall's position. Really doing an excellent job breaking down these angles. Ronsky clearing out mid, trying to link up with the rest of Peace as Order only now thinking about grabbing that spike and starting to move towards A. Disco's all the way in towards defense spawn, but it's a good timing from Ronsky. Wall goes up as well. And you'd think he'd be able to close that out. Hold on, 20 seconds. Neither of the players anywhere near. They're going to go for the double flank. This is going to give Autumn a bit of space, but how much time does he waste before he puts the spike down? Not too much.
Okay, 12 seconds. Gets it secured. From this position, oh, he didn't have a chance at all. Tensai spots him, knocks his head off his shoulders. And there you have it. Peace find themselves a second round. But at this point, is it enough? Because the max amount of rounds that they can get here, Mitch, is 4. Which,
I don't know if that's the half they were necessarily looking for. That's another thrifty from Peace. The only rounds they've won have been these weird kind of half buys. Which, I mean, it's nice, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't fill you with a whole lot of confidence when you can't win the gun rounds. Looking at what Water's got to work with. A couple of nice little ults in there. Got that Hunter's Fury. Got the Blades as well if they want to go for another one of these strats where they just send in Autumn to the site pretty quickly on the entry. And that's looking like what it might be again, just this play towards B. Peace is set up well for it though. A lot of players towards B here for Peace.
Get out of my way!
Well, whole lot of action going on here. Early around, Hunter's Fury popped, and they're just trying to filter out the back of sight. But Autumn just drawing a whole lot of attention, dashing in, and Clutchy, he's going to make the smoke play on the flank. There's some work done, but it's Tensai in the cutout that gets the most work. Ooh. Through Texture as well, though, coming in late from mid, but is it going to be enough? Maple doubles down. It's a solid hold. All of a sudden, the tides turn, and it's back to that 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, Pete's just had the hard read right from the start. They should not be struggling in this round right now, but they've given a couple of duels to Maple.
I know exactly.
Ronsky's still on the site here. His position will be revealed by the Cypher ult. Oh, the shoulders. He's very wide here, Mac. This is a nice off angle as well that he's just sitting on.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
It was nice, but his position was spotted. Now, Sicko has a damn long rotation to come back in towards that B site. Tech start. Maple, are they going to be able to do this? There's the info that they were looking for. Shock Dart, does it hit the mark? No. Barely misses. Second one on the other side also misses too. That could have been free damage and maybe even a kill at that point on to Texter. But the cam is there in Order. They don't have to move a damn muscle. Sicko spotted, tagged up too. And it makes Order's job that little bit easier. Just reconnaissance, tracking that position. Texter gets towards the advanced position. You might just be able to wrap around. There it is. Recon Bolt used as a distraction again, and Texter gets the kill off the back of it. So great coordination and great communication coming in from Order to pick up a 9th round here in the first half.
Yep. This is a nice spot.
Not really much else to say. I mean, this is a pretty one-sided series. Peace not showing their highest level that we saw in the previous stage. And I guess to some extent that's to be expected. This is what we see from a lot of teams inside of our region across multiple different titles, FPS titles. When they're having a great day, when they're on their game, things are flowing, plays are being made, they can play up against the best. But ooh, hold on, that's a good start. This could be a 3rd for Peace.
Well, Autumn again, great cloud burst, great dash in, but Nation, man, was starting to hit some nasty ones. However, he got away with 2 before falling. But is that going to be enough? The 4-piece players need to do their bit too. In Order, they haven't quite crossed the site yet. We'll start to commit on the swing now. There it is, Texter. Going to get that one down. Disco snags another on the line, going toe-to-toe with the operator in the hands of Tensai. And that operator that gets recycled for now. So let's see if Peace can bust back in on the retake.
We have the opportunity to, if Order put a couple of toes out of line. Ronsky's going to go deep over towards the pillar. But there's just so many order players in the back of the site here, Mac.
Sicko, man, is on a mission, but the mission has been failed, and Autumn picks up another. There it is, at the end of the first half on attack order. Achieve double digits. This is looking grim for Peace now, but they now get to control the pace of the game. Let's see if they are going to be able to fight their way back in, because at the moment, the 8-round difference looks like it may just be a big hill to climb.
Yep, I would say so. You were saying mission failed. I think of that meme, mission failed, we'll get him next time. But for Peace, the next time kind of was this map after Icebox didn't go as expected. So I'm thinking at this point, next time might be the lower bracket the way we're going. We'll see what Peace has for us on the offense. Over onto this pistol. This is where the comeback starts, and people talk about Valorant being a bit of a swinging game with only the MR12 format. If you get yourself rolling, even at a big deficit like this one, you never know.
Well, there you have it, Clutchy. He's going to be stuck in a very rough position now, and Order just suffocate Peace. But in the 2-on-4, there's a world where Peace can maybe come back in, though. There is a lot of util here, a lot of flashes just blinding up the Peace players, and it's aggression against aggression. Sicko has that classic in hand and almost found himself the quad kill, but Texter picked up the triple of his own just in time.
Look at where everyone died. Just look at all those X's, dude. Like, this kind of stuff happens all the time. It's actually insane. It's just chaos. 5v5, fight me in mid. Well, Order's come out ahead of that as if they needed another edge in this game, and Peace can't blame them for the second round bye. They were doing this even in a more even game before, so I don't think this play is too outside their comfort zone. Gonna drone in from cave side and try to make the marshals sing.
Okay. Drone gives off some info to Peace that Autumn's playing from the back of sight, but is he going to be stuck here, and can Peace even get out? They're not even going to think about it. Just drop that flash as a bit of a fake. And Ronsky now gets the pick towards B. So Maple down, and that's the anchor. And Texter may have to try to pick up the pieces. Here at elbow, though, just with the Spectre. Is that going to be enough? Because there's 5-piece players starting to group up right in front of him. But he could be on for the fastest flank of all damn time if no one covers it here. I don't think they've even heard it, Mitch. They're trying to make their way back in, and Peace, they're all over sight. That bomb is going to be down in the open now. The Cage is here to play with 2. Has made himself a little bit of a wall. Tensai goes down, and Texter is the hero for the round, but he needs to continue. Even has a couple of happy shots to his teammate just to try and make it easier. The Marshals, though, just wreaking some damn havoc for the rest of the Order players.
Texter's just got his fists up, and he'll take a swing at anyone at that point.
You want some, huh? You want some?
No spike down here for Peace. Texter has just completely dismantled this good position they were in the 5-on-4 nation. Gonna try and plant behind the pillar here. That's a nice pick from Ronsky. He does clean out Texter on the flank, but Tux is going to have a crack as well from the flank, and you got Autumn walking in through Macca's.
Well, who's going to find the line here? Autumn pushing up and isolating the fights nicely, but there's that info they were looking for. In comes Tux as well, and it's going to go back to that 1-on-1 again. Autumn half HP, the no scopes not accurate enough this time, and Autumn will pick up yet another round, and Order are 1 round away from taking the W, not only on the map, but in the series here in the upper bracket, and booking their ticket into the upper bracket final, which we all know is one of the qualification games.
Yep. Order, they just have been faltered tonight, really. A couple of good rounds from Peace, but definitely not showing us enough to believe that Peace are in the same form that they did show at the end of that last stage. So they've still got a lower bracket to go to, and I think most teams in this region would say there's really no shame in losing to Order. But let's see if they have anything for us. It is a gun round.
Oh, big pick. Nation. He's going to fall for that one.
No, again. Okay, how does he do it?
He's here. He just held W. He's just going off the timing. Peace just a one-pronged approach a lot of the time. So Text is trying to capitalize on that. Unfortunately, Peace, we're watching their flank this time and managed to deal with him effectively. And that's put Peace
Oh, the gun
in a
bottle!
solid position. Oh, gun model was in the way for the moment, but Sicko now in an awkward damn fight, which he eventually wins. And it's a 2-on-4. Peace in the advantageous position. Oh, just some awkward engagements going on there.
Got themselves a third. This is where some of those people in CS who have those nerdy configs would be like, yeah, this is why you need the hand switch in Valorant. Otherwise, and then things like that won't happen on a blind. Do you use that, Mac?
Nah.
It's pretty niche, but it does help sometimes. I've been watching those like Elige com videos, and he seems to be changing his left hand and right hand sometimes.
Very true. I didn't even know
brain.
that's a possibility in this game.
Not in this game.
Oh,
In CS.
Right. However, Guardian Light goes through. That's going to be the info as well as the pulse. And Autumn was just in one of the roughest positions he could be in, but it's just going to be the rush straight down tube all the way in towards B. So I dare say this is some form of around the world strategy, and it's pulled off all the players over towards the B side of the map. Auto now just have to try to retake here. However, getting a couple of pickoffs with the classics in the process, and at long range, Sheriff doing some work as well. Neural Theft and a Vandal picked up. So things get that little bit more scary for Peace.
Found one.
Yeah. Definitely a round that they could lose if things go a bit poorly. That's a lot of damage on the Techstar, but he doesn't even care, just tanks it. And now Clutchy a 1-on-2 for the map.
Well, there you have it. Tapped again. They know that Clutchy was over towards main. They heard the Seekers, and now they know because they've heard the shot too. But Clutchy on 87 HP. Is he going to be able to fight here? No. Techstar, too damn sharp. There it is. A triple to wrap it up. And what a bloody statement. 13-3 and getting some revenge against Peace here as well as booking their ticket into the upper bracket. So they're going to be very happy with themselves here. Peace probably not going to be super happy with that result. But, of course, Auto doing a very damn good job today, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't really look like they had too many problems putting Peace away, which is not the same you could say for that last stage of VOT. Peace were quite impressive, and we do know that they've got plenty more in the tank where that comes. It's just about whether they can bring that level, because now they've been locked into the lower bracket. The pressure's definitely on. Biggest tournament of the year. And so far, I mean, Order seems to be on top.
Yeah, Order doing a pretty good job. I think we're getting an interview sorted as well. We'll figure out who we're going to have a chit chat to in just a moment. But for now, I guess, look, you're looking at this. We got the next match coming up. I think Peace, they're going to be going to the lower bracket. It's probably a good time to have a quick check-in on how those lower bracket games are going as well, or I dare say the one, because that was a pretty quick series that we experienced now. So if I have a quick look over there, of course, that's Direwolves and Legacy over on the B stream. Legacy are up one map, and it looks like they are on map 2. Not too sure what the score is at the moment.
8-4 in favor of Legacy at the half.
There you go. So at the half, Legacy are in prime position to take the series 2-0 and knock Direwolves out of the finals, because, of course, that is an elimination match. It's down in that lower bracket, and Legacy could be looking to make that lower bracket run and get their shot at the title again. Of course, you can still qualify going through the lower bracket. You just have to make it all the way through against all the teams that couldn't stand and fight the top teams in that upper bracket. But it's going to be a pretty fun time, all things considered. Of course, we didn't actually touch on that at the start of the show, so we'll just have a quick chit chat. Top 2 teams, of course, from the OS Championships are going to be invited to the NA Last Chance Qualifier, held from the 12th October 2021 to 17th October, and that's, of course, over in NA. It's an invite-only 10-team LAN, so the teams here will be able to get overseas and play some LAN against some of the best teams from NA to try and qualify for the world's equivalent event, which is going to be extremely exciting because it is the first proper world's event that we've seen in Valorant. Of course, we had the mid-year Masters, I believe it was, and that was a damn good time to watch all the crazy stuff that happened there. But I wouldn't say it was necessarily a world's level competition. However, I have had word that the big dick, Stacey, is on the line. Ollie, mate, how are you feeling after that W?
Very good, mate. The boys are cheering after that one, especially, I'm not sure if you got it on stream, the sheriff shot from Texter. Did you guys get that at all?
Ooh. The one from down bottom mid?
Very last round, yeah. Aiming at his toes,
Yeah,
one in a million shot. Yeah, it was pretty crisp.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now, today, that was much cleaner than last time you guys played Peace. And I think we had a chat with Tux. He was saying things weren't going as planned last time you played, and it looked like things did today. So did you tighten some things up coming into today's game?
Yeah, absolutely. The boys have been putting in a lot of work, but I think the last time we played, it came down to composure. Then just certain situations, people were just getting a bit flustered and a bit frantic. But I guess today we were a bit more calm and confident and trusted the process a bit more. And obviously that was evident in the rounds.
Any question, Mitch?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just touch on what you were talking about in terms of composure. Is that what you feel like you help a lot with, from the coaching slot? Do you have a lot of input in towards the strats? Like, what do you put most time into, like across the whole time you've coached compared to leading into this OS Championship in particular?
Oh, good question. So there's a lot of things that I do as the coach. As you said, strategy-wise, yeah, definitely tap into that with Matthew, who's Tex of the IGL, or who I think is probably our, I guess, biggest asset at the moment. Like his IGL is just no one's on par, no one's on his level at the moment in regards to understanding of the game and just strategy-wise. And generally my role is to, I guess, add to that, and then as like an eagle-eye view, try and maximize everyone's position on the map. As Matt's trying to focus on his own individual performance, I can take the workload off him in that regard and help the team out from a broad fundamental point of view, not just from Matt's point of view. And then, yeah. And then in regards to composure, yeah, I just tell the boys to, I guess, teach them how to be true professionals and remain consistent and calm.
Well, there you have it. Now, next game coming up is going to be Wildcard and Bliss. Out of those two teams, which would you prefer to face? Because we know you've had a couple of rough games against Wildcard in the past.
Yeah, I think Wildcard without Ninum is definitely a big downgrade. They're not just without that operator element to, I guess, their style. It's not very scary to verse. There's not really a preference on who I'd verse. I feel like you go into last chance American qualifier if you can't really beat these teams. In Australia, I'm not discrediting them, I'm just saying like the level of teams over there is obviously high just due to population and just skill-wise, like they just grind the game non-stop, whereas over here it's definitely, as you know, smaller population, etc., etc. So the skill level is definitely lower. But yeah, if you can't really beat anyone here, like there's not really a chance you're gonna make it over there.
Yeah, well, I guess that's another quick question as well. So are you doing a whole lot of prep for this, or are you guys sort of already prepping to go overseas? Are you getting ahead of yourselves, or are you taking it step by step?
No, we're just trying to be the best version of ourselves, to be honest. We're not really like focused on who we're versing. We're just focused on developing us as individuals and as a team and focusing on that cohesion and developing 6 strats and hitting 6 shots. So that's about it.
Yeah. Well, you're doing pretty good at both of those, 6 strats and heaps of sick shots there, Ollie. Unfortunately, you're not doing any of the 6 shots yet, but at least you're involved with the strats nowadays. So
don't worry, off the stream
we'll
I am.
See you make a return.
No worries, appreciate it, guys.
No worries, enjoy yourself and good luck in the next game.
I'm sure we'll see him hit some sick chair slaps or something like that over in the LCQ. I'm sure if there's anyone who's capable of a sick chair slap, it's probably Dick Stacey.
Yeah, man's jacked and he's thick and he has a big brain for the game, and that's why he's in the coach role. But he is going to not be playing the next game. It is going to be the rest of the Order boys. But we have one more game, and that is going to be Wildcard and Bliss. We touched on it before. It is going to be another banger. But before we get into game number 2, we do have an extended break, and we'll see you guys at about 9 p.m. AEST. So go grab yourself some dinner, and I guess we'll see you just after this.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your endless data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Three-piece? Not happening.
Resurrection onto Lou. This is good. Dire Wolves, distinct man advantage in this round. Surely they can't lose this, right? Don't say anything, Smash. I'm telling you right now. Legacy, one on the flank and one holding the angle down. But Dirty Boy, he's going to be in for a rude awakening. He gets two! You're joking! And he dismisses away. 1v1! Mike! And Lou has no idea. Lou has to be checking left, right, and center. He has to cover his own 6, and he has no idea. Oh man, I'm crying, dude. Match point for Legacy like that. Dirty Boy goes monstrous.
The first 2 is criminal. The third, he should never see the light of day again. He's 60 HP, and he gets the third frag as well to put it into a 2v1 situation. And Mike doesn't lose 1v1s apparently tonight. He's been clutching out everything.
You would never expect him in that angle as well.
Heartbreak, absolute heartbreak if you're a Dire Wolves fan at the moment. Because they are losing so many rounds that, on paper, they should convert 80-90% of the time.
Viper Spit now being dunked down onto A. But then again, you know, it's rendered on the client side, so it's different for everyone. Good spot out. No, he doesn't see them. He doesn't quite see them. That's a client side thing. Oh, dearie me. Tip for attack trades. And it's absolute chaos inside the pit. Both pits have been deployed, I think. One to go down as Legacy to come out on top. Dire Wolves on their last legs now. 2v4. It's really Lou with the Empress who has to go monstrous here. Start things off nicely and just can't get it done. All down to Ninum. He's used his blades. All on the operator. All eyes on him. The superstar, Jonathan Slayer. Can he deliver Dire Wolves another round? And no, it's Yifeng to put them home. Send them packing. 13-6.
Yeah, the Dire Dogs are in the kennel. That's it for them. They will no longer continue on in the tournament, but Legacy will find a second life and they'll progress through that loser bracket. You have to say that there was some good individual performances on the side of Dire Wolves, but it wasn't from the players we were expecting. Mist and Pain were the ones that managed to individual performances on each map. But as a team, they just got into too many positions where they should have won or could have won rounds, and unfortunately they just couldn't convert. MVP this series, Mike. Mike had some big moments on Icebox, some really big value moments out of Mike, and on Ascent he was good. He's always good on the Cypher, so no real surprise there. So congratulations to Legacy. They'll move on to the next one.
Legacy, well done, man. What a show up. Direwolves, as much as I hate to say this, you know, it's bad. Okay, you know what? It's not even bad luck. It's just some of the players, they didn't really show up tonight. We didn't get to see that full, you know, impact of Lu and Ninum potentially, right? And unfortunately now their journey in the Oceanic Championship ends right here, and they will have to try again next year, hopefully, if the team still stays together, because they had so much potential, but it was just a matter of time. They couldn't play together as that full 5-stack with Ninum, you know, and I'll like to say perhaps the practice at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough, because for Legacy, that 5-stack, they've been together since the dawn of time, ever since the inception of Straight Out of the Zoo, so easy advantage and synergy there.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear that they enjoy playing with each other as well, and that is a big thing. If you enjoy playing with people, then you're playing for your mates as well, so you don't want to let them down. So that's just added incentive to perform and really put your best foot forward. Whereas if you kind of feel like you're in a team just to be in a team with the other players that are good, there's not that emotional connection there. And as much as that is a bit soft to say, that there is a lot of value in, you know, playing with your mates and not wanting to let them down. So Legacy, I wouldn't say the Cinderella story anymore, really, of OCE, because they're pretty established now. They're continuing on their run.
Yeah, just under a different banner, and honestly, straight out of the zoo, the animals, apes, together strong, whatever. All that 5-stack together very strong. Now, I am trying to organize an interview with Yifeng, hopefully, if he will come through, but he doesn't seem to be responding. So, Smash, if nothing else to say to wrap this game up, let's just go for a break, because our next matchup is in 53 minutes or so, and it will be Nebula versus Mindfreak, another elimination game.
Yeah, Yifeng's gone into the next room, sounds like. It sounds like he's running away from his computer, yeah. Oh, well.
I too would be happy after putting Direwolves away.
Yeah, no, it's a good result from Legacy. Congratulations, and we'll have to see how they can go further on in the tournament.
All right, guys, you heard it. We'll see you guys soon after this short breather. Nebula versus Mindfreak. Don't go away.
Kane picks up one.
Back up, ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. Goddamn, up, back up, goddamn, up, back, goddamn, up, back, up, goddamn, up, back, goddamn, up, back, goddamn, up, back, goddamn, up, back, Show me what you got. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, Show me what you got. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back
One, two, three. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Pain.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here and potentially trying to come up with a second play.
No, oh my God! The Viper's pin does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the hole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. He's shooting. Oh my word!
All I want to know there is what was Conky's word, because he said, "Oh my word," and then didn't explain what the word was. And I was a bit confused about that. Hopefully we get to see him in the next couple of days and he can clear that up for everyone, because it's really confused me. It's been a question on my mind. It's been a question on Pilski's mind. And look, we got some answers earlier at least, and it was who was better out of Peace and Order. And Order said me and 1-2-0. But we've got one more game coming up, which of course is going to be Wildcard and Bliss. But before we jump into that, Mitch, tell me, what did you do in your break?
I ate a big bowl of bibimbap, and I had my first Pepsi Max in maybe like 3 or 4 years. It was solid.
In 3 or 4 years.
Yep.
Why did you lose them?
I don't know. I guess I just lost them.
That's crazy. Well, hopefully you don't lose your marbles because we need those to get into the games. Of course, that first game was an entertaining time. Order and Peace kept it relatively close on that first map for a while. Peace started to fire up towards the end, but Order were already too far ahead. And then in map 2 on Breeze, Order just put on a show and really showed Peace exactly who the alpha predator was on the day. However, we have to have a quick chat about game number 2, of course, which is coming up very shortly. That's Wildcard and Team Bliss. And the winner of this, of course, gets to go and face Order in the upper bracket final. And the winner of that then gets to qualify, of course, for the N8 Last Chance qualifier. But let's start to talk the game. Of course, it's time to move into the brass tacks and tax the brass. Right, Mitch?
I love taxes. It's my favorite. Said no one ever. However, really looking forward to this matchup. These two teams haven't played an official against each other in a very, very long time, at least if VLR is anything to go by. I'm sure they scrim each other, they practice each other, but first official between Bliss and Wildcard and OCE Champs is a spicy one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, let's talk Wildcard first here. They've been doing a pretty good job. They managed to win a couple of the Valorant, or one of the Valorant Oceania Tour stages. I believe it was stage 2 that they managed to snag away from Order in the finals. And they've had a couple of changes in the lineup since then. Of course, Cyan has joined the lineup, and he's been doing pretty good work for them so far. You know him, you love him. Of course, Swell, Noz, RDW, and Infrequent are the other players as well. And here's the stats from their game yesterday. Of course, they won 2 maps, got a lot of kills, got a lot of deaths, and they're positive, all things considered. Right, Mitch?
Yeah, so Wildcard is an interesting team at the moment. They have swapped up a lot of roles since the last couple of editions of their lineup, which is an interesting move heading into the most important tournament of the year. And so far, it's going okay for them. I think they are still favourites to go through towards that NALCQ in second place behind Order. Most people would agree. They're still a solid roster. So it's going to take a pretty special play from everyone bar Order to be putting this team away.
Yeah, 100%. However, you've heard a little bit from us. Now we get to hear a little bit from Swell as well. So let's hear what he had to say going into the finals here.
Well, I guess it's the player talent that we have. Everyone in our team can pull their own weight in terms of mechanics. The kind of thing that we like, it might be the strategy aspect to it, because most of us aren't from Counter-Strike. We only have like one person, especially since when Wizard left, we kind of lost that extra knowledge towards how to prac and all that. But you know, with the coaches getting added, we're slowly building it back up. Yeah, we're extremely confident. We know we can take that second spot or even maybe beat Order. I think that against NA teams, it could be like pretty similar because most of them run the same comps as we do in Australia and have the same playstyle. Maybe against the Europeans and Koreans that we'll be attending, maybe a bit different, a little bit of a switch up in terms of playstyle. But yeah, now we feel really confident in terms of winning the OC champs and going to Last Chance and doing well there. We do take a lot of inspiration from other teams and we try to mask it towards our region because, you know, every region plays differently. Some things that they do over there might not work in our region.
There you have it. So great to hear from Swirl and their thoughts on what could happen, how far they can make it, what they need to do if they do make it, and what they need to do here at home as well. But of course, it is the battle of two teams. Not only is it going to be Wildcard in the server, you got Bliss on the other side. And they've been doing some good work for a while. They've had a relatively stable roster here. You got Easy, Freshest, Major, Jungle Wow, and Azo. Now, Mitch, tell me about this team because I haven't had a chance to watch them recently.
Yeah, so, I mean, they've had quite a long while with Azo at this point. After losing Ronsky, who was kind of like the crown jewel of their roster, they've really had to go back to the drawing board and kind of reinvent their play style, and they've definitely got some pretty interesting takes on things. I remember watching their game on a set yesterday where they're running double smokes with the Astra and the Omen. I saw some pretty unique plays that not too many other teams have been doing, where they were doing things like cosmic dividing and then sage walling behind that to get an easy post-plant defuse. So Bliss definitely has some special tactics that I haven't seen from too many other teams. They've definitely got a unique play style where they're not as reliant on the jet as some other teams, but I'm not sure if they necessarily have what it takes to take out a Wildcard. I think they're going to need to play pretty spectacular to be able to do it, but I'm keen to see if they can give it a crack.
Well, it's finals time, and that's where you need to bring your A game. Now, someone else that always brings their A game is your boy Mitch Konkanen, and he got to catch up with Team Bliss as well. So let's hear what Team Bliss had to say to him.
Alrighty, guys, I've got the boys from Bliss here today. We've got the full squad. How are we, guys?
Hello. Good. Thank you for having us.
How's that been, like, developing as a team? Because you guys, as a roster, except for the addition of Aza recently, you guys have been together for a fair while.
To be honest, Jungle and Major are probably the most experienced in tactical shooters coming from CS. So we learn a lot from them. It's been fun. It's always more fun to like get better as a team than to, you know, always be playing in different teams. You learn together, you grow together, you go through the ups and downs together, you know? So I feel like in a team environment or when you play together as a team, that's the fun part, growing together.
Yeah, 100%. It feels like mates playing together, you know what I mean? Learning, trying to grow together, as opposed to just 5 people that get on and check off type of thing. So it's definitely better. And I rate the way that we've gone about it as well.
I know you guys put in like a fair bit of hours. How's that been? Like, do you feel like that, like a lot of hard work in scrims and prac and stuff has benefited your guys' gameplay?
Leading up to NA OCE champs, you know, you got to kind of put in more hours and more hours. But I feel like we have been getting better as a team, because when we add a new player to the team, he has to fit into, has to get used to it, has to know how like the team works and stuff. So you got to put in that extra hours. You know, hopefully the hard work pays off, and even if it didn't, it was fun, you know? Like, we're all playing together and we're all having fun, you know? So
do you guys have any like pre-game routine that you do before you jump into a game? More so an official.
We've got a sports coach, a performance coach from GameAware. His name's Andrew, who's been helping us out lately. And so we've all been trying to like mix in exercise, in bit of meditation, a whole bunch of different things we're trying at the moment. So I know a few of us will exercise before the games. I like to have a coffee or whatnot before the game.
Okay. And then just coffee, chill music, and just like deathmatch. That's it.
I really wish I could exercise before I casted every single time, but I could, because I do have the facilities to do so. But at the same time, I don't know why I don't. Maybe I'm just lazy. Maybe I am lazy. I am just lazy, Mitch, aren't I?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're not. A lot of the times when you're coming into these home broadcasts, I see the beautiful lights on your head, and it's almost like you're so shiny. You might have been exercising.
Maybe I'm just a generally shiny person, like my personality. Mitch, please stop talking about all the things that are wrong with me, but that's okay, because this game is going to be a damn banger, so it'll take my mind off it at least. I haven't gotten to see Bliss play it for a while, so I'm extremely excited what they're going to be able to do up against Wildcard, who have been impressing me recently as well. I guess in terms of the vetoes, we're not quite there just yet, but which way do you see this one heading?
In terms of maps, or just in terms of the overall result?
Like which maps are stronger overall?
I have to take a look at, and we'll see how the veto does break down. But yeah, I think, you know, it'll be interesting to see that double controller playstyle on Ascent yet again. Wildcard's been grinding for a while. You know, I'm keen to see if Breeze goes in there somewhere. That would be an interesting one.
Okay, well, before we jump into the vetoes, of course, we do have the head-to-head as well. So let's have a quick look at both of these players. Of course, you do have Signed up against Jungle Wow. Looking at the raw stats, it's pretty damn even, all things considered. Anything to take away from this one, Mitch?
Yeah, so I chose, you know, I'm sick of seeing the Jet head-to-head, and I had to choose the Jet head-to-head for the last matchup because it's the most relevant players to highlight, I feel like, in that matchup. In this one, it's an interesting one, you know. Neither one of these teams is super heavily reliant on the Jet, especially this wildcard edition where they don't have Nidham. I think Infrequent's been picking up a lot of the Jet duties, or Swirl has. But I picked Side because he's really had to reinvent his game coming back onto this wildcard roster. He was mostly known for his Sova before, but in the last series, he's playing things like Rainer and Sky and taking a little bit more of a fragging role. Yeah. And then as for highlighting Jungle Wow, for me, Jungle Wow is maybe the most defined player in terms of how Bliss plays. They do a lot of 1-4ing, and Jungle Wow is always on the lurk. He's always applying pressure to the other side of the map, and he's a big strength and a big reason why Bliss is very successful as a team. Okay. And I think yesterday against Mindfreak, he had a couple of pretty big halves, like he had a 20-bomb half from the controller role. So he's someone that I feel like if he steps up for Bliss and puts in a good performance, it's definitely a recipe for success.
It certainly will be. And look, we jumped ahead before, but let's have a look at what maps we are going to be seeing here in the second series of the evening. So, looks like Split's out of the equation, no bind. We do have Breeze again, so get to run it back again. And then Ascent following, and the seeded map will be Haven. Let's see if we go all the way to 3. At least we do get to see the change up there, a bit of Ascent as that second map. And I'm excited to see what they can bring, because every time we get to cast Ascent together, Mitch, we are pleasantly surprised because there's always a whole lot of action.
Yeah, so I mean, Wildcard, pretty deep map pool. They've been putting a lot of work in that regard, and I was keen to see if Breeze would sneak it into the map pool. Not surprised to see Wildcard pick that. My only question was whether Bliss were going to let them pick it or whether they were going to ban it out, and it does make it into the first map there. Ascent, like I said before, is an interesting one because, like I said, Bliss has this double controller playstyle that they're running right now. They're running the Omen as well as the Astra. At least they were against Mindfreak yesterday. And I feel like that's a very unique take on the map that I haven't seen from too many other teams. And those are the kind of weird kind of play styles that might throw you off a little bit if you haven't played too much against it. Even if it's not effective across a large sample size, you throw the sample size out the window once you get down into OCE champs, and all you need is a couple of series victories to go to NA. So if you throw on something weird at your opponent and they just can't deal with it, like Mindfreak couldn't yesterday in that B stream game, then that could potentially work for you. And then Haven is the last map. I mean, Wildcard have looked pretty strong on Haven as of late. It's been a map that Bliss have played for a long time and did play against Mindfreak as well. We're able to close that one out. So I think it's a pretty good map pool for both teams. Both teams reasonably practiced on it in the last couple of officials as well. But like I said before, will they be used to each other's play style? Because Bliss and Wildcard, I don't know how much they've scrimmed against each other, but at least according to VLR, they haven't played each other for a couple of months.
Yeah,
and like I said before, they have like completely weird play styles, both of them, compared to what they were before. Wildcard has done a ton of role swaps. They're playing completely different agents across their whole team on a lot of different maps. And then Bliss has, like I said, most of the time a jetless comp. Sometimes they're running the jet, but also they have a lot of weird takes that don't see from many other teams. They do a lot of unique things that are surprisingly effective. So I'm keen to see how that works out as well.
Yeah, I'm also interested to see how this one goes and if we get to see that double controller setup that you were talking about. However, game's not quite ready just yet. So look, not playing each other for a couple of months means that there is a higher likelihood that these teams do scrim relatively regularly and get the practice and see what they both are working on. So when it comes to officials, of course, I think I haven't gotten into the minds of a lot of these teams in terms of what they try to do in scrims. People talk about scrim results sometimes in this game, which, of course, when we're talking about like Counter-Strike scrim results, people play scrims to learn certain things and certain ways to play. You know, they're focusing on certain aspects every time they're scrimming. They're not actually playing the scrims to win. Whereas I don't know if that's the mentality in Valorant or if they're just like, you know what, we're going to play and we're going to try and win. So
I have a little bit of insight into that. In my opinion, at least from what I've seen, I think that Order and Wildcard and Mindfreak scrim fairly sensibly, and then a lot of the other teams, it depends what day of the week it is. It seems like sometimes they're playing, pretty seriously. They're practicing something new. They're practicing some strategies. I think Bliss as well. They're definitely on the better end. But there's a lot of these youngsters playing Valorant who like to have fun, or we get into the second or the third map prac of the night, and people start losing a bit of focus, and they start doing some silly things. So that's just my opinion, as an outsider that doesn't play on a competitive team. But that's what I would be thinking is the situation for the most part.
Okay, well, I guess that's a good bit of insight. So at least one of these teams, maybe both of these teams, prac for the right reasons, or prac the right things for the right reasons. I don't know. It's a whole rabbit hole.
Look,
maybe pretending it's an official can also give you a certain type of experience as well, right?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I think there is something to be said for playing scrims in match conditions and getting yourself used to it in terms of how much you're exerting yourself, not nodding off after the second or third map and just treating it pretty seriously, because at the end of the day, you're playing these best of threes. You've got to be switched on for all three maps, and it's a big problem a lot of teams have in our region. They just don't have the I guess the stamina for a whole series. And that, to be fair, is where Order has a lot of teams beat out. You know, they are able to keep up the same level of performance for quite a while a lot of the time. Yeah, what I will say is, you know, Bliss has some unique things, like I said, but a lot of those things that maybe you might think are a little silly in practice, I have seen them do in the last couple of officials as well. I've seen a lot of shotgunning out of Azo, and a lot of quick plays where they're running around and doing some crazy stuff. And to be fair, at least from what I saw in that Mind Freak game yesterday, it has worked for him. So that's what I'm saying. Look, I think, you know, ultimately the way that this game goes down, I think Wildcard are super favored. I would expect them to win most of the time. I think the only thing that can kind of trip Wildcard up at this point is the fact that they've done a ton of role swapping. And when you're doing a ton of role swapping heading into a very, very important tournament, it could be a little bit worrisome if things get a bit messy.
Well, something you don't have to worry about, Mitch, is it is time for Agent Select. Let's have a look at what both teams are going to be picking here. Oh, okay, a bit of Cypher locked in from Bliss. Last couple of times they have played this map, they've opted away from the Cypher, but it seems like most other teams
Bloody
are going for
Mozzie.
that Cypher in there. You got a Mozzie?
I got him.
Did it get you?
No, I think he got me, but then I got him back.
Oh, that's all right. Look, it's punch for punch. You wanna play that next time I see you, by the way? It's pretty fun. Anyway, a whole different situation. Look at your screen, Mitch. What's going on here? We got a Rainer in the server.
Okay, I will take a little look-see at what we've had from both of these teams the last couple of games. Did we have a breeze? We did not have a breeze from Bliss yesterday against Mind Freak. I just want to look at the last couple of games and see if this comp is really matching up.
From Bliss.
All right.
They haven't
Yeah,
played
Bliss
Rainer
is
on
a
this
different
map
comp.
yet.
Yeah, Bliss, this is a different comp than what we're used to seeing from them. And I need to be careful shifting through my tabs because I do not want to close the tab that has me connected to this broadcast on it.
Very true. So just leave all the tabs open, become one of us normies that has a bazillion tabs open at the same time. But at the same time, Mitch, I just want to go back to the point you were talking about with shotguns. I love a good shotgun clip in this game. However, Breeze, there's only very niche positions where you can play that. One, of course, is on that B site towards the back of site. You can dominate that position. Issue is, if they just run on the front of site and you don't have the range, well, then you're pretty much shit out of luck, right?
I guess so. I guess that is true. Shotgun can only shoot close. So,
and you try to retake the A site, then nothing else can really go your way.
Yeah. Look, there's a lot of theoretical situations where that is true. You are correct. But there's also a lot of theoretical situations where you go, haha, I have a shotgun, and you sit in a close range position, and people come to you, and then you shoot them. And if they don't go to you, you go, okay, well, I'll try this again next round.
And there's also
that seems to be the approach.
And fake smokes that allow you to get closer as well. That's the thing I always forget about as a dumb CS player. Either way, Wolf coming in nice and early, and that gets a decent amount of information, but Bliss have stacked this elbow position, expecting to wrap in. But look at that. Wildcard definitely not expecting the second man here, but are they going to expect the third? There's a full crossfire, and Wildcard have ran straight in. So Bliss with a hard counter strat with that position amid.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard doing the exact same play that we saw from Order earlier, the same set piece, and it looked like it would work decently if the other team didn't literally have 4 players in the general vicinity and hadn't taken mid control 5 seconds into the round. So I don't know what Bliss's read was, if there was a specific read, if that's exactly what they were going for, but I can tell you it worked out a bloody treat, Mac, and they've gotten themselves the first round here.
Very big effort, and looks like homework has been done. That, or maybe it was just lucky, but you'd love to believe in the first and foremost, right? Into the second, though, Azo does have that judge in play. Where's he playing? Okay, over towards A main, and he is gone already on the aggression. So, over towards market here. Is he going to be able to make this one happen? Swings in off the contact, and gets a little bit more done as well. Big investment with the shotgun, but now RDW is able to trade into it.
Yeah, he loves that. You'll see a lot of judge from Azo in this series, I'm assuming. I mean, not bad, 2 kills. After all said and done, I mean, having 4 alive and even retaining the judge after that, you're going to be feeling pretty good about how things are going. So, nicely done for Bliss. Now they head into their bonus. very nicely.
I think the other thing as well, Mitch, which we haven't actually touched on, is the double duelist. You got Azo on the Jet as well as that Reyna. I didn't actually notice the Jet was there alongside the Reyna. So what are they lacking? Lacking an initiator. No, they got that with the Sage. So
with the Sky.
The Sky, the other S.
Yes.
The third four-letter name with an S.
Yep. It's a tough one. Either way. Yeah, I think, look, they're gonna lack info a little bit, but Cypher Cam can make up for that to some extent. Look, it's basically a bit more fragging power. You're gonna have to go get that info the old-fashioned way and send the boys in and go make some entries happen. Wildcard going for this A plate. And so far, I mean, from Wildcard, what I'm seeing from them seems to be quite similar to how Order were playing their attack side on this map. What do you think?
Yeah, very similar so far, but we've only got a small sample size at the moment. However, Swell really wants to get that spike planted. Oh, close range. So it was that blind, but even so, the blinded player was more than enough. The shiny old head. Just got to shoot that one. Jungle we are now. Oh, finds ahead of his own. He's maybe going to be able to bring this back in the 1v3. Big damage on the first infrequent. Wants to swing for info. May just be off the contact of Noz. No, he's just going to be going solo. So trying to catch a timing. Noz as well pushing up, and it looks like the wildcard players are trying to do this one shoulder to shoulder. And a moment's notice, but Noz is at the ready, and on the repeat, Jungle Wow gets dealt with efficiently. Big W in round number 3, and wildcard are into the game.
It's a good round, all things considered. As far as your bonuses go, they even have the knives for Azo, so he can hold on to a bit of an extra cash for an operator purchase or a hero rifle later on. That could be quite effective. As for Wildcard, I mean, Bliss took 3 guns away from them, first of all, but secondly, they also broke some armor as well. You know, that honestly can't be underestimated, the importance of just doing a little bit of armor damage in the bonus round, because it can be quite costly to reinvest, and if you don't reinvest, that's where maybe some of these Phantoms can get some one-shots in off the wild sprays and whatnot. Do have a bit of a tech pause coming in, so I'm just waiting for one of the players to figure his technical issue of choice out. But this is what I was talking about with the role swap. I mean, you look at Wildcard's lineup right now, you got RDW on the Sova.
Yeah.
While Infrequent, who was the Smokes player, is now on Jet. Swirl, who was the Flex Duelist player, is now on Viper.
Yeah.
Signed, who was only playing Sova, is now playing Duelists and, you know, Sky. Some people would consider Sky as a bit of a Duelist, the certain way that you play her.
Yeah.
You know, somewhere between the spectrum of Initiator and Duelist. And then Noz, who was on Smokes and Flex towards agents like Breach or Sky sometimes, I think. Or Sage, more so. Is mostly playing, you know, your Sentinels as well as Sage. So this is what I was talking about with Wildcard. They've completely swapped all of their roles around to try to make their team fit a little bit more. And so far, it's not going too badly for them, you know. I guess that kind of shows just how good they are on an individual basis and how good of an understanding they have of the game as a whole, that they can have so many players change their agents and feel comfortable. But across a larger sample size, across a larger amount of maps against opponents that are playing very, very well, and you need to dig a little bit deeper, I'm wondering if some cracks are going to start to form in the gameplay, or whether they will just continue to show us this very, very solid form.
Well, I guess we're about to find out. However, I have a question I need you to answer for me. You know, you can take months to answer this one if you want. And what really makes a duelist? Is it just being able to heal yourself and flash? Who knows? It's just a name at the end of the day. Now,
that's true. Someone wise once said that on a podcast, I think.
Really?
Yeah. I think his name starts with me.
Oh. Very true. Now, Seekers revealing some truth there as well and guiding them to the right positions. However, Wildcard are going to start to be mobbed up already. RDW fighting for his life there with the Guardian, really just guarding that spike from getting planted. Oh, but Swirl, he doesn't want the plant. He wants a little bit more. And there's going to be the flank coming in. Azo not going to be scared of that one. Straight up into the air and smacks him with the right click of the knives. So going all in, and it's worked out for Bliss. 3 alive at the end of the round and 3 on the board for them at 2.
That is excellent. Their money is off to a fantastic start. They did a lot of good work in the bonus, like I said before. Then they close out that round quite convincingly. You had the knives pulled by Azo and even upgrades to a Phantom throws it over. Like I said, with that knife being pulled, it's given him the room economically to invest in the operator, which I'm a little worried about. You know, similar to CS, I'm always worried when you're going into an anti-eco and man's pulling out the scoped weaponry, because you could end up in this weird situation where the round gets a little bit messy, and then all of a sudden, old mate on the other team has an ult.
He certainly does. And the question is, where is that going to be?
I mean, you got Azo chilling in the back of the B side, so no massive cause for concern right now.
Ooh, jungle out. Playing with fire there. We saw what a couple of these pistols could do in the earlier series tonight. Easy, might be able to find the timing, but you can see the attackers were very heads up about that one. So close range classic, still a dangerous weapon, and there is the plant that they were looking for. Wildcard, still a man down, and Bliss are just posturing and getting ready to go for the flood back in. But so far, it's all four coming from the same position. And it's not a bad strategy. Ooh, the dismiss in for info as well, but it's going to be signed.
Wow.
Trying to make this one happen. Great trades come through, but even so, 3 kills single-handedly there with the Sheriff. That's big damage.
Oh. Yeah, I was glad they're giving that to Jungle, because he doesn't have his ult yet. Would have been a wasted point. And look, Neural Theft's not the most exciting ult, but it can definitely help you adjust your rotations on defense, so it's not useless. That round definitely got a bit messy. Easy playing very, very committed on that A site when the rest of the team's leaning towards B, and Jungle's playing retake on halls. And I guess that exact play that Wildcard went for was kind of what Bliss really didn't want them to do, where they had one pushing up halls that put him in a rough position where he feels like he's trying to hide inside his own utility and has to push into close range against pistols. Those are the kind of scenarios you don't want to end up in anti-eco. But as we head into round number 6, we do have an op duel all ready to go.
Oh, and infrequent. He's not moving. He's got a little bit of an advantage, but, you know, as Blatant Great Floppy says, peeking angles in Valorant, lol. It happens sometimes, but infrequent is sharp as nails. Gets tagged up by that camera, though, so we'll fall back to safety and get ready to continue on. As it looks like we are going to see Wildcard start to move and try to get some control over towards A. Speaking of moving, Mage is just going straight in behind enemy lines. Is he going to be able to maybe find a timing here? Is he going to be looking the right direction at the right time? Because he's been spotted and he has no idea that Noz he's here in the corner. So there it is, the freebie.
Now this is a neural from Noz rather than from Jungle is going to reveal the positioning. And Wildcard, after seeing where those players are at, are quite happy to commit in towards this A site. They don't have their Viper alive anymore, so they won't have the coverage of that wall, but the cages, as well as the space created by the Seekers, should be more than enough to get them onto this site, but not without taking a loss first.
Well, plenty of time to get that spike planted. Signed now. Ooh. Quite ready for the swing there at doors. Easy falling to infrequent, and now it's that 2v3 situation. Bliss still trying to make the retake a reality. Ooh, and that cam as well. Comes in, doesn't get any info other than that. Orca still over towards a main. RDW just going to be dancing around, finds another onto Freshest and Jungle. Wow. Needs to hit some sharp ones here. 1 on 3. He is going to be heard falling off the wall. Can't get to safety. Wildcard says no, thank you. And there you have it. It's a second round now on the board for Wildcard. As Bliss still have 4, but couldn't make the retake happen.
Yeah, so we're going to take a little bit of a pause here, just having some technical issues. Should be cleaned up relatively quickly, but for anyone that didn't take too big of a look at the scoreboard there, you did have Wildcard crack in their second round of the game, winning that gun round with the op duel at the start, and that's put Bliss's money in a bit of a weird position. So I'd say they're probably committing in towards that half buy, and that's where after a round comes down to an XVX like that, for Bliss, you want to take a couple guns away from your opponents. And as for Wildcard, you really want to be building up your money and trying to make sure that you're setting yourself up for the rest of the half nicely and having a nice, strong economy.
Hey, Mitch, do you want a haircut?
I do. I really do.
I read your mind.
really do.
Well, in exactly 1 month, when I'm fully vaccinated, I'm going to come over to your house and give you one of these because this was very fun.
Why would you do that? Once I'm fully vaccinated, can't I just go get a haircut from a normal hairdresser?
I'm not going to let you because you said you'd let me cut your hair.
I did. I don't remember that.
You agreed to it just before before we were on cameras.
Mac, you just honestly want me to shave my head as well, so that I also have hair that doesn't grow back in certain places.
I look like a criminal at the moment, and I need someone else to look like a criminal with me because we are locked. And look, how about I'm gonna put $50 in Tasha's PayPal, and she's gonna come onto the broadcast next map and shave your head, and it's going to be golden.
Okay.
Would you let her do it?
I wouldn't let her do it. But I think if Tash was determined enough, she could probably take a few chunks out of my hair, maybe out of my head, with the clippers, before I could stop her. I'm not that buff, Mac, and I probably would just feel pretty awkward about. Yeah, look, we're not even going to get into that, to be honest. We're not going to get into that.
Look, you did have the haircut buff yesterday. You did steal someone else's haircut. You tied the front of your head into a weird ponytail.
That's true.
We still have a tech pause cranking here, by the way, if you're wondering why the timer at the top still says 4 seconds. And if you're also wondering why we're back on screen, it's because we are actually going to go to a short break, get these technical issues sorted, and we will have a second game at live just after this.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
What is up, my homies, my home slicers? We are almost back into the game after a couple of technical issues, but it is looking like it's going to be a damn good one. Currently, we do have Wildcard and Bliss trying to go head-to-head on your good map, Breeze. Sorry, I just ate a hot dog in a minute, and I'm pretty proud of myself. I just needed to tell you guys, oh, look, the game's live. So, Mitch, what's happening?
Well, that sounds like you could go to some of those competitions, and that is a skill that is pretty important. For a broadcast talent to have. You need to be able to eat in like 1 to 2 minutes.
Or
no,
just not eat at all.
Not eat at all. Yeah, that could work.
I don't like that option.
What's happening is Wildcard just won the last round after being down 4-1, and they have put Bliss on a half buy. So Bliss, what they want is 2 or 3 guns taken off the opponent to make sure their economy is quite fragile. As for Wildcard, they want to have a nice clean round, and they're doing a very nice job of just creeping into that A site. Nice utility onto the right side. Viper walls up across the left side. They're going to put the spike down and get themselves into a post plant.
Good place to be, you know, halfway through the round. Really setting the tempo, and they're in some pretty solid post plants here as well. Double on site, a couple over towards main, and you got Sky here in the cutout to Sign, just waiting for someone to push in through the wall, but he's going to be doing the pushing himself. In comes the guiding light, but Main just at the ready there with the Spectre. But it's just going to be the wrap in. Jungle Bow trying to use the cage to his advantage, but it's just going to be Noz aging his way to success. Maybe there's the dash, and the spray control is good. Noz finds himself the triple for the round, and a third on the board for Wildcard.
Yeah, pretty even exchange between both sides, all things considered. You did have a couple of guns taken away for Wildcard, so their money is going to be a little bit shaky going forward. There is an opportunity for the reset to creep in. And as for Bliss, I mean, they're going into their next gun round. Both of these teams putting a pretty big premium on having that operator available, whether they're on the attack or defensive side. Does seem to be the go-to. This looks like, again, this set piece, which Order was running earlier. You do have, I believe, the orb thrown as a jump, as a run throw in towards heaven there, which is going to be put up. Cage to cover the mid cross, and they're just going to try to force their way into the mid to B.
Flesh just really loving and getting aggressive there with the guiding lights. Sign can't quite figure out where Azo jumped off to the tailwind. A little bit too strong this time. Well as well, just trying to find anything, catch anything in through that Viper's pit. But now that's a whole lot of control for Wildcard, but a couple of picks coming in from Azo. I love this. Straight up onto the broken wall, but he has to just keep dashing around. And he may be the distraction that Bliss need to get back into sight, but Swirl, he's found one. Trade comes through, Sign as well. Hitting shots from B main. It's all up to RDW, just from the back of sight, whips a shot, unfortunately for himself, but Bliss fans, dare say they're going to be happy about that one. Successful retake comes through, and they remain in the lead by 2.
Yeah, like I said, couple of guns taken in the last round, then they complete that retake with 2 alive. What's the money look like for Wildcard? I'm wondering. Yeah, a bit shaky. They can still buy up heading into this one, but they are scraping the bottom of the bank or the bottom of the barrel. Depends where you keep your money, I suppose.
I keep mine in my left sock. Where do you keep yours? I thought that's what we were discussing. Is that what you were trying to get to? Was like, tell
how much money do you keep in there?
Oh, $0. But at the same time, there's a new round on hand, and it looks like we've got Wildcard posturing to take the A site. Azo, however, going in with Major. Is this aggression going to be key? Oh, doesn't work out for them, and Wildcard pick up 2. So the plans for Bliss already stopped for the moment, but Easy's here, and he's just going to be a pillar of success for the moment.
Yeah, the Viper operator didn't put it on the Jet. Azo was trying to aggress with the blades, and they were trying to even out their money, be a little bit frugal. I like to see the investment on the blades. Fleshes, he's only got a Spectre to work with, though, and he's trying to take some of these long-range duels, having a bit of a tough time with it. He's going to lose his life, trying to push up a little bit closer and make that SMG more effective. Jungle again in another 1vx.
Just got that Guardian as well, so has to try to make sure his crosshairs in the right place at the right time. Flicks were not his friend that time, and Wildcard did all the right things. Double peeked him and secured the round. So solid start to the attacking side here, 5-4, and keeping things even as we start to get closer to half time.
Yeah, Wildcard really grinding into this game. It's very commendable. You know, they started down 4-1, and in the last couple of rounds, really turning things into their favor, winning a lot of gun rounds pretty much back-to-back, and now they're staring down another half buy from Bliss, which they definitely can't take for granted, but you'd say, you know, 5-4. They're probably feeling pretty good about the way this game's going.
Let's see if Infrequent can find himself an opening here with the operator, just waiting for that drone to go through. So good discipline to allow him to get on the line. Guiding light going to be dodged. Just Fwesh just now. They know that he's going to be stuck on site, but are they going to give him a chance to get away? No, Noz, he is not letting anyone come near the site this time. And that's going to be the 2-man advantage already. Spike planted. And Wildcard are very happy with the position they're in. The question is, can Bliss fight their way back? Because kind of out in the open here in RDW. Noz, they're just going to have their way with Bliss for now. Jungle Wow finds one on the Sheriff, but that's pretty much the consolation prize because Wildcard took the round.
Yep. And with a strong economy to boot, 4 alive, they're probably good to buy through the rest of this game. Here's a timeout coming for Wildcard from Vanilla Godzilla, who I think is the Bears. For all those who don't know, I believe, at least according to VLR and according to the amount of ping that I see their coach on, which is usually like 200 plus, I believe that their coach is one of these blokes from NA, who has a bit of a background in 1.6 and also on the mic as well, a little bit, which is pretty cool. I'd love to get an interview with that man.
I think there's like a couple of million people in NA. So do you know which one it is?
Not sure. How many is there? A couple million, really?
Is there a billion? I don't think there's a billion. I said that the other day and someone laughed at me, but I don't know how many people are in the world. I just know there's lots.
That's crazy. Are you one of them?
I think so. Some people say you're unreal sometimes in situations, and I don't know whether they just can't believe the stuff that comes out of my mouth or they can't believe that I am real. So hopefully we can get some clarification on that down the line. But look, timeout comes through and we've made it out the other side looking like absolute clowns, Mitch.
Well, I've got a great video on simulation theory for you to watch, Mac, and I'm sure that will definitely help you with a few of your questions. Either way, though, yeah, we do get the halftime pause as Wildcard's coach has a little bit of a word to the boys. You may as well use it. You get 1.5. A lot of teams not making great use of those halftime pauses, whether they have a coach or not, and I don't believe that Bliss do. So, at a bit of a coach disadvantage. This is different from Wildcard. Initial pressure in various areas, but now starting to walk back towards middle at about 1 minute 10. Do have Azo over in this vicinity with the operator. Does get droned off the line. Really good stuff from RDW.
I've got your trail.
Nearly stuck there for the moment. Seeker's in and Azo goes down, peeking before the Seekers reveal his position, which was pretty much already known at that point anyway. And that's going to be sight. Now, Bliss, do they bother to go for the retake? Because at the moment, they've got almost no map control. You know, a bit of CT, big flank coming through eventually. 30 seconds or so to play with, but Noz as well is just in behind enemy lines, reveals his position, and it skedaddles away because he whiffed a shot, unfortunately, at that range. Major is going to find one, and that's something, but Infrequent is tapping everything with that operator. He's smooth, he's sharp. And I believe he's got a head like mine at the moment. Has been bald for a while. Now, looks like Bliss have called the save, and there it is. Wildcard with another on the board, and they will finally take the lead.
Yeah, I really like that approach, to be honest. Just waiting a good, 10 to 20 seconds. You have the Seekers, and they just kept things relatively simple. They drone on the line, push the jet off of that, and then get the Seekers to reveal the rotations. You know, a lot of times those early, those kind of plays in the early round can be shut down by many teams because they just have players often centralized around those site entrances, anticipating rushes.
Yeah.
But once you wait, to the mid round, 1 minute 10, 1 minute 5, just naturally the rotations tend to settle a little bit more, and that's where you can definitely exploit gaps similar to what you just saw Wildcard do. So I love that one. That was a really nice play from the lads there.
Well, they've got one more chance to make the plays here for the first half, at least, on the attacking side. And then Frequent is going to crack open the festivities nicely. Again, there's so much impact from the first couple of kills in many of these rounds. Weshes tries to get some revenge by pushing his way into a main close range. A-Zone not going to be able to get anything done with the judge. And there you have it. It's the A site. And now we've got 1v5 angle. Jungle Wow not going to be revealing his position with that. Trap Wire decides to go back towards the doors instead. Wildcard hopefully are going to be focusing over towards a main, but that is not the situation at hand. Noz fully aware that that could be a position he's coming from, and then you have it 7-5 at the half.
Yeah, nice little turnaround for Wildcard. After being down 1-4, they ended at 7-5, so winning 6 out of the 7 that followed that. As soon as they got money control, they got those gun rounds starting to roll, built up a little bit of loss bonus, recovered economically. They just really could not be stopped by Bliss.
Yeah, very solid first half coming through there. Hopefully the second is going to give us something more to see. Obviously, it is just going to be a different change of momentum. Wildcard, of course, on the defense, as Bliss are going to be on the attack. So I'm not too sure. Which way do you see this one going at the moment, Mitch?
Oh, I think Wildcard looked pretty comfortable, even after a bit of a rough start. They seem to be just kind of going through the motions. They're not requiring any kind of crazy big plays. And that's what I like about how Wildcard plays. I don't, as opposed to like their old roster where you would see Ninum like plus 20, plus 30 every series, and he was kind of like the crown jewel of the roster that put them over the top. The good thing about their roster at the moment is exactly what you're seeing. They're going about things together. They're grouped up in a pack. They're using the right utility at the right times. And I feel like they're reasonably hard to read a lot of the time. You know, the other team, if they try to go searching for info, you saw a lot of those rounds. Bliss, they were trying to enter in towards A main. They were getting shut down by a pack of players. They were trying to peek into middle. Infrequent was shooting people, you know, a good 10, 15 seconds into the round. He got a lot of opening picks there. So they're doing a pretty solid job on the attacking side. I'm sure they're going to be well drilled on their defenses. This is their map pick.
Well, now, this is actually the halftime show. So, Mitch, you need to tell me, what is your one trick? What is your one party trick? What is it?
Let's see. I have this cool fan, which is broken at the moment. It's pretty cool. I might fan myself.
Why'd you break it?
That's my trick. It's very old.
Okay.
You know, Mac, up to you. I can also clip my nails, or we can go to break. I can clip my nails on stream, or we can go to break. Up to you.
Well, type 1 in chat if you would like to see Pilsky clip his nails live on stream, and type 2 in chat if you want to go to a break. I'm typing 2. I think it's time to go to a break. We've got second half coming up, ladies and gents, just after this one.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
few players, and the counter ultimate is back, and honestly, not much value. It's the rifles who are picking up all these kills. Mind Freak, 2v3 on the retake. Yeah, there you go. There's your 7 seconds, really.
No shock darts for Tax. Popped earlier. So it is just the vibe of the Grim lineups, but Tax doesn't need darts with a aim like that.
God.
Yeah, rather sharp on the Sova, isn't it?
Yeah, fully unexpected. So it looks like he's not just a crack shot with the bow and arrow.
Yeah, I guess you do expect it. It's not just the duelist for Tax. The aim transitions onto all characters. I mean, I guess you're using the same guns on all of the agents, so why wouldn't your aim be the same?
It's just like order, you know. Like sure, a few of the players that play, you know, Sova or Sage or whatever, but realistically, it's a team of 4 duelist kind of players. They're just that cracked.
Yeah, they're all sharp.
Match point, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's match point now, and the aggression will get met, and yeah, Nebula open up with 2 picks. This is now, the ball is in their court. It's their round to lose. Scroll isolated, taken out, and it's just going to be a 2-on-5 try retake for this one.
Well, nowhere near ultimates. It's really an ultimate for Seekers, but then again, you don't really want that in a retake situation. Well, he can't use it anyways because it's all down to Ferg. Come on. Oh man, let's see what you've got. Good for 1, but needs 4 more to ace it, to clutch it, and minimize once again. It's been the sort of this whole game, walking through mollies. Ferg gets a second, but now he's trapped in the corner. Minimize with a swing. Easy kill. 13-7, and wow, Nebula, they take map 1. It was a little bit shaky towards the end, but overall, it was convincing.
I'd definitely mark that one down as a convincing win for Nebula because they really didn't have to give up much. They punished the force buy, which was the first key. Seeing that Mind Freak do love a bit of a force buy, they managed to punish that one on the first half, and then they kind of just transitioned. Lost a string of rounds on the second.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we are about to jump into the second half of Bliss taking on Wildcard. I hope you enjoyed the break, and we did do a poll. We ran the numbers with Twitch chat on who wanted to see Pilsky chop his nails, and there was more people saying yes than no. So, Mitch, take it away.
Unfortunately, we already decided. We closed the poll super early, after the first respondent, which was no, and we went to break. So that's no longer an option anymore, unfortunately.
I didn't get that memo, unfortunately. So you either do it or you're off.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. Well, get ready to do it because we're about to go to game. Hopefully, even if you just do a clip sound in the microphone, hopefully that will make the people believe
Getting
you.
them out. I'm ready.
Yep.
Getting ready.
Yep. Getting ready.
And cut to game. Cut to game, please. Yes, perfect timing. Sorry, guys. Yeah, just we had no more time left, unfortunately.
Maybe next time, huh?
Yeah.
We'll be back on cameras later.
It's always good to have a little segment to fill, in case something goes wrong. But don't worry, there won't be any more technical issues tonight, I'm hoping, because that would definitely be a first for me. I've been a caster for 5 or 6 years now, and I can't say that I've ever given that a crack yet, and hopefully I never will have to. Either way, though, close game between both of these squads. Nice little lead at the half for one of them. Bliss going to pick up the pace into this B site.
Oh, pace certainly has been picked up. Signed, though, hitting the ones that matter. RDW, you're going to be holding strong for 1, but Noz will fall, and that is going to be the B site in the hands of Wildcard for the moment. So, Bliss, rather. Anyway, they are just going to be getting this spike planted. Blank comes in. RDW, long range. That Frenzy just doesn't have the accuracy that he wanted, even when he was tapping away. And is brought back to that 3v3. Now, Wildcard trying to make this retake happen. Big pick there on to Easy and frequent falls, and it's back to that 2-on-2. Azo trying to make this one happen. He is going to be last alive here for Bliss. And across the site, trying to fight, but it's not going to work out in his favor. That Frenzy, as it got a little bit closer, got a bit more accurate too. And there it is. Big retake coming in from Wildcard, and they are going to be up by 3 after the second pistol.
Yeah, nicely done. Do have a bit of a bug in terms of the overhead, but it is Wildcard who are on 8 at the moment, not Bliss. So ignore that one. Yeah, it's a nice start for them with the pistol. It's exactly what they would have wanted.
What do you want, Mitch? What do you want out of this game?
What I want?
Entertainment, death, thrills. Come on.
Some big plays.
Yeah.
Azo got a 3K, so he's quite close to his knives. So that could be quite nice. Yeah, I don't know. What do you want out of life, Matt?
Out of life?
Yeah.
I don't know, to live every day to its fullest, have a good time, and be friends with Mitchell Pilski Powdernator. And that's you, I believe.
I'm always good for a pout. You know that.
Yeah, peace and pout, you know.
Honestly, I was kind of enjoying the B stream. You know, when that was up, there was this handsome guy called Smash on there. And yeah, like I was kind of mesmerized watching him talk about Nebula.
He is a dreamy man, that Smash, isn't he? I think Digital's got something going for him as well. But something that Wildcard have going for them is that they are winning. And winning's pretty good.
Yep.
Oh.
They also have more money than their opponents, so they will put together a nice buy. And heading to an anti-eco or an anti-half buy kind of sitch. I was kind of wondering if we'd see something like that from Azo. The force in, and then he can try, if he gets 2 kills or he gets a kill and Orban dies, he can knife next round.
Oh, I guess we'll see how it plays out. But for now, looks like no one's lagging, so something else must be going on at the moment. We will have... well, Blitz on the attack. We do see him with the double Vandal, so they are going very much all in to this second round of the half.
Yeah, or maybe they'll just sell.
That too. I always forget that that's even a possibility in this game.
Yeah.
Maybe just having a bit of fun with the boys there too.
What's the most fun you've ever had with the boys, Mac?
I don't think that one's safe for broadcast, Mitch. But another time was probably when me and your boy Pilski, we did get to go to Malaysia together, and I asked if he wanted to come to the gym with me, and he refused, and I was really sad.
Rest in peace, ESL Pro League Asia. Those were the days.
Oh, well, one day. When the world opens up again, hey? Well, something else that's happening and opening up is more free time for you guys to go get yourself a drink of water, because I think Mitch said he needs one, so he's going to hold the broadcast hostage just for now. But we're going to get this sorted, and just after the break, we will be back with the first map of the second series of the day.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you! With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Very punishing to play against.
Yeah, they're playing off Minimizer's Flash really well, and they've chosen the same agents that they chose yesterday in their map versus Wildcard. That was actually a pretty close map, all things considered. Their attack was very strong, I believe it was. So let's see what they can do. It is Tax this time on the Sky, yeah, and we've got Minimize picking up the Sova. So interesting there. Tax run around and have a bit of a time of it on the Sky. Meanwhile, Mindfreak picking up a more stock standard, but they have the Killjoy on Norsen instead of the Sky, so a little bit of a difference there. Peck's up early, but has been scouted. Doesn't wear enough damage to make it too concerning, and Watt is just going to go for some taps. Gets one of the bells rung, a double headshot there. A second headshot gets the second frag, and they're 3 up already.
Berg on the outside of the map, he did pick off Minimize and Nebula. They're heavily at a disadvantage. Jesse dancing with the devil right now. He gets dinged, but he is Sage. Can heal himself up briefly, but what? He's kind of thirsty for this kill. Runs out of ammo though, and that free gun, the classic right click, really chimes in again. Pex now, it's his turn to play Gladiator and challenge Jesse, who's still sitting in the same angle, by the way, and he's tagging down Pex quite a bit. Gun has been swapped, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Jesse gets this kill. Okay, he doesn't. I jumped the gun, and now this orb may be taken. No, managed to dash out to safety, but Whirls 1v4, and he's not landing any shots. He will go down. Mindfreak, they win this first pistol.
Yeah, it's a welcome change for the side of Mindfreak. They're not going to have to force into the next round, so that's great for news for them. They can try and convert this into a 2-0 start, which would be fantastic. Watt picking up the Guardian again, saw big value out of the last Guardian pickup from Watt, so I have to see what angle they employ to get the full usage out of that. Looks like it'll just be a long B angle.
Oh no, he downgraded to the Bulldog. Well, it's an upgrade. It depends how you see it. Both guns are great.
Yeah.
Nebula knows there's two there.
Though, yeah.
Well, look who we have here. You guys are ready to watch a game. And me, and Pilski, and we're also ready to watch a game and maybe even talk about it. Mitch, how you feeling? Are you ready for some solid damn Valorant?
Yeah, I'm ready. I've already seen some solid Valorant, and I'm looking for a second half of solid Valorant, and then we're going to get, some more solid Valorant following that. So I couldn't come up with any synonyms, but there's a whole lot more depth when you watch these teams play, and hopefully we get some more gameplay so I can get bailed out sooner rather than later.
Rock solid, heaps solid, kind of solid, not jelly. That's a pretty important one, not jelly, right? Because
I could go for some jelly right now. You know what's the play for jelly?
What?
You get the aeroplane jellies and you mix port wine flavor with raspberry. That's what my mum used to make me. That's the goat combo. That's the goat combo.
Did you like mix the flavors and it just turned out to be like the greatest thing you've ever had?
Yeah.
Is this like when you mix like one drink with another drink, like both the fizzy drinks, and you're like, "Mum, look, I've come up with this concoction."
I didn't do it. My mom's the one that came up with it. So yeah, there you go.
The roles were reversed, it seems. However, the roles haven't been reversed just yet. We kind of have, in the server at least. It is that second half. Wildcard now on the defense, Bliss on the attack, and hopefully we're about to get in. They're just getting the final bits and pieces sorted, and then we finally get to see a little bit more Breeze, because so far so good. And everyone running the same pistol strat as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Maybe not Peace.
Maybe not. I can't really remember. It's been a little while since I've seen Valorant. So
yes.
What's it like in Uluru, Mac?
It's actually pretty comfortable. It's cooler than I expected. I think I actually spotted Avril bushwalking as well. So if he wanted to come on later and maybe say some words, I could like yell out to him, and hopefully he'll go. And like you hear it back, like the echo thing, the call and response. Anyway, he might turn up. Anyway, something that's turned up is the game. So here we go. Finally back into it, and a guiding light early on from Bliss. They're trying to take the same main control, get a bit of orb control early, but Major has just smashed his way into doors, and Wildcard were caught with a hands down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Down A.
Getting that spike down now is easy as we head into a 3-on-3. So Wildcard gonna have to put the pieces back together and attempt this retake.
Let's see if Rico's going to be able to find a line. Oh, close range. This Judge trying to lay down some groundwork, but it will eventually. Major as well, finding himself a triple, jumping up on top of stairs and teaming up with Azo there to make that round look pretty damn clean. And Bliss, here they are, back into it, and now on to yet another round.
Okay, I just want to make this super clear. The scores right now are 8-6 overall. So Wildcard need 6 rounds to win Breeze, and Bliss need 8 rounds on the scoreboard that you see up there to win Breeze. And I believe if they go 6 and 7, then it's going to be a tie, and or something along those lines. Streamer math is hard.
It certainly is. Lots of maths, lots of numbers, and there's more numbers on the board for Bliss, who are now even.
Yeah, if we go 7-5 for Bliss, sorry. Is it? 7-5. I'm trying to think. What is it? Yeah. I'm trying to do the math. It's hard.
8-7.
8-7?
8-7.
Yeah, it's 8-7 for Wildcard.
So, you guys at home get to witness us not only do maths every round and then have memories of goldfish and forget what the score was in the previous round and then have to do more maths, but you also get to be confused as well. But it's okay because the game is still going to eventually be the same as it was. Now, looks like we are going to see Bliss try to go a bit more aggressive over towards B main this time. Some up elbow signed here, ready and waiting though, and happily falls back off the first pick, but Bliss aren't done just yet. They're going to be sending the Wolf in, trying to get a bit of information, knowing that he's still here at Archers and may be able to get in with the flash, but Sign goes over to Cutout and has a nice little crossfire set up. Swirl covered there with his back against the broken wall, but he's not going to be able to find the lineup. It's Bliss to get every single entry they were looking for, and they will get sight with the man advantage.
Yeah, nicely done.
Spike planted.
Or in towards that site. See Azo jumping around. He's done pretty good work with the Blade Storm so far. Noz pretty decent position. See if he'll check under him.
Ooh, does. Picks up a equalizer, but in the 3-on-3, Wildcard's still thinking about saving. They don't really know where the other players are, and they're not really interested in the round. So just trying to keep the 3 weapons alive will potentially enable them to have the money to buy up into the next as well. And Bliss happy just to take yet another round in their stride. And that, Mitch, will be 8-8, a tied game.
8-8. I thought you would have like a saying for this that rhymes. Like, you know, the bingo, when they call the bingo numbers.
88, get it straight. All right. 88.
Is
Who's
that
your
a
mate?
new thing? Wait, hold on. Have we just innovated casting? When you call, like, that's how you can end your play-by-play segment now, Mac.
All right.
Every time.
And everyone get their
from now
bingo
on.
cards. And if you type bingo in chat, you're either lying or you can win Pilski's nail clippers. So that's the raffle we got going.
No,
now.
my nail clippings. You can't have the nail clippers there.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's gross. You could have given him a real trophy there, Mitch.
Next one's
Now-
8-9, feeling fine, Mac. All right. Just remember that.
Or 9-8.
We're feeling
Pilski's
great,
late.
but we could be feeling fine. Anyway, this is
Anyway.
so cringe. You get the contact up. Paul's here for Bliss, looking to kick off this A split.
Mm-hmm. Signed very deep here, not wanting to go down early and keeping those seekers alive. So that's going to be a bit of information and trying to filter out anything else that's going on. One, of course, is slowly but surely making its way over towards A main. So off the back of that, Wildcard are going to know that that's happening. However, Infrequent, very fortunate to be alive after that one. Major, perfect timing on the swing, but he missed his shots initially, and that was not how he wanted to go down. Noz just ready for the perfect moment to swing in. It's just going to be a spam through. Oh, can't hit one, but he knows the man is going to be close towards him, and it gets really awkward. Precious now just dancing around the pyramids, finds another. He's going to double it down and get control of the site. Swirl now last alive on a 1-on-3. Oh, finds a line onto Azo and has a potential opportunity to clutch out the round. Snakebite doesn't quite hit the intended position, but at least he knows no one's right in front of him. Both attacking players are just going to be trying to swing together, shoulder to shoulder and looking to trade. But Swirl, if anyone can clutch it out, it's probably this man on your screen. Wrapping around. Has the smoke there. Gets closer to the bomb. There's the first and almost the second. Not going to be able to get it to work. Jungle Wow goes wide and Swirl stops the spray. So there it is. Bliss pick up another. An 8-9. You better believe I'm feeling fine.
Wildcard or not, though, their money is kind of in a weird position, and they're going to go for one of these half buys. At least they did take a lot of guns off of Bliss in that last one, so bringing it down to that one player surviving means that the money potentially could be a little bit shaky if they do a lot of damage in this round. But for the most part, outside of the operator purchase, Bliss's money is looking quite strong, and they're setting up for this B plate.
Okay, early guiding light to get Bliss on the line here. However, there's a big smoke in the way, Mitch, and that smoke enables the defenders to get into some solid positions. Wall saved for this moment as well. If they think someone's over towards that B main area, that will stop them from being able to see anything, and it will allow that flood to come in from Archers from that broken wall position. So it's a dangerous play, but it looks like it may just work out.
They have made their way onto the site. Retake being coordinated here by Wildcard, but they haven't got as many players as they started with. They're trying to force their way up in towards this pit, but Bliss is kind of tearing them apart right now, Mac.
Yeah, just spraying a couple of angles, spotting some heads and tapping them as well. Oh, Swirl, it's not working out for him at the moment, but he's going to be trying to dance around the back of sight. Another one, just spamming before the cloud burst went down. There's going to be Bliss just getting into some more positions. Oh, that one was disgusting. Easy. Run and spraying. Run and gun, if you will. And there's another in the bag for Bliss. Jungle Wow dealing the final blow. and it will be 8-10. Let's go again. You started this, Mitch.
I actually reckon you're gonna start doing this now. Like from now on, this is gonna be your gimmick. This is what's gonna take you to the big leagues of casting on the global stage. Everyone's gonna love it.
Mitch, if you paid more attention to me, I actually do rhymes occasionally to do with the score, and you just never acknowledge them. And now you think you've started this thing that I've been doing for years. Either way, it's not about us. It's about the teams. So let's talk about this, because another timeout comes through from the defenders. Vanilla Godzilla. There's another run for you.
Yep. Sounds like a rapper. Can't wait for his new tape to drop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Bliss are having a pretty fantastic attacking side. Their money is strong. It's going to take a fair amount of concerted effort over time for Wildcard to not only start picking up rounds of momentum, but also break down the economy of their opponents. They got a couple of ults to work with in this round. They got that pit, which can strengthen up one of the sides of the map or help them in the retake. They got the blades, they got the Hunter's Fury, so a couple of nice tools to get them off to a good start here. And Infrequent doesn't have money for the operator, going to go for the blades instead. So that is one pretty big advantage that Bliss have, is having access to that op so far. And Azo's performance on the Jet has been pretty solid as well.
Ooh, bit of a different approach. This time, Bliss just sending it straight through the mid doors and looking to make their way in from the side of A. Swell in a solid position to deal with this, though. RDW going to be knocked down off triple, and Swell goes wide, backing himself for more than one, but that's not what he's going to find. Sign has a line to maybe hold and stop the push, but he's going to fall eventually. Major with the triple, right click coming out from Infrequent, has the knives, and 3 remaining. Missing a couple. It's Major. He's on for the ace, but he's not going to find it, as we are brought back to the one-on-one. Noz, can he clutch it out for Wildcard?
We'll see. Azo being one of the standout performers for Bliss so far on multiple different weapons. He's going to take the operator into this clutch, though. Has got the Sheriff to work with. Starting to reposition back towards B, but Noz has a cam as well as a trip towards B long, so he's not only going to be able to keep tabs on where the Jet is, but also where the Jet can't be in terms of whether that trip is triggered. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, he's just waiting for that A plant. Where will Azo head? Starting to go back towards A, actually, so Noz keeping himself in main might actually work out well for the man.
Azo potentially just outplaying himself, thinking he's waited long enough for the rotation. But Noz sticking to his guns, happy to play retake on B if necessary. And with minimal time remaining, Noz now knows he's made the right choice. Cloudburst about to fall, and Azo dashes straight into his enemy. Noz picks up the clutch eventually, uses patience to a T. And there you have it. Another on the board. That'll be 9-10. Mitch, we go again.
You got to come up with a new one the second time around, dude.
I can't remember what I said the first time. I told you, I'm a goldfish.
You use the same one again.
9-10. Mitch wants it to be raining men.
Always.
Hallelujah.
Not wrong.
Now, pretty deep map now. Getting right into the thick of things. And Bliss are going to position Spike over towards mid. So maybe we see this 1-4 split again. It worked before, but this time looks like they're just going to try to sell the fake and keep the Spike over towards B instead.
Oh, he just dashes straight in and gets rid of the player on the Hunter's Fury. There is no way RDW was ready for that. It is a 1-for-1, but this has caused a massive rotation. You see Infrequent caught completely off guard. The rotation of the Viper from Wildcard is already in towards Macca's, so a lot of space over on this B site for Bliss to step into and get into a post plan.
So Azo's one job was just run it straight and see what happens, stopping that Hunter's Fury before it could get anything through the walls. Signed. Able to find one here on the defense and set Wildcard up for the retake in a 3-on-3. Easy. He's got full control there of B main and then some. Might even go for the wrap around. It looks like he's dropping a snake bite rather lineup. That's going to be coming in eventually. Signed. Can't hit that one. It's going to be Noz coming in again from the back of sight. But there it is. Snakebite on the spike, stops it from being tapped for just an extra second or two, and now Easy needs to win the 1-on-1, finds the first and has to try to line up the second. It's half tick now. Swell puts up the smoke again. Easy making a whole world of noise, and there it is. Plenty of time to get that defuse off. And Wildcard will pick up another, keeping it even 10-10. Pilski's name's not Ben.
Brother's name's Ben.
Pilski's brother's Ben.
Yeah, I think this is kind of getting old pretty quick.
It really is, yes. That's why I don't do it all the time, Mitch. But you asked for it, so I'm trying to provide. I don't know whether the people like it. If the people like it, you know, type Pilski in chat. If the people hate it, type Pilski in chat, and then we'll never know.
You're great at collecting data, Mac.
I really am.
Quick one in towards A here. A lot of Cypher troops. That's a great scan. Off of the dart as well. The Seekers all going into A main. Wildcard know exactly what's going on here. But can they defend it?
I've got your trail.
Okay. Azo trying to lead the charge, but he's going to go down through that spam through the wall. So Wildcard extremely happy with this situation. They got the numbers. They still got control of site. That wall's up for the time. And Bliss are looking a little bit lost. A couple of reloads come off, but Major has some bullets left in the clip, and he's going to be able to save and trade out his couple of teammates there. Jungle Wow having some impact coming in on the flank just in time. It's that Neural Theft out, just wants to try to have that wall hack up in time. As Swell comes through from the double doors, it's going to be looking a little bit easier.
Enemy remaining.
As Easy finds that one. Swell, sharp shot onto the head, and it's going to be Viper on Viper action. Going the way of Swell for now. Jungle Wow in this one-on-one. And Swell is already out of here. He's trying to go for that early rotation. Or maybe it's just the bait. Find out just after the rest of these 20 seconds.
Cage down. Going to put the low-risk plant in behind the right side of the pyramid. Yeah, Jungle got his cam up towards spawn side, so he's got a couple things going for him.
He's going in. From the way he was spotted before, is it going to be the path of least resistance? There's the info, but Jungle Wow a little bit sharper and looking it on the correct line this time. Wallbang headshot, and Bliss are going to be happy with that. 10-11.
That's a great little cage just to sow some seeds of doubt in the mind of the opponent. Does allow him to reposition. And, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we highlighted Jungle Wow. Is the ultimate lurk power and XVX master for Bliss. And he's done a great job of exactly that in that last round as well. Closes out the 1v1, lurks through halls. It's good stuff.
Good stuff indeed. Now, bit of a change of pace here for Wildcard, going full mid control in with the drone. Getting them a good amount of map control here as well, so able to play retake on both sites from this position. The Bliss going to be forced into a one-prong approach, although we do see the lurk in through halls again. RDW may not be able to survive for too much longer, but he does go in behind the wall in time. It's Nos to find one before RDW falls, but there's so much control here on the A side that Wildcard, you don't really rate them or back them to make this retake happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big weaponry disadvantage. That's the main difference, I guess. Dog is going to spot the flank out from at least one player, and the pit goes down on site.
Well, long range. Azo just trying to tap away. Makes it happen for one. Easy on the second, and things aren't going right for Signed here. He's only got 20 HP, but that classic again. Right click while running. Hits the couple of bullets that he needs to. Major now. And Easy in a very solid crossfire. Well, however, Sign reads it, almost hits that one onto Easy too, but the moving inaccuracy did not favor him this time, as Easy picks up a triple and another on the board for Bliss. They're one away now. I believe it's 10-12.
Yep, Bliss on that point here on their opponent's pick. Yes. That's pretty nice. Bliss are really turning up to regionals. This is excellent to watch. Got their map pick coming up. Let's see if they can close here. That was a pretty dicey anti-eco, but they got it done. They are one gun round away, but if this gun round doesn't go well for them, then I'm scared for their economy.
In they come, and Azo not going to be able to get away with it this time. Wildcard have finally adapted, but there's no one else following him. The rest of the troops from Bliss, they're over towards this B side.
Yeah, you do have the wall going up, but actually that orb was up for a long time in towards middle, so there's no gas here for Bliss to put that up, which means there's a lot of open space that Side just takes advantage of. The orb was just left on way too long for Bliss.
So I guess the resource control not quite as appropriate as you'd like. And Bliss, they haven't had a chance to get this spike planted yet. Nice line. I didn't even know that one existed. Easy using it to a damn T. But he's going to be surviving in the cutout for now. Needs some support from his teammates to get out, or at least enable them to get to site. They do have the clock on their side. Still 50 seconds to cross here.
It's an awkward position. The sky's alive for Bliss though, and that's where you do get some regen of some abilities. Do have the Hawk available once again for Fueshist. As for the Dart for RDW, he did just use that, but it should come back up as this post plant comes in. Gas for the wall does regenerate, so this is going to give a bit more space for Bliss to go for the plant if they do want to go for it.
Well, they're just going to try to filter out something before it goes down here. Or they're not going to be able to hold it. And Fueshist gets off the plant as well. He's got minimal time and minimal health to make this one happen. There's no swing to stop it. Not just yet. Just trying to stay alive. The plant will come down, but it's all up to Jungle Well. He has some Cloud Burst to play around, but that's about it. And RDW has his eyes on the prize. Wildcard keep the game alive with the 11-12 scoreline. So, one more round, and we are going to be going to overtime.
What's Bliss's money looking like is what I'm wondering. Because these last couple of rounds have been real close. I'm not sure if they're going to have the economy they need to fight for this win. And yeah, like, look at that buy. That's really not what you want on map point. This is quite likely to go into OT. I'm looking at Wildcard. They can drop over a couple of guns. Definitely don't need to be going down to Guardians and Spectres. Yeah. Bliss definitely could have managed the Viper resources in that last round a little better and had a much better time. And definitely could have managed their money a little bit better. Either way though, this is the situation we've ended up in. Bliss, if they win this, they win the map. Wildcard with a much better buy, looking to push us into OT. Viper's pit in towards A main, throws a spanner in the works of the Bliss plan. They were looking to try to group up towards Cave and start to move in that direction, but as the pit goes down, they're starting to consider some of their other options.
Well, forced off mid. I do have that cam up for some decent info, but it looks like that one has been busted by your boy Signed for now. So let's just deciding, all right, we're just going to be going in straight up the guts this time. That wall's already set up. May as well use it. And that Viper's pit as well seems to have disappeared. So
I've got your trail.
I've waited long enough, and the ultimate has only bought time. But look at how many defenders are going to be gravitating towards this side of the map. There's some spam that's going in and hitting Bliss as well. Seekers come through and reveal some positions, but Major on 14 HP has to be the info man. Playing around the wall for the moment. They have no idea that someone's still here on site, but they have to try to figure it out. Hunter's Fury comes out, and we'll find one on site. Can't get the second one off as Major makes that one work. It is going to be a 3-for-1 trade at the moment. Easy, unable to spray that one to victory. And Frequent with the final kill, and there you have it. Wildcard have managed to take us all the way to overtime.
Yeah,
so,
nicely done.
I believe we're going to be coming back to us in now. Hey, what's up? 1, 2, 3. We're back on your screen. Pilsky, rhyme the number 7.
11.
I didn't really give you anything hard there, did I? Anyway, we are going to be going to overtime, of course, with the whole situation we're in. We have to set it up again. So until then, we're just going to be looking at our pretty faces again. Although that's pretty arrogant of me to say, because I guess more dishonest, because I know I'm not pretty. I look like a criminal and I need to be sent to jail ASAP, Mitch. Are you going to be putting me in handcuffs anytime soon?
In handcuffs? Look, that is something we could potentially explore. I think maybe in 10 plus years of casting, you know, we've only been casting together for a couple of years now, so
true.
Don't know if we're quite there yet.
Okay, well, I'm glad we had the talk together and just got on the level ground as co-casters, of course. But look, we do have to get overtime ready, so we are going to go to a short break. Well, that one's getting sorted, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too far. Overtime in map number 1 of the series coming up just after this.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're about to jump into overtime, but before we do, Mitch has just been telling me during the break that nail clippers are fantastic. They just need to work on the clippiness, aim, nail awareness, blade placement, clippings management, clipper aim, clipper positioning, toenail positions, re-clip ability, post-clip positioning, and getting kit sippings. I think there's an L missing there. But at the same time, Mitch, why were you telling me all that?
I don't know. Whoever came up with that copy pasta, I think there might be something seriously wrong with you. I've got to be honest. Either way, though.
Well, look, there's nothing wrong with the game. We are here in overtime between Wildcard and Bliss. Everything's sorted. The score's on the screen and it's accurate. And Wildcard are going to be here on the attack. And they've already managed to find the B site. So it's going to be 5-on-5 for the retake.
Oh, that's a nice pick from Easy, though. Keeping that lurk in check. Well aware that there could be someone towards bottom middle. Major as well gets a pick before this retake even gets kicked off from that tunnel position. So a 5v3 for Bliss. Surely they're closing this one.
Oh, Sign in a solid position. Manages to somehow hit a headshot after stopping the spray and re-spraying again. Great game sometimes, sometimes not. Either way, Swirl, he's going to be trying to fight from the backside here. Guiding Light is going to reveal his position. Jungle Wow cleans him up. And there you have it. Bliss with a very successful retake to take the defending side in OT number 1. Now we are going to be swapping sides and seeing if Bliss can close it out here on map number 1.
So yeah, what's your choice of gun in OT? You've got 5k to work with. You want a Vandal, you want a Phantom, maybe an Odin, maybe even Glass Cannon. No, Azo buys a Judge. So, and it works. I mean, it works.
Yep.
Yeah. Love to see it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, and somehow Wildcard got 7 kills across their team in that first round of OT somehow.
Mitch, it didn't stop. The numbers are wrong. It's okay. We understand that.
I just like it.
Sometimes you're wrong.
It's
Remember
true.
that.
I'm frequently wrong. Bliss,
I'm
though,
always wrong.
They have been right quite a lot so far this game, and they are 1 round away from being the victors of their opponent's map pick. Azo has been fearless on the jet so far. It's been glorious to watch. Man's already in snipers at 120. This puts a lot of pressure on the rotations. Look at Wildcard.
How's this timing? Azo look in the right direction. That B site's completely open for business, but Azo says, you know what? They're starting to formulate a plan, so I'm going to dash away and try to make this work over towards the B site instead. Everything going to be filtered out in a moment as Bliss start to make their way on. And Wildcard are happy as Larry again to just be playing for this retake. Major, though, wants to try to fight fire with fire, and it's not going to work out for him. Caught in mid-air, mid-jump. Never where you want to be.
No, definitely not. Spike does go down for Bliss as we move into a 4-on-5. They're trying to create some opportunities over there towards Elbow, but with the dog in from Signs, just keeping traps on where Fweshes is at, I think most of the lads are going to start to filter straight through tunnel.
Azo playing from sight and close range, dodges the flash enough to find one of the Swirl. However, he will fall to Sign through that smoke. Now, Noz is just trying to deal with this man running over towards mid. Now, that's going to be a whole lot of attention drawn, but the big rotation over. He's dropped that snakebite lineup, and it stopped them on the bomb for the moment. Finds 2 from this position at mid, and Easy might have just won it for them. It's going to be the stick in behind the wall, but is there the time to make it happen? No! We have a winner. Bliss, oh my lord. Easy with the God play.
That was gorgeous. Nice little clutch, and that is excellent performance from Bliss. They are really showing up to regionals. A victory over Mind Freak yesterday in quite convincing fashion would be a team that I'd say you would think are bound on their level, but over Wildcard on their own map pick, and they looked good in a lot of those rounds. I'm starting to feel great for Bliss. They really, with that kind of a performance, could be putting themselves in a position to try to go to NA. Who knows? You know, those are the kind of games that you want to be winning if you're, in theory, saying that Wildcard could be the second team to go over. But we still have the rest of the series to go. Now we get to go over onto Ascent. And I know you said you were looking forward to that double smoke comp, and I think you might get to see a little bit of it.
Well, let's see if that is going to be a reality. But for now, it's getting towards reverse sweep territory for Wildcard. But can they make it happen, or are Team Bliss just going to be putting their foot down? Because, of course, moving into their map pick, there is a world where this becomes another 2-0 to the team, where a lot of people would have said it wasn't the favourites coming into it, but they certainly played out of their minds here. So having a little recap of the maps again, we just spoke about it. Split and Bind were banned out earlier. We just saw Breeze, which was Wildcard's pick. Bliss's pick is up next. And then the seeded map is Haven, no Icebox. Which way do you think Haven sort of favors? If you do have a quick look at the stats, who do you think would be favored?
Look, I saw Bliss looked quite decent on Haven the other day. I think they played it in their series against Mindfreak, where they won 13-7, and they had a pretty nice comp where, like I said, they're running the combo of the Sage as well as the Astra and the Killjoy. So these tools allow them to have these really cool retakes where you can use the lockdown to flush the other team out of the site. And then you're chucking down Astra Walls, you're chucking down the Sage Walls and whatnot. And that can really help you out on your retakes. I'm keen to see how that goes. As for Wildcard, I remember them having some pretty good games on Haven as well. So I'd be expecting them to be looking pretty good on that one.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see if we get there. But for now, of course, map 2, I believe, is going to be Ascent. And as we mentioned, very exciting map. And we saw a lot of excitement over towards the end of map number 2, of map number 1, rather. It felt like map number 2 with the time. Look, it's about 10:30 at the moment. So 10:30 over on Australian Eastern border time. On the border of this side, eastern side of Australia. That's the one. Feeling a little bit cooked after that one. Crazy way to end it. And it's always good to see some of those lineups coming through with the utility, especially with the snake bite of all things. Big clutch play. I think it's the first time in a while I've seen anyone have a crazy clutch with some lined up utility. So I believe we saw a lot of it when Killjoy came into the mix competitively, and a whole lot of people were throwing those nano swarm lineups. They were really effective. However, the snake bite, you can't shoot that, so there's no way for you to stop it. So
yeah, I mean, that's why Viper is one of the most picked agents on many maps. Even I remember Bliss trying out Viper. I think it was Bliss trying out Viper on Ascent, and they were doing this cool wall across multiple of the choke points across the map. So that was quite cool to watch. And that's, again, another reason why I like to watch Bliss. They definitely have a unique take to some of these maps. So as said, I'm expecting to be a similar kind of story.
Yeah, well, hopefully it goes well. I guess in terms of the stats, we have a quick look here. Bliss so far, what's that, 64% win rate in the recent couple of months. And then if you have a look at Wildcard as well, they're 72%. So not as many reps, only just barely. But both teams' stats do say that, okay, it's completely even for Team Bliss in terms of the attacking and defending side at rounds. And then if you have a look at Wildcard, they're more on the defending sided. So I guess it being Bliss's map pick, they will be able to start on their preferred side of the defending side, and hopefully that goes well for them. We know that they're definitely capable. They had an absolutely blitzing defensive side there in the second half and did more than enough to take us to OT. Unfortunately, in OT for Wildcard, Bliss were just looking too damn good. Now, here's the stats as well. So overall, coming to this point, not only from yesterday, but today as well, Wildcard have had some pretty good stats, Mitch.
Yeah, they have. We're getting on to Ascent, and I haven't seen Wildcard playing an official on Ascent for almost a month. And when they played their last official, they were playing the old roles that you saw from them before, a little bit more, where Swirl was on the Duelist, and they had RDW on the Cypher, Infrequent was on the Smokes, Noz on Breach, and Signed on Sova. So with that in mind, the old roles and the old agents that those players were playing previously, I want to really keep a close eye on what their Ascent comp will be. Will it be the same agents? And will it be the same players playing those agents, or are they going to have, similar to what we've seen on some of these other maps, a shuffle around in terms of roles and maybe a shuffle around in terms of agents as well?
Well, hopefully we get to see something a little bit different in terms of the agents. But for now, ladies and gents, we are going to go to a short break before we do jump into map 2, which is going to be ready shortly, but don't go too far because it's Ascent after this.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Oh, you feel it? Yeah. It's Valorant running through my veins, and we're going to get more of it because if you thought you didn't have enough, we got more maps for you here in the Valorant Oceania Tour, Oceanic Championship. Mitch, what's so funny, huh? Aren't you just as excited as I am to get into much more Valorant? Ascent, it's a sick map.
You look just pumped to win the championship yourself, mate, to be honest, the way that you're sending it around. Okay, so here's where we get to see the changes in Wildcard. Infrequent from Omen onto Jet, which they were not previously running a Jet at all. RDW's gone from Cypher to Sova. Signed has gone from Sova to Sky. Noz has gone from Breach to Cypher. And the last player doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. But what I'm trying to say is this is going to be a very different looking wild card on Ascent than their previous comp, both in terms of roles and overall agent composition. Yeah. So keen to see how it does go. As for the boys over there on Bliss, this is a unique approach to this map that I was very interested watching on the B stream up against Mindfreak yesterday. So let's see how it does go up against the boys on Wildcard because, you know, like I said, it's a bit out of left field.
Do you like gelato? Do you like squirrels with grenades? Well, Ascent, it's got it all. Vinny Venari. Who knows who that guy is? But it has something to do with wine, I think. Either way, we're into it. It's almost pistol round. And if you have a look here, Frenzy in the mix, couple of ghosts, and on the other side, 2 ghosts and a Frenzy. So some people going for that utility, most people going for the upgraded weapons as opposed to the body armor. And it looks like Bliss is going to be going over towards the A side.
Yep. You do get that shock dart into main to disincentivize the other team from pushing. Slightly utility is on that A site. Azo, fearless as always, dashing straight in, no holds barred. You do get the wall up straight across the door, and you're going to get the plant onto Dice without a single bullet being fired back from defense yet.
Let's see where to from here. Bliss just running it back over towards a main. 2 players playing very close under heaven, but no one with any eyes really on the door. Smoke off, which makes it a little bit worrying and a huge amount of util, but here comes that aggression that Azo loves and knows. And he's going to be trying to make his way to Gen now, trying to deal with these door players, but they're going to be looking already over towards this position. Major not going to be able to make his way anywhere. And in come Wildcard. They are in it and they want the round. Long going to be planted open on the front of site. Precious now trying to make his way in through the smoke, but that stick is coming through from Swirl. And there you have it. Big retake coming in at Wildcard, who pick up the first round and get themselves off to a solid start here on Ascent.
Yeah, very nicely done. Is going to be what they were looking for in terms of just picking up this momentum, because I'm not sure Wildcard would have been, you know, expecting to drop their map pick up against Bliss. But that is where we've ended up. And at this point, I mean, with the delays compiled on top of that, the fact that we could still be in for a 3-map series is really going to test the stamina of both these teams.
Of course, that's something that you need to build as a professional player, the ability to play over long periods of time. And I dare say a lot of these boys have had a couple of endurance testers just playing competitive on their own, but maybe not so much in the team environment. We'll see if we even go to that third. But either way, at the moment, a bit of contact going to be taken by Azo there at mid, playing with fire. And the rest of the Bliss boys making some noise at A main. So it was all about the orb control, just trying to get those ultimates online early, and in towards the A site that they go.
Yeah, the trip was taken out actually by the Sova Dart. So that's really helped them get onto the site without getting spammed through the wall. Ooh, shock dart. If it had connected onto default, would have taken easy out, but now the spike's gone down.
Well, easy. Not going to be able to get anything done with the Classic here, but there's 3 more players swinging through, and Swirl is going to be taking them with open arms. Azo last alive, and he has the Sheriff at least to play with, but he's not going to be able to hit them on the lineup. Swirl just running and gunning in with that Spectre. The SMGs definitely lean towards being the best weapon to do that with. Although arguably the Phantom used to be the best either way. Conversation for another time. Defenders pick up a second, and Wildcard are in the lead.
Yeah, nicely done. They're going to be able to get themselves off to a proper start in terms of the bonus. Only 1 gun dropped over where you're going to see Noz pick up that Sheriff. So a proper bonus round where they're going to be looking for damage. As for Bliss, they're looking to have as clean as a round as possible moving into their first gun. Easy's done a really good job getting plants and farming orbs. He's almost got his Hunter's Fury without even putting a single kill on the board yet.
Okay, infrequent. Playing around in this smoke and going to get some info. However, he's not going to be spotted out by that drone. Looks like Wildcard are going to go for a timing play here on the bonus. The aggression pays off for 1, but Easy's close for the trade. Swirl back to safety for now and manages to escape away with the old telly. From here, we're back in that 4v4 scenario.
I like it from Wildcard. This is exactly how you want to play on a bonus. You don't want to have a straight up round when you're playing at a massive weaponry disadvantage. You really want to test your luck, throw something a little bit gimmicky in there. Drone through B main does reveal a lot of those players' positions, and Wildcard is incentivized to stack that big site. Partly, I'd imagine, because Noz has probably been on his cam and not seen it very much over towards A. You can see he's on it right now, and Major's well positioned hiding from it, so you can see without any contact towards Cat, no contact towards A main. Wildcard are even further kind of feeling that they've made the right decision here, but as that shock dart comes in, they know, fortunately, that Bliss have kind of called their bluff and will get into a post plant. So really the name of the game for Wildcard does switch from winning the round with their stack to going for some exits and trying to make Bliss's economy as bad as possible.
I think it's good to see the meta shift back towards a bit of Cypher here on Ascent. I think the large majority would be picking up the Killjoy instead. I guess for the most part, either way, flank is coming in, and now it's being spotted. Jungle Wow going to be going down to the Spectre.
Wow.
And here is the impact. So better late than never. And now it's back to that 2-on-4. Swirl not going to be sharp enough. It's Wesh just tapping heads and brings it back with another 2 frags. Now, no one's tapped that bomb just yet. They're just waiting for this to come through. Smoke fades. And Sign has to try to hold it down. Nozzy able to find 1, but not the second. And Major trades to get the first round on the board for Bliss.
Yeah, but it was very labored. 1 alive, they're going to have to drop a gun over. A whole bunch of players going to have to go down to some lackluster weaponry, and economically, it's not looking great for Bliss. Now you get Wildcard into their first gun round here, and it's a solid one. So if you're closing this one out as Wildcard, you're feeling pretty fantastic about the damage you just did in the bonus. You can economically reset your opponents and start to really kind of run away with the game from that point.
Right here. Standing ahead.
What are they going to be aiming for this time? Looks like a faster approach in towards the B site. Hunter's Fury utilized to try to clear things out already, but it's going to be Swirl just putting a stop to Bliss's plans. The triple already, and gets away scot-free with that teleport. So it's a rough position to be in for Easy, and he's going to be tagged up by that drone on the peak too. So things just go from bad to worse now, and spam through the wall just knocks him down to half HP too.
Yeah, this has gone really well for Wildcard. Like I said, bonus done in the last round. Now they're about to pick up this first gun round. They're going to be feeling very, very well about the way that this game is going. And especially if they don't lose another gun here. Ooh, the scan. Could have been a spam through. Noz has probably got it cleaned up though. 4 HP. How does the Phantom Bullet even do like 4 damage? Not sure, to be honest, but not going to matter too much. 3-1 for Wildcard. Now they go into the anti-eco with 4 alive. That's going to really set up their economy for success. And that's what they would really be looking for, because they dropped, like I said, their map peak in OT. This is where they need to reverse sweep. So they need a lot of stamina, and they need to make sure they're keeping themselves in a nice spot. That's an interesting trip.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one before, and I love it. Nice little
That looks like a bug. Is that did that go through the wall of the boathouse or not?
I think it's on the edge of it because it's
Okay.
on the like bit of wood that's on the front of switch. So
Yeah.
I guess we can maybe have a look at that once someone runs into it or get close to it. Either way, nice little lineup there. Throw it in your strat book now. Bliss, again, just looking for this orb control, going for B main first, and I guess we're going to see him rotate back towards A main and try to find the other orb too.
Yeah, why not? Their orb control has been pretty nice, to be honest, Bliss, in these ecos. Making good use of their time.
Ooh, Azo starts to make a bit of noise at mid. No one from Wildcard checking it, though. Happy just to hold their positions and keep this A site stacked. Crossfire on short. And that's exactly where Bliss are heading. 3 players, rather. Frequent, he's going to be spotted over towards main, but now in comes the bait and in comes the spam through the smoke too. Everything working out for Wildcard on the hold, and Easy gets mopped up to make it a 4th for Wildcard. What a damn hold and what a damn defensive setup. Looks good.
Yeah, their economy's looking gorgeous after that 5 alive. Got a lot of ults to work with in this round as well. Bliss, they're getting quite close to a lot of those ults also. I think Bliss, they need to just try to make the most out of the stacking side, at least looking at their comp. When you're running double smokes and a Sage, only that one duelist, which is kind of your hard entry, you know, I'd expect your defensive side to probably be a little better. So as many rounds as they can possibly get to grind out on this attack, the better they're probably feeling. Nice use of the paranoia. It is only Major here doing a really good job of just stopping the other team from getting A main control. It's a big focus point for a lot of teams on Ascent to just try to take control of A main and get info over there so that they can play accordingly. So just one player investing a paranoia over there, I think that's pretty fantastic that he's managed to get that control for Bliss.
Okay. Well, we are going to see, I believe it's Major stuck over in the corner there. Oh, we'll get away after investing the dark cover. And he gets tagged up. That could have been heard as well by the other Omen, playing very close towards A main there. Shredded step away from Swirl. And Bliss are just pretty much looking to punish here, just holding the default, but the shift over towards B main. And it looks like with 40 seconds, Bliss are going to make that their one and only option.
Most likely. Starting to walk up towards B. The rotations look decent.
30 seconds left.
Don't see too many of those trips over towards B for Noz. He's kind of on his own in the back of the site, and the dart is not well timed to support him. He's getting sucked out of position as well.
Spike down.
Yeah, extremely rough position for him to be in. Azo as well, just such a nuisance with those entries again. The route he took just over boat shed, or over the switch rather, was just so annoying to deal with, and he gets dealt with for now. And Wildcard do hold firm. A couple of picks on the players that we're trying to make their way in. And of course, your boy Swell just able to survive on site. I believe he invested from the shadows to get there, right?
I'm not sure if he did or whether he was just over in that vicinity.
No, he was at A main. He had to have. I think it's something we missed in the whole action of everything, and he's only got that 1 point on the ultimate too. So.
Yeah, I think, just popping that. It's a good rotation tool just to have to your disposal, and it's been used quite nicely there, and this is what I was talking about for Wildcard. The economy is pretty rock solid at this point. And you're going to see another sort of half buy-in from Bliss, but it's a dangerous one. They do have a Phantom. They've got knives here on Azo.
Ooh, and Swirl could be in a bit of a rough position. Those knives, though, do not penetrate the box. And it's going to be the guns trying to do so instead, but Azo again, the man, he's just going straight in, and he's just going to plant straight away. So no tap, just sticking it to win it. Decides to keep looking for fights here with the knives, knowing that Noz is up on the back of sight. Gets the bink off eventually there with the classic, but it's not enough to take him down. His teammate as well did fall underneath Hell, and that's going to be cleared out by the drone. So Cosmic Divide actually comes in just to try to make this harder for Wildcard to figure out what is going on, and the players start to move up. It's a matter of getting a flash out, using this util to its best ability now, and no one's on that bomb just yet, but Wildcard, they're looking to retake A main. Big shock dart coming in onto RDW, but it is going to be signed with the trade eventually, and Jungle Bow falls. Bliss aren't going to be picking up the round. That one came down to a knife's edge, but Infrequent knew he had the defuse.
Yeah, didn't mind the strat in from Bliss. It was pretty cool. That's something you usually see on like B side of Haven, where you get those suicide plants with the Jet hard committing in and trying to make that work. But you know, when you're running these double smokes and you've got so much util that you can throw from without even really being in the site, it's
hey,
cool to see him send that.
This just in. Big upset coming in the lower bracket. Mind Freak have been taken out 2-0 by Nebula. 13-7 on the first map and 13-11 on the second map. So Mind Freak now out of champs.
That's insane. That is actually insane, to be honest. Big performance from Nebula. They've been a team that's been up and coming for a while, so cool to see them put that one together and keep themselves alive. And Mind Freak, I dare say, would be pretty disappointed.
Well, I think both teams pretty happy with how the rounds played out so far in this game. One pick apiece, and there's going to be another for signed 2. So the defender starting that retake early, but the site is in the hands of Bliss. Azo again just looking to get aggressive here from site. Spike going down as well as Sign just clears out B main with the Wolf. All right, coming through Azo. It's a Cloudburst as well after finding the pick. That's the equalizer that he wanted, but he wants some more too. Just getting damn aggressive as Recon Bolts just revealing his position, but so are the men on the other side of Switch just trying to dodge all that damage coming in through the wall. Azo again, this man's a machine and he is hungry for some kills. Is he going to be able to get the round? Because he's going to have to do it on his own, and he will. Triple comes through. Noz had no idea where Azo was because this man is so mobile, and it makes them keep on guessing where the hell is he gone.
He just doesn't stop moving, does he? Big play from the man. Even that last round when he didn't put that many kills together, but instead just went in and planted, could have set Bliss up for success without even putting any numbers on the board. But now, with that 3K in the last round, starting to frag up, starting to have a little bit of impact. Now Wildcard digging a little bit more through their economy, but it's going to take quite a bit more work to break this money for Bliss. They've got a couple more gun rounds to grind out just yet.
Okay. Really shocked Dutch, just trying to get some chip damage, but again, Azo, he's not done yet. Dashes across and will fall to Sign. Not clearing out Pizza this time. Not expecting the two-man mid setup. When Frequent is just going to bolster the numbers, try to help Sign to get out alive. And Noz just going to be playing solo towards the A side. But these rotations coming through thick and fast, Pistons.
Yeah, Azo done a pretty fantastic work clearing out a lot of map control in mid and pulling a couple of rotations across. But Wildcard's still in decent positions. A 4-man retake out heaven here, Mac.
Oh, I like this way in. Oh, he hasn't checked the corner. And we say see you later to Noz for now. Jungleware, however, I don't know if he was spotted initially, but he will be by Sign dropping out of heaven. It's up to Easy. The man clutched up a storm in the first map, but can he do it again? 1-on-3, finds the first, not the second with the spray transfer, but Infrequent finds 3 of his own. Big round coming up from Wildcard to take the 5-round lead.
Yeah. Do have Bliss, unfortunately, now being put on an eco. Like I said before, that is the benefit of Wildcard doing such a fantastic job keeping control of their money, is that even if Bliss do get in there with a couple of rounds, you do get a big play from one of those boys. You need to bring consistency on this attacking side, and if you're having close rounds that come down to XVXs, the second that the other teams with the better and more stable money is able to reply, you're put straight back to square one on that eco.
That's it, isn't it? Well, Infrequent, he is looking to take it to Bliss, and take it he will. 2 already, took a triple in the last round, and he's looking for a triple again. Is Major going to give it to him? Looks like he's just going to play the timer down for now. No, there it is. Infrequent finds him through the Cloudburst. And it is going to be back-to-back triple A's for the man, and an 8th round on the board for Wildcard, making the anti-eco look clean as ever.
Back on the buy here for Bliss. You're going to have Azo on the knives as well. Might even buy himself the judge. So I can only assume that means we will not see this man stay still. This is the stillest you'll see Azo in this round, most likely. And even now, he's doing some spins and some flicks with the butterfly knife. Oops on the line here for Infrequent. This is going to be a bloodbath in B main.
Oh, and in through the smoke he comes, and Azo again just making everyone with low sensitivity hate him. However, there is going to be the backup from RDW. Man's got an omen in hand, and there you damn have it. Odin, rather. Quad kill for him. Can he get the ace? No, is the answer. Okay, Jungle Bear, 1v4 angle, finds the first untouched, and has that spike controlled too. And a lot of util to work with. So there's a world where this works.
Let's see. He's quite good in these clutch situations because a lot of the time, obviously, being that lurk player, you know, being the one in the 1-4 is a big strength of Jungle Wow's. And so far, he's found the gap in the defense. Obviously, there is the trips and the cam over here that will check him. And not sure if Noz is on his cam. He's not. He's watching that mid control. This was literally the perfect play. He smoked off B. That's going to incentivize all of the wildcard players to be worried about it. This guy is massive brain. Jungle Wow, that is incredible. He's gotten rid of the trips. Now he can plant. He's literally 100%ing this round, Mac.
He knows that that was the anchor too, so you can see it knife out happily, just half clearing everything. Seems to be aware of this position. And with that kill he got as well, he now has the Cosmic Divide to play with. So, are we going to see that one go up? He is thinking about it. There's a couple of stars that he's used early, but in comes pushing frequent very low. One bullet's going to do it, and on the head it comes. Jungle Wow wins it with the 1-on-4 clutch. Huge from the man. And that'll be Bliss with 3.
He's literally 100%ed that round. You actually could not have played that clutch better. That was beautiful to watch, and that is why I chose this man as the highlight player in the pre-show for Bliss. Does such great work on the lurks, and then in the XVXs, I mean, the cerebral play from that man is absolutely gorgeous to watch. But like I said, you know, a clutch is nice, but Wildcard, they're still up 8-3. Outside of, you know, some big plays here or there for Bliss, Wildcard has just been the much more solid team. Very quick Cosmic, straight out of Bliss, trying to pick up the pace onto this ace site. You've got the Hunter's Fury response from RDW.
Oh, Azo though, he's missed the mark there with the updraft. Couldn't quite get to heaven, and he falls into the hands of Swirl. And Frequent and Noz all chiming in just in time, and that spike is nowhere close to being planted. Back-to-back 1v4s. Oh, this one's going to be so much harder. Jungle Wow tagged up. This time, his position's known, and Wildcard do not want to be throwing away the round. Looks like we have a guiding light about to come around the corner. There it is. Noz holding strong on the offline. And finds a triple of his own. Wildcard 9-3 at the half over Bliss.
Yeah, they're doing very, very well here on Ascent. Seems like Bliss lost a little bit of momentum after that last map, I think. And in general, like I said, looking at their comp, you know, it might seem a little crazy that Azo's jumping all over the place, but when you're playing this kind of a comp that's a little bit immobile, you know, with the agents that they're playing, it's not like they've got a Sky or a secondary duelist. He does actually kind of need to be that hard entry for the squad and to make a ton of space just to be able to set up the post plants. And I think on the attacking side, this kind of comp has just really not worked consistently enough for Bliss, so they're going to need to make it work here on defense.
I think it needs to be known as well. Jungle Wow's only got 6 kills after a round like that, so you can see just how well Bliss are playing and stopping anything from happening. However, it is going to be that pistol again, and Wildcard, they've smashed down that wall, but they're going to be running into a couple of pistols, and Bliss are here already and waiting. Wildcard, it's not too late to get out as Azo goes over the trap wire. Okay, now Bliss definitely positioned to make this retake happen. He's even managed to get away with the orb as well over towards being main. But Swell gets to an advanced position here at stairs, has to try to find something. One tap onto Azo, not going to be able to find the second though. Noz now needs to do some work here with the Ghost. Is going to be able to find 2 already, and that's going to even up the ties. Jungle Wow going to be spotted on the way into sight. It's back to the 1-on-1, and Swell, this man is insane and clutching, but so is Jungle Wow. Swell though does it one better this time. Big headshot found, and a huge round coming out from Wildcard to bring that one back.
Yeah, this is going to put Bliss on the eco, heading into double digits for their opponents. I mean, it's a pretty hard position to recover from. In general, I think I'm not even surprised to see a force come out. Like, Bliss at this scoreline need to try to cut some corners to swing this game back in their favor. It's not a bad risk to take, all things considered. And yeah, even if it doesn't work out for them, I mean, they've still got a map in their back pocket and might be a lot of energy expended just trying to bring this map back for not really a whole lot of reward.
Let's see what the idea is here for Wildcard. They've gone for the Trailblazer in and following it off the back. Couple of cloud bursts just to deny vision. They've got full control of sight, but look at the timing of these rotations. Bliss already over here, finding that first pick as well from Jungle. Wow, they're not going to be able to stop this spike from being planted. Maybe they are. Okay, the flood coming in before there's any chance for Wildcard to have any control. It's an awkward round and a very fast aggression. They're not going to go off the back of that tap, and it is the spike plant coming through.
Gonna try and complete this retake. That is a nice grab foil to try to push RDW out of position, and now he's vulnerable.
Ooh. But are they going to expect Noz right underneath? He gets cleared, and it's RDW unable to find the second kill. Jungle out, solid on the trade. And there you have it. Bliss get a much needed round if they want any chance of coming back here on a set.
We defend this reality.
It's a bit of an edge that Bliss have given themselves, and it was much needed. I mean, you look at the scoreline, it's been a pretty rough first half. That they lost the pistol, but those you know, corners being cut and those buys that you take in the second round when it works out for you is one of the ways you can definitely turn things around. So hopefully this is where Bliss can start to pick up some momentum. Heading into an anti-eco for themselves.
Got to say that when all these players are in the server, I don't think there's any point where you can feel safe, especially knowing Bliss are so happy to take these lines, take these positions, and Azo has the judge, but he's only able to get away with one this time. Didn't use the tailwind to get back to safety, and now Fwesh just has to put him in a position to try to make this work. He goes aggressive as well and catches the timing onto Noz as Major pushes in as well from the bottom mid. It's a very awkward position for Wildcard to be in now. They're going to be stuck on both sides of mid as well, trying to hit a couple of shots, but it is going to be Fwesh just doing Gods at work with the Spectre. 3 for him. I believe it was 1 or 2 there for Major coming through. And Bliss find a 5th round. This is that momentum that they need if they want to come back here on Ascent.
Yeah, would totally agree with you. But I think, you know, a couple of guns dropped over definitely destabilizes their economy a little more. It's going to make things harder. Azo's back on the judge again. And if I don't really know. Maybe it was just a flash play from Wildcard, but it kind of felt like they almost knew that Azo would be playing that position, and he is hovering around mid. So that might be some familiarity from Wildcard, having scrimmed Bliss before. This could be good, though. Avoiding the drone, he just jumps into con, but it's only a 1-for-1.
Honestly thought he was going to hit him with the jiggle there, but then goes for the jump and hits him with the all-in.
I mean, I thought he was going to mop up there, to be honest.
Yeah.
But Wildcard, very switched on. Very sharp. Signed, just walking up middle. Yeah, I almost feel like they're very well aware that Azo likes to play like this in middle. Signed is very comfortable just walking straight up towards market here after finding that pick. That flash last round looked like a bit of a read as well. Wildcard have a lot of control and space in middle, and it does just seem like they're going to be going in for this B split. So you've got Bliss over here with the Sage, with the Sova. Let's see how they manage their dart and where the wall's at. It's actually been invested towards B main, but that's going to start to dissipate pretty soon here.
And at the same time, Bliss have just committed to the 2-2, letting Wildcard have so much control up the middle of the map. So they can end up going wherever they really want at this point. RDW as well, trying to filter out the back of sight, gets one tag and knows that they're going to be hiding in this position. Easy scoped in again with the Odin. Finds himself the 2K, not the third though. The Swell comes in and frags up a Storm. So big chance for Wildcard in the round. Potential for Swell to find himself a 4K as well. But Jungle Wow is the man that's last alive here for Bliss, and was thinking about dropping the Cosmic Divide. Decides, he was placing the stars actually. Big old Mac, big idiot, and finds a big old headshot for Jungle Wow.
Yeah, last player very low. This is a very smart positioning though from RDW, but he's so low HP and he's missed that first shot. Surely this is where Jungle's able to convert. This is such an awkward exchange. Good little shock dart in there. He almost got it done there. But Jungle another big clutch to keep Bliss alive here on Ascent.
Jungle, big composure to deal with all that stuff that was being thrown towards him. The util, the bolts, the darts, the shoggies, you name it. He had to deal with it that round and made it work. So that's what matters as well. And Bliss now getting that 6th round. Keeping Wildcard as far away from the 13 as possible is definitely key here. And rounds like that, clutches like that are what is going to keep not only the mental there for Bliss, but also their momentum up.
Absolutely. At the same time, though, this is where Wildcard, they build up that loss bonus as we get deeper and deeper into Bliss picking up rounds. And then you get rounds like this where it's a half buy with the jet knives. Every round is kind of dangerous here. See what the approach is going to be for Bliss. Seemed like Azo's over towards A main this time around. You got some boys tickling the orb and the man sending it in, but you can just see how well Wildcard's playing around the judge. You know, it does seem like they're quite familiar.
Yeah, just making the adaptations at the right time. And the adaptations are, guys, just sit there with your guns out. Please do not pull utility out until Azo has ran at us. And that seems to be the key. It's working.
I'm not going to lie. Like, it does seem like the first 30 to 40 seconds of every wildcard round are, okay, let's see if Azo is going to kill, like, literally just kill himself here. And then we'll see what's going to happen after that.
Let's see if Wildcard can make their way up to tree. Major stands in their way. He's got the Phantom in hand. He just needs to hit these shots. Signed very low, so should only take a bullet, maybe 2.
30 seconds left.
And 30 seconds. Wildcard really running down the clock here in the 4-on-4. Guiding light comes through, that's info. And Swell just tries to get right out of there. So Major goes forward, but only picks up the kill, but gets himself the spike as well. There's the triple and not quite the quad. Swell now has 10 seconds and the time as well as Jungle Wow are against him. 3 alive at the end for Bliss, and that will continue this little win streak around here. Getting them over to 7 now.
Got all the ults online as well for Bliss. This has been a pretty flawless defense side so far. And it's all off the back. I mean, remember, this was a 10-3. They lost the pistol, and they took a little bit of a risk with that half bite. And we've had a couple of clutches for Jungle, and now it feels like the wind's back in the sails for Bliss. They've got a lot of ults to work with. They've got good weaponry. And they could really be putting something together here. Wildcard really has had a tough time getting anything rolling. Early Hunter's Fury in there, just try to find the first pick. Azo also had an opportunity, but in the meanwhile, with Wildcard, they're just popping the Seekers and trying to filter into this ace site on the split.
Jungle Well baited into a wider line than necessary there, and he had nowhere to go to safety. Ooh, spam through. Big damage onto a couple of the defenders there, but they will continue to live until the tail side as well, expecting the flank through from Major. And here you go. Numbers are there for Wildcard now. They just need to try to hold it down the fort. Util starting to wear thin. There's another cage as well for Noz in a moment, but he's going to use it just yet. Looks to play this advanced line, flash up, and he'll get info and a kill too. It cost him his life.
Yeah, you get the res from Fweshist in there. Bliss continuing this retake. Wall goes up across Heaven side, and they're going to try and take these fights towards Hell. Pretty nice trades in there from Bliss, but Swirl coming up behind. Do they expect the flank? They're on the spike. He's not going to take contact towards the player on the spike. Azo, he's behind the jet. It's beautiful positioning. And Bliss, another clutch to keep them alive here on Ascent. They just cannot lose a defensive round.
Azo, the brain, the positioning, gets the round on the board for Bliss. You really backed it there for Wildcard to take the round. But again, that spot where he decided to defuse was just way too strong and seemed to make the big read. However, Bliss now just 2 rounds behind Wildcard and look to tie up this game. So we are actually going to see Wildcard take a quick timeout, try to calm down everyone, you know, in the comms, say, come on, boys, look, let's figure out what we need to do. Because, yes, they might have been having a bit of fun earlier, but now it's getting really down to the serious points because even though they had a huge lead, that's gone. That's out of here. And Wildcard need this map to take it to a 3rd.
Yeah, you had Noz call the timeout. I don't know if Coach is still around for Wildcard. Because, like, it's getting late for us. I can only imagine in NA, like, what kind of a schedule that man's operating on.
Yeah.
It'd be like morning at this point, but would have had to get up pretty early for this game, I think. Either way, Wildcard going to talk through their options here. Try to work out what's going wrong. I think this is one of those cases where
Need a drop.
it's kind of hard to have a chat about it because it's not like you haven't been without success. You know, that was a post plant that could have gone well for you. There's been a couple of clutches that Bliss have gotten away with. So really, you know, it's just about sticking to what's been working and trying to not obsess about losing a couple of the XVXs.
Ooh, Freshest might be able to find the lineup, but he also might lose his life here. Okay, gets away with one, so it's not the worst case scenario for him. Guiding Light doesn't hit the line. Wildcard decide to use a bit of patience here. However, look at this flank coming in already. In behind B main, but Major does not hit his shots, and Swell, he's pretty good at hitting some too. Jungle Bear going to be spotted jumping on site here as now the rotations start to come through for Wildcard. They've got the numbers, and Nozzy's got the patience to wait for the rest of the team to come over to him too.
It's a nice reposition from Jungle. He's well aware that he's potentially going to get split on here, so he needs to pick a side to fight here. He's going to play inside the smoke, but he's got the Sova. RDW is walking up behind him. This could be a terrible timing for Bliss as they come in through heaven.
Oh, Swirl does have that Noia. Hits it as well, so we'll slow that retake for a moment as RDW decides to go forward. And aggression seems to be key. It keeps the numbers high for Wildcard as Bliss still trying to find a line on the way in. It's Azo again. He's decided to pull out the two final knives and swaps over to the Odin instead. 1-on-3 angle. That spike is yet to be planted, so Azo really just playing the aggressive game. Can he find the timing underneath there? Offline, Swirl hits the one that's needed, and it's the quad kill for the man. And 11 on the board for Wildcard, stretching out that lead and getting ever so close to taking us all the way to Haven.
Yeah, and this is the problem. Like I said before in the last map, with relying on the winning of a lot of these XVXs, the money's completely cooked for Bliss. Coming down to one player surviving, you know, you're looking at a lot of defuses in a lot of those rounds. Some of the elimination ones being more so in the half buys. And I mean, a half buy won by Wildcard means their money is doing fantastic. A couple players sitting around or above 3K off the back of upgrading a couple of guns after the round was over. And I mean, it all starts off poorly from a push into B main in an anti-eco. I think Bliss maybe potentially getting ahead of themselves a little bit.
Well, Wildcard staying grouped up again and relying on the trap wire at B main to get some info on maybe a push coming through. But speaking of pushing, Azo again just playing a dangerous damn game. He's always playing a dangerous game, this man. As is Jungle Wow trying to take the line, but these rifles are just shredding through the unarmored, unweaponized defenders. And there it is, 12 on the board for Wildcard, keeping 5 alive as well. So even if they do lose a round or two here or there, Bliss are going to have to go into guns round after round.
Yeah, really good money for Wildcard to close this game out. They're on that point as it is, but even following that, like, you're pretty much set for at least 3 out of 4 buys, even if Bliss do stage a bit of a comeback. So their chances of closing this game out looking pretty strong at this point. Likely heading on to Haven. Let's see what Bliss has got for us, though. They do have that Cosmic, which could definitely help in some of these retake scenarios. A main control has been wrestled by Bliss. Nice little positioning in towards wine from Major.
A patient approach this time from Wildcard, tapping it. Paranoia lined up. Major just waiting for the moment. They seem to be aware that this is a position Bliss could be in, and Major gets his head taken straight off. So, not even going to be able to use that Paranoia, and Wildcard just get away with the orb, keep it quiet, and hope to draw some rotations off that B site.
I'm really surprised he gets picked in wine there. I thought that they were going to play the contact setup off jungle just on the crack line, just looking in towards A main, and then he rips the Paranoia off the contact, but goes down for free basically there. Hey, so thought he had a judge in this round, but he's got a Guardian from somewhere, and he's going to take a couple pot shots in towards middle.
It's just like a judge with less bullets, right? By the way, Seekers coming in towards the A site, and we're going to be slowed down for a moment. Easy finds the lineup and gets that triple man spray down. So that's certainly enough damage done. It's still a winnable round for Wildcard. If they can hit some sharp ones, there goes Azo all out on his lonesome.
15 seconds.
No time to rotate. Wildcard need to make their way in. That's not going to work out. Noz, he's going to fall. And there's 3 seconds to start this plant. Zion has to commit here. Halfway through, and Precious jumps in, tries to stop it. In comes the plant, but also in comes that fast retake. So Precious hits the shot that's needed. And Bliss will now be able to travel across to 9 rounds. Keep it at that 3-round gap. And have their pickings of the enemy's guns too. But is this going to be enough? Like Wildcard, they've got money to buy up again.
No, you're definitely picking up that Odin. The way that Easy's playing with it, he's had a couple of nice little plays on the defense server. He picked up the op for Azo as well. So these are not guns that Bliss would have had access to all the money for if they had been relying on their own economy. So there's a nice little pickups off the back of Wildcard, who have at least another buy in them. But there's an eco in here somewhere if Bliss keep picking up these rounds and putting the comeback together.
Yeah.
They've still got that Cosmic and the Hunter's Fury as well for Easy, who is sitting in towards Heaven's side. Oh, the dart towards back of A-Man gets shot straight away. If that had got a good scan off, that almost certainly would have been an entry for Bliss.
Oh, big pick again, Azo. A bit of a rough position, but it is going to be the dash in. Oh, infrequent. He will fall eventually. But it is going to be the Hunter's Fury getting the trade both ways. So Bliss end up on top. And it's an awkward situation, but there's nowhere really to go there on short when you've got a couple of Hunter's Furies coming your way.
Yeah, both of the Sovas just ripping them straight off the contact. You do get the guarding light in towards middle, trying to get a bit of a read on what the positions are as that jet has gone down towards Catwalk. Wildcard, well aware that Azo usually occupies that territory. Easy keeping an eye on mid, but what a timing. He gets off the line and Wildcard walks straight into spawn.
Oh, and they're not looking at this position at all,
That's a tell,
there's the tell. Bird comes in, and Easy has his back towards this CT position, just doesn't need to be aware that the Trailblazers around the corner. It's going to be enough to draw his attention, but do they expect Jungle Wow here in the window? Oh, they do. Good trade coming in from Swell. Suns out, guns out, and they're going to be looking for more too, or push in through the smoke. That should have been a freebie. Precious finds RDW through the enemy. Now it's that one-on-one Omen on Omen. Who wore it better?
Swell's so low. Needs a headshot straight away. Absolutely no room for error. He's chosen a pretty good angle, and he had the timing, Mac. He could have just put it away for Wildcard right then and there, but missed 1 or 2 bullets. A bit of a weird, awkward angle. I mean, to be fair, it happens a lot in this game. The models move in a weird way sometimes where you just can't line up that headshot. And Bliss, again, how many clutches, Mac, have they had? It's pretty absurd. It's been like 6 now.
So many. And they're just buying these lifelines here on Ascent, time after time. But Wildcard, again, we spoke about the money a couple of rounds ago, and there is still cash in the bank. I think only Noz may have to opt out for something different. Looks like RDW's decided to go for the half armor to get that Phantom on the board. Of course, it was that awkward situation there in the post plant. You know, when the silencer of the Phantom comes around the corner, you get baited sometimes. You're like, oh, got to swing it. Got to try to take that fight. Didn't work out for him that time. By the way, Major wants some revenge here. Getting a little bit aggressive. Trying to put on his best Azo mask and push into B main. However, that is going to bait the res out already. War goes down, so that's used too. Wildcard have dealt with a lot of that utility coming out from Bliss.
Yeah, 4-man play towards B main. Just trying to get some material traded down. You get Swell, the TP into sight. Could have been punished by Jungle. Does get blinded off the line. That's just really good util usage from Wildcard.
Right here.
Safe entry into that A site. Spike still not down yet though.
Now that Cosmic Divide is here to use. Let's see how they work it into the retake. So a couple of stars going to be dropped. Cosmic Divide going to be held on to for now. RDW not going to be able to hold on to short. Major comes in with that. So as some map control and the Cosmic Divide comes through. So there we are. No info for any A main players, but no one's there. It's going to be the hold from short, and it looks like it's good for now, but are they going to expect another man here and two below them here at Hell? Oh, attention drawn, and Precious falls. Noz now needs to go big from unders. It's going to be that one on two. Side swings wide. And there it is, Bliss with another successful retake. Jungle Wow is on something right now. Has to be on the juice because he's hitting everything.
He's on the jungle juice, mate. Another 3K in an XVX where Bliss, they looked for sure like they were going to lose that round. It's absurd. Every single clutch situation where Bliss are up against it, Jungle just pulls something out of somewhere. Out of some orifice. Not sure which one. You do have the knives available for infrequent hit. And a pretty nice buy again for Wildcard. So they haven't had to take a save at all. But Bliss, they just keep winning these rounds. One more for OT again.
Oh, and infrequent. He's now going to be one doing the aggressing. He knows that there's a man below him, and he's just hoping for this Cloudburst to provide the cover, but he didn't know Precious was behind him. Oh, an awkward situation.
I legitimately think he got blinded by Science Bird.
Oh,
right then. There is no flash for that. I mean, Bliss, I think Major did rip the Paranoia, but I'm pretty sure he did get blinded by Sign there. Really unfortunate. And now man advantage for Bliss here. They are well aware that a lot of those players on the offensive side were in B main. So this is potential for Bliss to push us into another OT. The off angle from Azo, disgusting. Not seen on the cam. That's going to further extend Bliss's advantage. 50 seconds on the clock.
And they're looking for the OT angle again. Wildcard are going to have to pop the hell off if they want any chance in this round. And they know that there's one player over towards the B side, but did they hear the second come in? Or the third even. Spike coming this direction. It could just be a bit of a bloodbath, but Sinder's going to start to explore the idea of making their way up short instead. And there's only 25 seconds rather on the clock as they make their way in. And it looks like Wildcard have made the call to go to A. So over here, they'll have the numbers advantage, but they still need to find a timing. And with 13 seconds, they need to get to site. Easy's going to be spotted dropping over towards default there. It's an awkward situation, jumping. Oh, they're falling, and just like that, it's gone from the 5v3 to the 3-on-3, and full control on A here for Wildcard.
Yeah, Signed has a bird here, but he's going to choose to fall off of the line as Bliss come in for this retake. Azo still doesn't have an actual rifle. He's still using the operator.
Well, Signed in this position that a few people have played now. Just wants to get that bird out in time. Blinds himself, and he's going to be able to pick up a double. That is huge for Wildcard. They've been sleeping on this for a while, but Major has a 1-on-3. He's got to win. Spots the Trailblazer, knows that RDW is there in the smoke, but there's a lot of bullets coming towards him. Oh, it could be all she wrote for Ascent here. As Major using everything in the kit that he had, but Wildcard get over the line right at the end of regulation. 13-11. Oh my lord. There was so much action in that map. That's exactly what I wanted. And Mitch, we're not done yet.
We're not. We've got a whole nother map to be getting to even after all of the delays. I think, you know, a lot of energy used to try to make their comeback happen. They almost had it, Bliss. And that just means that this is going to be a test of stamina as we head into map 3 of Haven for both of these two teams. I'm keen to see how it does work out.
That is very true. Not only a test of stamina for the players, but for my damn voice box too. Because I've been doing a lot of yelling tonight, and I've got another day of casting to get to, but we got another map to get to as well. And first off, we got to go to a break. So ladies and gents, don't go too far. Map number 3 coming up just after this.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to what is a very long evening of Valorant. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves because I certainly am. I needed to shake off the rust, so a long night like this is just what I needed to get my Valorant boots back on. And I think we've definitely been rewarded with a couple of good games. The Order and Peace game earlier, 2-0, relatively quick. But we have had a damn good time here with Wildcard and Bliss. And we're going to a third map as well. We get to see some Haven. So, butter up your lips. Get ready to give a big old kiss to a quality third game of Valorant.
Yeah, I feel like we're a bunch of softies at this point, Mac. You know, we've gotten a game where it's an MR12 format and the rounds are shorter and stuff. And, you know, we used to do these long days of Asian CS with like VPN delays and all this kind of stuff. And now we're saying, oh, I'm tired, you know, it's a long day and all this stuff. Toughen up, mate. Drink some concrete.
We have been spoiled. Hey, I said I'm fine. I just need to drop a couple of coffees down the hatch, you know, which we will get to at some point. But of course, Mitch, you wanted to have a look at someone's stats in particular, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at Swell's stats because Swell, I'm pretty sure 30 bombed last game on the controller. He is like a 2.1 KD, 170 ADR, 48 to 23 across the games that he's played today, the 2 maps. That's a pretty good stat line for someone who's playing that controller role. You know, he's often on the Viper, often on the Omen. This is a man who is clearly, quite well known for his aim, and today he's been showing it.
Yeah, a bit of one of those Kovacs gourds, the old youngins, if that makes any sense, with the I guess mechanics, you know, and a good brain for the game and a very good attitude as well from everything that I have heard. So he's an up and comer and he's certainly trying to make his mark. And today is one of those days. But how's he going to fare on Haven? That's the real question, Mitch.
I would assume fairly well. I'm keen to see who's going to come out ahead on this one. You know, both of these teams, they do play an interesting style of Haven, and they both do have reasonably good stats. So, I mean, based on how this game has gone so far, both maps going to 24 plus rounds, we could only be in for a banger, right?
I don't think we're going to get anything less than a banger. And it's time for Agent Select. Of course, it looks like Wildcard are going to be on that defending side to kick things off and Bliss on the attacking side. Now, take us through what you think's going to happen here in the Pistola and what agents we're going to see from both these teams, Mitch.
Is this the same lineup that Bliss was playing? Let me double check on that. As for Wildcard, I mean, yeah, I don't want to get into it again. I feel like I'm repeating myself. They've definitely done some shuffling around in terms of their roles. As for Bliss, what was the comp on Haven? It was the same. This is the same comp that they were playing up against Mindfreak yesterday. So I'm looking forward to some great gameplay from both of these teams. But I have to say, Mac, it's worth mentioning. We are very deep into a night of Valorant. It's getting quite late, especially for our friends in NZ. I'm pretty sure Signed is from NZ.
Yeah.
And I don't know if any of the other players are from NZ. But yeah, let's see who's got a little bit more in the tank, who's got a little bit more stamina between both of these teams, because these are the maps where you're pretty deep into the day of play. and it becomes a little bit more about the team aspect, a little bit less about the individual aspect.
Yeah, of course, of course. Now, let's see who has the better team aspect, because at the moment, you know, we've seen a whole lot of individual players coming out from Wildcard, from Bliss rather, and a whole lot of individual players coming out from Wildcard, especially on that second map. So maybe the stamina is starting to wear thin, and maybe you are right, Mitch, but maybe we are going to see Bliss just send it onto C for free with Wildcard set up for the retake.
Yeah, Wildcard would go for like a bit of a mid push or something, but that has now been averted. And they're going to be setting up, like you said, for this retake towards CT. The wall goes down. No, they don't focus on the same part of the wall, although they probably want to break both anyway. And you do see the flank coming in from RDW as well. So Wildcard setting up this net around the C site, and they're going to get this retake kicked off.
Of course, all this util buying so much time. Good to see a little bit of Raze action. Haven't seen any of that tonight either, as we are going to see this flank trying to be held, but it is going to be the players coming in from CT that they have to worry about. Two quick ones from Precious before the trade comes through from Swell. It's that 3-on-2 for the post lane. RDW just being a thorn in the side. Great coverage coming out from Infrequent, and that will be the round. Wildcard with yet another pistol for this series, but the question is, where do they go from here?
I mean, into the anti-eco, I'm assuming. I love the little detail, by the way, of Swell facing away while defusing, trying not to get his head shot, but rather giving a big part of his back and a tiny bit of his head hitbox to the opponent. It's not as good as in CS, where you can do the full crab look into the ground, but it still works.
Okay.
Here's the Forcey boy from Bliss.
Love a Forcey boy. But is it going to pay off? Because this is the risk versus reward conversation you see time and time again. However, speaking of risky, just pushing straight up mid into a Cypher set up on the B side. That's a little bit scary. Okay, paint shells though. Just dealing with a lot of the util. Nod's going to be able to hold strong too. Players coming in. Swell, he is hungry for a couple of fraggy boys. There is a wall in the way at the moment.
Do have a pretty favourable retake here for Wildcard. They've got the smoke on the choke point. The one-way in from Bliss, though, is very cute on the Astra, but Wildcard, they're winning all the duels here, Mac. Does seem like they're just going to close this out pretty convincingly, and wasn't anything sexy, wasn't anything exciting about it, but I guess having 5 players alive is about as good as you'd possibly want. And there you go, the team ace, every single player putting in some work for Wildcard on that retake.
Alrighty. Now into the third. And Bliss are going to have absolutely nada to work with. A couple of sheriffs brought up. Yeah, maybe a couple of headshots. But without the armor, aim punch is a huge factor. So Bliss are going to be hoping that they can get the jump on their opponents. So something we're not going to see this game, which we saw a lot last game. Kind of worked, kind of didn't for Bliss, is Azo obviously going for the tailwinds in. Because he's not on Jet anymore. He's on Sage. So
yeah,
much slower agent to be using.
Absolutely. He does do some good stuff on the defense though. A lot of like cool walls, you know, where he's walling to get out of dodge after taking an op shot, or using the wall quite nicely for some of these retakes. Like I said, Cosmic and Sage Wall is like one of the best retake tools in the game. That's actually disgusting. Like if that happens to me, that's 100% a desk slam every day of the week.
Or a dog chew your cable and act like that's what actually happened and you didn't break your own headset.
True. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Dog ate my homework. I swear, miss.
That's the one. Now, it looks like we are going to see Major and Azo trying to take contact at C, draw some of these defenders off of the other side of the map. And then Bliss will be sending it in through a main. So let's see if that is the strat. Trailblazer hits, but the paint shells does too. And that's going to be a pick, which makes Wildcard second guess themselves. But also Bliss.
Look at Azo. He's on an adventure. Man's discovering parts unknown. He's where the other team buys guns, mate.
And the confidence with the knife out, just trying to get that extra sneaky timing into with 20 seconds. Timing is what he's going to be wanting. Because that recon bolt gets a bit of info, and in comes that flank big pick. They know that RDW is going to be playing up from heaven. But with no armor, there's only one shock dart. They can't stop that spike from being planted. And now Bliss have the numbers in the man advantage in the retake.
Yeah, they got the wall across CT as well. That's going to take a fair bit of time for Noz to get through. He finally does after a couple of clips. That is almost a kill for RDW. Very, very switched on, this man.
Ooh. Wildcard looking to go in shoulder to shoulder and trade this one out if necessary. Eyes on the prize though, and Major's going to miss that one. Straight through the cage he goes, and that's going to be so annoying for Noz to deal with. Time's ticking down. So is this Spike half ticking his way to victory. Jungle Wow comes in and hits the shot that's needed. What do you know? Bliss pick up the round. I absolutely wrote them off for saying maybe there's a chance if they hit some headshots. But it wasn't even that. It was just a beautiful couple of timings, that cracking opening and a solid paint shell. So you really have to give it to Major for a big round to bring that one in for Bliss.
Oh, absolutely. Some absolutely sick openings from the man, sneaking up through that top 3 smoke. Then he gets the paint shells on from Garage. Then you get the classic, absolutely unhinged play from Azo, just walking straight through the middle of the map and Wing through cages in the 3rd map of the series, you know, just in the biggest tournament that Oz has had thus far.
Ever.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, whatever. You know, no pressure.
For everyone who said you wouldn't do it as an official to Azo, now we know. He would.
He would. And he has. Now, here comes Noz, gets some big info, but the Seekers as well give information right back. They hear him in the corner. Cut out as well as Major tries to make his way in. Frequent knives out. Tries to stop this push from coming in, but Bliss are going to stop it themselves by hitting the old gear stick in a reverse and trying to send it back to C. Wildcard will have to play for the retake, but they have the numbers.
Yeah, this is just Bliss in a nutshell, really. Jungle is, like I said, the 1 in the 1-4, the contingency plan. If plan A doesn't go well, man's creating space on the lurk and has found an empty C site for Bliss to go and inhabit.
Well, is it going to be a safe habitat, or will they have to migrate again? Find out in a second, because there's a whole lot of predators coming in. The name is Wildcard. Noz looking to go in off the back of the guiding light. Aggression comes through, but Azo finds nothing. And Wildcard are going to be happy with this 4-on-2. Another guiding light comes in, but it's just the fake with the missed shots, and Bliss hit 3. It's up to Swell on 33 HP, but Bliss do it with just 2 men alive.
Just get them all in that choke point. All of the bullets just connecting all over the place. And Bliss make a 4-on-3 happen, and that's a tack pause.
That's
if anything,
is that a coffee pause?
I think that's a coffee pause. Off you go, Mac.
I'll be back in a second.
Go quick. Mac really needs a coffee. It's getting a bit weak in his old age. Needs some stimulants to complete a whole night of casting. I think there's a bit of a calm down pause for Bliss, if anything, after a big play like that. Have a bit of a chat about the position that they're in. Also worth having a chat about the money, because as we could see on the little overlay there, you're now facing the AWP from Infrequent. That's going to be a bit of a change up in the defense that you're going to have to account for. And it's worth mentioning as well, because when you get these comps like Bliss are running, they don't have a Sova. And that means that effectively, in terms of info gathering, they've got the Sky in terms of the dog and the guiding light, and maybe the Rays, you could argue, but not really. So dealing with a jet with an operator takes some really nice movement in terms of the shoulder peaks. Takes some, good Astra util perhaps. Just need to be really aware of what you're peaking and when. Otherwise, you're essentially just going to be feeding picks to the other team for free.
Well, Mitch, I have to say, I know that the Vodafone MVP is supposed to go to the player of the tournament, but my Vodafone MVP is your big man, Avril. Why? Because he is not only a homie, but my housemate, and he boiled the jug to save me time and min-max the coffee making. Now, there you have it. Quick shout out to the boy. Go follow him on Twitter because he's a champion. These teams looking to be the champion too, though, as they're looking for this A site. Wildcard back away and looks to set up for a retake.
MVP Avril, you'll love to see it. Wildcard getting ready for this retake. You do have the Paranoia ready to go from Swell. Oh, those shot parts almost get rid of easy, but he does make it out of there alive. And now Wildcard getting ready to kick off this retake. They might even invest the Seekers in here, but the lockdown actually might keep them back for quite a bit longer. This is going to be really coming down to the wire if Wildcard want to go for this.
Oh! And the attention there. Oh, the shot's coming through, but the Guardian Light is clutch as anything. 1 for Azo, 2 for Precious, and aggression pays rewards to Bliss again. This should be the third. It looks like Wildcard are just trying to take some out on the exits, but they know inevitably the round is out of their grasps. And Bliss, so damn happy with that outcome.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about. You know, I was talking about Bliss being the kind of team where they come up with creative solutions. They have these unique strategies. There's another example of it where, you know, you think about it, Killjoy lockdown, especially at that point in the round where, what, you've already got 10 seconds off the spike back. Surely you pop the lockdown down and then you dig your heels in and you try to make yourself annoying as you can in the retake and then time it out, right?
Yeah.
Bliss do literally the opposite. They W forward into CT and then have a sick flash out of Precious to enable Azo to continue to be just as unhinged as we've seen for the majority of tonight. And it works out a treat. Wildcard completely caught off guard.
More infrequent. Going for the classic approach. Swell finds himself a collateral with the Guardian. You don't see it every day, but this man, he gets away. What do you know? Wildcard 2-man advantage as early as that in the round. And Bliss so early to be on the back foot. Oh, as well. Look at that. The timing, the peak, the coordination from the A-site players just give yet another advantage to Wildcard.
The double trip towards long as well. And that's where these last two players are. Spikes down at Sewer. Who gets this round goodbye? Not sure if Bliss have the money to replace this buy either. And with Wildcard picking up this round, if they do so cleanly, I mean, you're potentially looking at them trading rounds back and forth on the defensive side at Haven with a strong economy to boot. That's a extremely good position to be in if you're trying to close out Haven here.
Mm.
If you're trading rounds on the defensive side, you're keeping strong money. Once you move over to the attacking side, you're probably feeling pretty good about how things are going.
Well, what is the call to order here for Bliss? It's just save it, because there is no world where they get their mitts on this spike.
Well, they got the C site, but they forgot a key ingredient to this beautiful recipe.
10 seconds left.
Well, you know, it's another thing that's made with 3 ingredients usually is bread. You need flour and water and a bit of salt.
What about yeast?
And yeah, I like flatbread. Now, if you forget one of the ingredients, something's not going to taste right, you know?
What if you forget flour? Just got salt water.
Well, you can make a beach out of that. I guess some people can enjoy a bit of salt water. You know, saline, you can save your eye if you ever spill anything, you know, toxic in it. Think about it. There's worlds where some ingredients make this and that. It's like, you know, 1 + 1 is 2, but if 1 + 1 + 1 is 3, then what is 2?
Well, I don't know, but I did not do the math on Bliss's economy, and they're totally fine for a buy here. And that's really the moral of the story. Paranoia right off the bat.
Ooh.
Trying to take control, trying to fake like they're taking control of A main and disincentivize Bliss from going for the push. But after the boombot's invested and you get the guiding light in there, Bliss are quite happy to continue their escapades. You even get the wolf down short here, which might get rid of that trip. Oh, the wolf a little bit too short, unfortunately, but does spot the trip, and that will be communicated to the boys.
Okay. Oh, satcheling in. Major looking for an opening, but you're not going to find one just yet. The angle is there, and there's no real damage taken off of the Heaven player. So Wildcard going to be unscathed to set up for the retake again. Seekers, though, slowing them down for a moment and giving across some information to Bliss. 5v5 for the retake.
Yeah, recalling all the Killjoy utilities, so that's going to be up in another couple of seconds. Smoke onto long here for Wildcard as they get ready to kick this retake off.
Flesh just in the corner. It's a common angle, but still has so much support from the other two facing. It's going to be Noz walking into the meat grinder, a second, a third, and it's not gone well for Wildcard. Bliss just stand at the ready and shoot their opponents in every single piece that was coming towards them. But there it is, the lead for Bliss, picking up another. It's going to be 4-3 as we are getting ever so close to that half-time position. I'm pretty happy with how Bliss are doing in this map.
I love the confidence that Bliss is playing with most of all, to be honest. You know, they're not second-guessing themselves. They're taking these duels with anybody who wants to come in on the retake. They're trying to keep Wildcard back in the choke points. You know, they're not shying away from these post-plant fights, and that's what you love to see. You have the last buy here for Wildcard. If they don't win this round, then they're going to be broke, and that's where Bliss, they can make a much better half of this than they might have thought they could. And this has been doing a pretty good job of farming these orbs, and again, they're going to give it over to the Astra. That's going to be the Cosmic ready to go, and they're just going to kickstart this C-split straight away.
Okay. Tag comes in on the drone, so they know exactly where that's going. Boombot, rather. Noz decides to go into the back of sight and manages to fight for his life for 2 as well. On to Azo. If he gets a 3rd, that is daylight robbery, but it's RDW and Infrequent who come in just in time. And there's another round for Wildcard. Great rotations coming in just to help out their teammate in the back of sight. And the shots are hit a little bit better by Wildcard this time.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Unfortunately for Major, he was in on the entry there with the Phantom, and we're 3 maps deep. It's midnight. He's hit him 4 times for the 140 and 4, the classic. And Noz has gone and taken his head off, and a teammate of his as well. And if maybe it's a little earlier in the night, I reckon Major probably converts that kill, and that's a completely different round that's probably going the way of Bliss. But Wildcard stay alive. Pretty convincing round win. Does give them a much better economy going forward here. So they're going to continue trading rounds back and forth with their opponents.
Ooh, guiding light in again, but so is Infrequent, happily facing down long. We'll pick up the first blood again. Bliss now on the back foot already here in the 9th round.
Res is available here for Bliss, but they need to wrestle control of this long area first. They're actually not even going to invest the wall, just going to allow Major to be out in the open. And he's alive. Wildcard biding their time, wanting to play this setup off the jet and the sky with that guiding light contact setup. Swells deep in sewer. Not a whole lot of coverage of the rest of the map, just relying on that trip towards top B, and Easy will almost certainly take that out of the equation. There's the guiding light. Major, he's done a fantastic job finding that pick in that scenario. Oh, Easy almost had the timing on the rotation back. An awkward round for Bliss. Res invested, and they still end up in a 2-on-4.
Well, let's see if Jungle and Freshest can maybe find the equation to get back into the round. But with 20 seconds, Operator in spawn. A couple of smokes going to be dropped as well. Looks like the save is on the cards, and they're hoping that Wildcard don't go for the hunt and just keep their own guns alive as well.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, Jungle just investing an extra $400 to try to keep that Operator up on the little stars there.
Definitely a good trade-off. And it keeps Wildcard far enough away to keep the guns alive. So, well played by Wildcard to get those early entries, get those trades through, and establish a whole lot of dominance in the 9th to take the lead as well, 5-4.
Money's looking shaky for Bliss. We're getting to the point in the night where I would probably be waking up for my EPL stream. Both of you, and me, Mac. We're getting ready to go to the studio.
What a day. One day, we'll be able to get there again. Don't bring up bad memories, Mitchell. Now, happy memories here, though. High quality gameplay. The Valorant Oceania Tour Championships. Of course, the winner and runner-up both get to go overseas to play in the NA Last Chance qualifier. One of these teams could be the winner or the runner-up. They're still in the tournament. So playing for everything at the moment. Of course, this is the upper bracket, so whoever loses gets a second chance too.
Yep. For the second chance for the last chance.
Yes.
A lot of chances. Maybe too many chances given to
and
some
a lot
of
of
these
quals
guys.
too, right? I heard about that.
Yeah. Operator is the point man here for Bliss. Major's actually armorless with the Spectre. Infrequent. Playing behind the trip. They're expecting some play towards B. This side hasn't seen too much action, and Wildcard's done a pretty good job.
Oh, good timing on the Seekers too. Trailblazer not going to be looking up top, so Infrequent safe for the moment. But a Bliss going to commit. You can see the spike starting to make its way back towards Garage now as Jungle lurks up C long. This time, Noz is still here on site, so it won't be a C site for free. In comes the guiding light to Signed. He's spotted, I think. So is Noz. So they know that there's going to be two close. Spam in through the cage. More than enough to find one. Noz can't be easy. And it is going to be trades, but that spike needs to be planted and it needs to go down soon. Okay, shock dart off the side gets big damage done. However, that operator does a little bit more damage than the shock dart. So Azo comes out with another W for the round, and it's so even as we go into the 11th.
The fact that that's how that round goes is absolutely disgusting. Like, if I'm wildcard, I'm feeling a little bit robbed there. Side goes down through a cage when he had both of his gliding lights ready to go for the retake. Like, the combo of Cypher as well as Sky, or Omen and Sky in the back of that C site is such a recipe for success most of the time. But the second you lose those flashes, your success rate goes down pretty quick.
Well, you know, that's the argument of, do you hold the utility or do you save it for the retake? And if you go down while you're saving it, well, then you're out of luck. So, either way, there's a risk factor involved, and Signed in this position is a pretty risky one. However, over towards this B site. Bliss are trying to hold down the fort, but Wildcard want the control back already. And off the back of it, yeah, they've made a whole lot of noise. And they dragged off these A site players. So Easy should be able to get up just in time. Smoke comes out. And a very good timing too.
Yeah, they're going to use that nano. Open plant here for jungle.
Yeah.
And they still do have the lockdown, which is going to get thrown down as sewers to buy some more time. Let's see if they go for that spawn push yet again off the back of investing that lockdown.
Frequent's hungry. He's hanging around and... Oh, gets some damage off, but still has time to get out of that radius too. Now, Bliss looking to play from sight just to get that heal off on the Major, give him slightly more of a fighting chance. Recon Bolt comes in, but it's going to take their attention away from the paranoia. Everyone's blind, and Frequent comes in, finds one, can't get a second as Easy's going to be holding it down again. Sign swings in. His 1v2 could be doable, but the time is ticking down, and he's not on that spike just yet. Easy goes just to make sure it's 100% of the round. Sign gets out with a kill. He will not get out with his life. So everybody dies, but Bliss take the round.
Yeah, Sign securing that kill towards the last round of the half could potentially give him ult if he finds an orb somewhere. Oh no, I thought it was 4 out of 6 when he died. Am I losing it? I might be losing it. It's getting to that point in the night. Anyway, that was insanity, that round from Bliss. They sent it up Gary and made Wildcard think it was a C split. And then they went on to B, but the spike wasn't in position and they walled B, but then they were also kind of going A. And I'm not sure they even knew what they were doing entirely, so I don't think Wildcard did either at that point. And it worked out. That was a really nice 4-on-5 that they converted on C. They've been fantastic in the post plants. This round though, they're sending it up B.
Oh my lord.
Space created, really good zoning from the showstopper.
In the garage with the showstopper, Major. He is just creating routes here. So RDW not going to be given any chance here in the final round of the half as Noz goes in, gets a little blinded himself, not once but twice too. And Wildcard need to establish some control. They're really looking to retake up from mid, but Azo holds strong here on the site, wants to go forward, and Frequent gets that trade through as Easy as expecting the second man swing, but it's Swell to find the double. And just like that, Wildcard in with the chance, but it's all up to Swell. He has to go big and decides not to come from mid instead, wraps in from the back of Garage, and I believe someone seems to be aware of this situation. One-way smoke on the top of site, and Major locks it down with the triple. Bliss, 2-round lead into the half, Mitch.
It's a big round from Major. Like you said, Nance just sent it. He's everywhere at once with that showstopper. I thought he was just going to use that for zoning, but like you said, all the way into Garage, through connector up Ivy like a speed demon, essentially, except no B hops, but satchel hops occurring.
Arguably faster.
He's a zoomy boy, dear lord. Alrighty. Look, pretty even exchange on that half. You'd be expecting Bliss to be having the lead on the attacking side. They definitely had a lot of interesting rounds there where they were closing out XVXs. So, let's see how Wildcard goes on their offense.
Ooh, nice guiding light. Great information already early on in this round for Bliss, and they're not really going to send the numbers over early. Happy just to keep it as a 2-man setup on the A site. Trailblazer gets big info, and Tags up infrequent too, so we'll slow him in his tracks, and in comes that rotation.
Yeah, got RDW. He's not on the Cypher, but he's still performing this lurk roll over towards middle. It's all about giving that contingency to your team, trying to punish any aggression, dink for dink, almost. And neither of them go down, but Wildcard gonna start making their way towards that big site. Paint Shell's gonna slow them down, so they won't be able to get into the site or put that spike down. And Wildcard are kind of in no man's land right now. They're gonna start making their way back towards A.
As well, getting ready just to drop a smoke or two and send in infrequent. He's still got that tailwind to create an extra bit of space, draw that attention, but there's a solid crossfire. There goes Paranoia, and Infrequent's aim is good for one, but Fueshis needs to hold it solo, and he's going to do so nicely. Find himself the double. Jungle's here as well to try and buy some time, but he will fall. Spike retrieved. RDW cutting off these rotations. Big position for him to be in, but of course that leaves Swell open on his own. Major has to swing around and find the second man, but RDW's on his tail. There you have it. Wildcard pick up the second pistol as well. Keep it to a 6-7 scoreline.
Definitely off to a good start on their attacking side. Will we get the force in from Bliss? That's what I'm wondering. Keeping an eye on Azo's money. Man's buying himself a Sheriff, but I'm not sure if that's going to give him enough cash to go for a primary weapon and a wall in the first gun round. We might see another case of him buying a Judge or something. Let's keep an eye as well, especially in these gun rounds, on how many rounds do Bliss complete this like Cosmic Sage Wall retake.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Wildcard. Show a bit of presence and draw those rotations early from Bliss. A site stacked for the moment, and Wildcard, they're already gone over towards that C side of things. Jungle should be the first point of contact, or point of sound rather. Going into Garage, we'll hear everything happening and call for the rest of the boys to join forces with him. Wildcard, oh, Jungle's reveal his position with that right click of the classic. It's a gamble and gets stuck in the funnel that is a Garage connector.
Yeah, Bliss just need to do some economic damage if they can. Especially Azo is invested in this Sheriff, but not going to be allowed the opportunity. Good coverage on the flank from Noz, and the rest of the players kind of all around Gary and CT here.
Signed, happy to take contact. Eyes on the prize here for Wildcard. Good timing on the Guardian Light, and that drop in from Easy. Him and Major now both going to be spotted. They know that he's here. Ooh. And Signed will find one more on to Big Man Easy. Major looks away at just the wrong moment and is just looking to die to the bomb. Keep the money away from Wildcard. So, really playing the numbers game, min-maxing the situation there as Wildcard keep 5 alive.
Did you min-max it as good as you min-maxed your coffee?
Oh, yeah. Look, I could teach him a thing or two, let's put it that way, but he did a pretty good job, all things considered, Mitch.
Okay. I called it, I mean, Sheriff investment into Judge first gun round. Like, I honestly just don't think that's good, really. But anyway, we all have our special way to play Valorant. And we'll see, you know, maybe it'll work. Maybe he'll mop up with the Judge first gun, anti-bonus. Who knows? That's some great orb farming out of Bliss. They've been doing a pretty good job of that this series.
Yeah. The amount of orb control they've gone for is very good. From a scale of superb.
Oh, that's a cute
to bad.
That's a cute shock dart from RDW there, just trying to get rid of any potential Killjoy util on top B.
Yeah.
Get rid of the alarm board or some nanos. Always love to see those little lineups in. Now he's trying to get rid of maybe alarm board and Gary, perhaps.
I wonder if that new agent's going to be something along the lines of a Sova, where they can maybe get rid of extra utility, etc. But I guess that's a conversation for another time again. Keep having those. Not sure why. Just a habit, I guess.
When is the right time for the conversation we're having right now?
Not right now, because the conversation we're having right now is now, and so is the B-site hit from Wildcard. That's what we need to be talking about, Mitch. That's what I'm getting at here is, Guiding Light gets the information infrequent, draws that crosshair across, and everything just goes a little bit pear-shaped for Bliss. However, okay, attention drawn, and Wildcard send it back to C. They really have an affinity for this side, but Easy needs to stop them on the cross, and stop them he shall. Spike on the ground, and another headshot found by Jungle. Wow. And the numbers are now there for Bliss to make this retake happen. Letting that spike go down. Squall needs to try and reposition, get offside or get somewhere. 17 HP. Sina tries to be the man to decoy. But nothing was found off the back of it for Swell. Big round coming out from Bliss on the retake. Not overextending, not overcommitting to anything, and keeping 3 alive to get themselves into the lead.
Yeah, off the back of the multi-frag from Easy, as well as the defuse, he's now got lockdown into this pretty critical round. Like this this is always one of the most important rounds in every half. When you convert that first gun round and against the bonus, and then you burst the proper round gun round. So for Wildcard, I mean, you're looking at the Seekers. One off the Omen ulti as well. As for Bliss, how does their setup change here? They put the turret towards B. They've got the alarm bot in towards CT and the Nano on towards site. Again, another orb given to Major. So they're really prioritizing that showstopper. And it does seem like it's just going to be a full retake A here. So we'll keep our eye on that lockdown. That looks like it's almost certainly going to get to see some play here, the way that Wildcard's posturing. And also, we've already seen that one little lineup from RDW, but he's only got 1 shock dart this round, so I don't think he's going to be able to take out the lockdown, actually.
Well, we'll see if that one comes through. We'll see if someone else has maybe something up their sleeve or over-aggressors for it. Either way, could just buy more than enough time for Bliss here. Now, okay, Paranoia comes in, and that A site is given.
Oh, it's a fake. They're going to TP back, fake it, and go back to C.
He's tapped it. We're just waiting for that contact on C. Site's clear. Sarge, come on in, says Nozzy. And there it is, Wildcard. I love the play. They've drawn a whole lot of attention. And it was a very risky one. They could have lost the bomb in the process, but they did not. So everything working out, but Bliss again with a man advantage for the retake. Oh, in comes that wall, going to be broken instantly. Swell, he's looking to get aggressive. And it's all working out at the moment. Seekers come through, and that's going to be a world of information. Again, Azo just so annoying with this judge, so dominating the garage position. RDW's freight transfer for 2 as Precious comes into trade. And Wildcard have the numbers now. Everything turned around. The lockdown was destroyed eventually. And it looks like Bliss is just going to try to stick it there. Precious could not get away with the old pros don't fake angle. And Wildcard get away with 2 and keep the game neck and neck yet again. 8-8. Mitch, you want to go on a date?
Oh my god, that round was an absolute mess.
Yeah, all over the place. Well,
after all said and done, Wildcard, they've got money control. They're going into an anti-eco. So they're quite happy at how that one's gone. They've also bled that lockdown out of Bliss. Which, again, like, great orb control. Now you're prioritizing the Killjoy ulti because you're not too worried about being on the right side of the map for a certain setup.
This time Wildcard going back towards the C side of the map. And that's the letter, not the there's no oceans here. There is going to be a recon bolt on the back of C in a second. And Jungle we are going to be stuck in the corner, but has that smoke to play around as Major just spams through, finds one, you know. You miss every shot you don't take, so get a couple of bullets through onto the funnel that is C long.
Wow.
And there's a wall on the flank too, so Blitz really just playing with Wildcard.
So they're spawn walling them into C. I cannot say I've ever seen that before, but that is just... Like, if there's anyone you're going to see it from, I'm not even surprised. He's slow orbing. He's buying so much time. This is actually kind of lit. Like, I'm not going to lie. I'd never use that terminology, but that is literally the definition of lit. Look at this A stack as well.
And Sage uses ice, so it's kind of, you know, the opposite of what it is. You should use the word chill next time. Either way, Azo has to hold it strong. He's going to be playing close as well. Knocks him down through the box. And the Hunter's Fury invested just to try to filter out the site. But the time is a factor. There's 10 seconds on it. And they've got to trot into site 2. RDW cracks open Freshest, and now Bliss have to angle for the retake. After getting the opening kill, they're now at the man disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very winnable little eco that they were putting together, but I'd say with just the classic in hand, it's going to be a little bit unlikely. It's good timing for Jungle Wow. He does get a nice little 1B in there. Fanta picked up, only 20 bullets in the gun, guiding light at the double swing. Look, it could have been done, but
yeah,
like that, the spray control could have done it. At the end of the day, though, Bliss, not quite. The economic damage that they did get out of that, though, only one player up for wildcard, and look at the effect on their economy. Like, they're kind of running out of money. That's reset potential earned by Bliss with some nice plays.
Getting right down to the pointy end again, Mitch. Looking like we may be going all the way to the end of regulation. We'll see how the rest of these rounds play out. Only one ult up and activated right now. That, of course, is the Cosmic Divide. We haven't seen that have a whole lot of impact so far in this match, but maybe now's the time.
I don't think that shock dart's gone where he wanted it to that time around. Rebounded in towards window. So the drone through C-Long. Major is now one off his showstopper with some good orb control invested from the man. You've got the Cosmic for the retake as well. This is where I'm really watching for that pre-take Cosmic with the Sage Wall. But I'm not going to get to see it because the Sage Wall's in Gary. Either way though, wildcard. Slow A control off the back of the drone. Really setting up for this play. If Major finds an opening pick here with the nade or with his gun, he can then rip the showstopper, and that could just be a bit of a shutdown.
Well, Trailblazer traded for the paint shells, which zones wildcard away from long for a moment. Paranoia not going to be hitting the mark this time, but we are going to see the boombot come out just with the info, but RDW holds it down for 3. Wow. 2 on the lineup, and the 3rd with the swing. Azo, yes, finds the lurker, but it's the site that they need to get into, and the spike's already down. Jungle Wow and Azo, are they going to be able to do this?
There's been a lot of clutch plays out of Bliss so far, but this crossfire, I mean, it's the classic triangle, isn't it? Wait, where's the swing? Where's the trade
swing
back?
They just weren't ready, and now there's going to be a slow going under heaven as well. RDW stuck in the corner behind a spammable box as well. This is danger territory. They know Infrequent's here too, but Infrequent hits his shot. Now it's up to the big man, Jungle Wow. Oh, couple of shots coming in through the smoke, tickle him away, and he decides it's best that it's not going to happen this time. And he'll run away himself and take the Vandal with him. So at least he has something to fight with into the next. But wildcard, they're in the double digits again, and they are 3 rounds away from taking the series.
It's really been a grind, absolutely, at this point. Timeout for Bliss. They're going to have a chat about what's going on.
You see that round, and you know that there is a possibility it could have worked out. If the swing was wider, if maybe they didn't die to the man swinging earlier on. You know, so many different factors can go into those rounds. And, you know, the round before as well, where it was that 1v2 angle, and we almost saw Easy clutch again. He's been an absolute mastermind in the clutch situation for Bliss all evening, but he couldn't pull it off that time. And this round as well, Jungle Wow, the same could be said for him. So individual performances not quite working out as much this time for Bliss, but I have seen a whole lot of situations where, you know, that 2v4 is so memorable in my mind. The one where they get the 3 kills in a second and then it's just one man swinging into 2. Just so many turn points that keep the game on this seesaw that we see it right now.
Yeah, we're back onto one of these like half-buy rounds for Bliss. Couple kills would definitely do wonders heading in towards the tail end of this game. There's still really not much left in it. So every round you can put your opponent on an eco. If you can maybe find that reset potential towards the tail end of the game, that's where you could really make something work. Oh, you just ripped the ult right off the bat from Major. How? Okay, it hasn't done any damage at all. You get the paint shell follow-up. You're trying to recover the situation. And again, the aggressive wall in towards bottom of C long from Azo.
Those explosions just not doing what they used to anymore. The Major will at least get that res. So he's still in it to win it. A couple of kills going back in the hands of Bliss, though. So it's in that 4v4 situation, infrequent already on site, but within an inch of his damn life. And I don't think, no, there's no more healing in the hands of Wildcard. So he's in a bit of a pickle. Should be taking point and looking to be traded here, which he certainly will. Trailblazer in. Just looking for any information as Major tries to follow. He had no armor, so just putting his life on the line. But Bliss now, it's a 3-on-4. And maybe they're already thinking about saving here. They go to lowers, try to come in with the guiding light. Lots of info, lots of blinds coming around, but it's going to be signed, holding down the lower area on the way back in from CT. And it's all up to Easy. 1v3 this time. It's a little bit harder than before, but he's only going to get one in this situation. RDW with the 3-man. And Wildcard with 11 now in the bag.
It was only like the half-buy kind of investment, though. How many stars has Jungle got heading into this round? Because he's got to go down to light armor, and he did invest quite heavily. The one time I'm not inside the server, unfortunate. Got some pretty nice ults, yes.
The point at which you said it was lit has just gone past, and everyone has requested a Pilski freestyle. So please take it away.
I think I'm gonna maybe talk about the gun round at the end of this, game instead. To be honest, but very tempting. You get the flash and the dash in, the Sofa ult as well. That's a very, very hard beat hit to defend, and you're already seeing some good effectiveness in from Wildcard.
You did manage to get one rhyme in there. I'm very proud of you, but I'm also potentially going to be proud of Easy if he can double it up here. Holding down and buying time for these rotations to come through, and there it is. Bliss hard on the retake. Spike's only just gone down. There's no time for Swell to get away, and it's all up to Noz, who can't do more than the single. Bliss, flood the site and don't give Wildcard a chance to think, a chance to breathe, the chance to take the round.
Oh boy. That was a really, really nice strat from Wildcard. Like, you know, you've seen that work a million times. The flash dash with the knives, the Sova ulti. It's a recipe for success. And then that retake comes in and Bliss just respond. They don't even invest nearly as many ults as Wildcard did into that round. And now their money's resettable. You're getting the attack side glass cannon op out of Wildcard. They're really throwing caution to the wind, basically chucking everything into the last two rounds, both in terms of ult and all of their actual economy. And Bliss, if they defend this one, then that's where they're going to be in towards double digits. They're potentially going to have an ult advantage. There's, again, that nice little shock dart to try to clear the Killjoy util out. I'm not sure if it did get one of the nanos there or not, because I can see the alarm bots up there. There might have been a nano next to that. You had that very quick push up sewer and long, and it seems like Wildcard are aware of it.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Really expecting that aggression. They spot Major trying to fall back, but are they expecting Fueshist in this position? They certainly are. Although the shock dart, it's gone through the fence and Fueshist is fine for now. So they're not going to hear him in that position either.
Yeah, Wildcard, they burnt a lot of time waiting for this aggression. They've also burnt both of their drones, the dog as well as the Sova drone. And they really haven't gotten any closer to clearing out this A side of the map.
Well, they know that Fueshist is here now because they saw the guiding light come through, Trailblazer to follow, and they're expecting some more aggression, but they're running out of time and need to make a decision, and the call is hit C again. It was working before, and it might work one more time. Cage up on Garage, and Bliss, they need to stay patient, they need to stay positive, and try to make this happen in a 5-on-5 retake.
Yeah, get that locked down before the spike even goes down with 12 seconds on the clock. So much damage from the nano, almost takes RDW off the server, and all of the boys on Wildcard have to defend this site from C long, but there's the Cosmic Divide retake as well as the Sage Wall. It's the combo, dude.
Oh my lord, and Zion, he's actually made it over the wall, gets a bit of damage done, but no one's on that defuse just yet. Noz has gone the whole way around, but the spike is not planted for him here. Off the spike, and the lineup, you saw a world where it happened, but Bliss make the retake successful again. 10-11. They can now take this in regulation as well. But have a look at the money. Everyone's pretty much broke at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. What a round for that Cosmic Sage. Well, I've been waiting all game for it, and that's the round where we get it. A very important one indeed. It's a nice little combo in for Bliss. It's one of the big selling points of this comp on the defense. Just have so many retake tools, Seekers, Lockdown, and then Cosmic, obviously. Wildcard, I mean, now you talked about everyone being poor. That's true. But Bliss won't be poor if they can have a clean anti-eco against this half-bite. Lot of Killjoy utility on this B site, and that's exactly where Wildcard are heading.
Old jungle out. Very deep there on B. Easy. Doesn't get away with anything. As Infrequent makes this happen on the Sheriff, and he's hunting for more as well here on the Jet. Pushing forward, but so is Major. Says, you know what? I'm going to call this one, and finds himself the triple. Pulls out the paint shells as well, but there's the spike. There's the objective in their eyes. Nozzy can't come in from the side, and Bliss hold it down. Jungle out. Big round from him, coming in just in time to control that B side.
All 3 maps. Guaranteed 24 rounds.
Yeah.
From both of these teams. It's actually absurd, this series. Did anyone tell these guys that the NA spot isn't on the line for this one?
For this game in particular?
There's still a lower bracket, guys. You do not have to go this hard.
Guys, save yourself for the next couple of games. If you use everything here, the next teams are going to know what you're planning. Unless they have more up their sleeves. And this is just them having a bit of fun with us, Mitch. Maybe they're doing it for us.
They have like that, what's that Simpsons meme where it's like, do it for her, except it's do it for him. And it's like you take all the things away and it's pictures of Mac. Someone needs to make that and put it on Twitter. Timeout here for Wildcard. Coach is going to come in, have a chat to the boys, tell them how they want to be closing out this game. Because it's been a clencher. It's been an absolute clencher. You've got the Seekers for both sides. You've got the Neural here for Wildcard. Let's take a look at the ult economy. Who's going to have an ult towards the tail end of this game? Seems like pretty much everybody on Wildcard. As for Bliss, no guarantees for a couple of these boys. Rez and Rocket may not come back online if there's not a multi-frag. And Lockdown, not likely either. Cosmic, who knows, could be. It's probably one of the more likely ones. They are putting all their eggs, once again, into this this showstopper basket of Major. So if this man starts to multi-frag, that's where he could have that massive impact ult. Is this a contest? We've seen this a couple times from both of these teams. This time Wildcard, they're not going to allow Bliss to have this long control. They are fighting for it.
Okay, Infrequent. Oh, he's heard that reload on the short side, and surely Major hasn't had time to get away. So let's see how much Wildcard invests to try to get Major out of this situation. But Bliss actually invests a little bit more. Oh, and they're trying to find Infrequent there as well. So no one ends up falling. Or the read as well, expecting to find him on the top of the box through lobby. Now, Easy's going to be first point of contact on the other side of the map.
Yeah, both Seekers being invested by both teams. You're going to see Wildcard called the audible. They're going back towards the C site. There's so much Killjoy utility here. All of the nanos going off, and Easy is doing an excellent job again, holding down the site. He's multi-fragging up a storm, but side. He's got 2 for himself, and now we're into another 2v2 post plan. Jungle is yonks away, mate.
So many of these, and Azo's not going to wait for Jungle. He says, you know what, screw it, let's catch a timing. Jungle comes in on that flank. RDW's attention drawn towards CT, and Bliss will take the lead back. Better late than never. And now, 1 round away from taking the series here.
Again, it's just the Wild West standoff at Long A on Haven. Both of these teams just posturing, throwing util, taking pot shots, but no one really comes out ahead. And then we end up in an absolute mess of a late round. And unfortunately, Wildcard go to the site where Easy's set up this time around. He's done a really good job of moving himself around the map. Now, last round, 1 off the ult for Swell. You were quite close on the lockdown, and I think actually they're even going to get that orb here for Easy. They're gonna go for the nade and then try to get that orb straight away for the killjoy. But you can see once again, Wildcard are fighting for it.
Look at this though, the bloodbath that's about to happen over towards A, and it's going to be 2 for Bliss and 1 for Wildcard, and they are going to look pretty wounded going into the final round here.
Absolutely. Nirul reveals the position. There's no one on A, but you've got the lockdown. You could just play retake. There's no counterplay available here for Wildcard. If Swell gets this spike down, he will have his Omen ultimate, and he can potentially reposition. But Bliss, they know they have a one-man advantage. They're going to invest the dog in there. That's a really good confirmation that you do have a site control here for Wildcard. But you're going to have the reposition again. It seems like
he just got from the shadows up.
Yeah, he's got the from the shadows, but they don't have the time to reposition to a different side, I don't think. Oh, they're going to do it. Are they going to go for it? I can see signs starting to move away.
Oh, they're trying to bait it out.
Yeah, look at Jungle.
They really want to get the lockdown out, but they're running out of time.
Look at Jungle. He's in garage. You got Azo floating back as well. They can kind of sense that something's up. They know that the Omen got his ultimate online. This is all on Jungle here. Oh, they actually invested it.
Oh my, but where are they going to go? What are they going to do? Swirl, does he get out of the ultimate in time? He has to. He has to go somewhere. And they're going to hear it too, so they know that he's under hell and can't quite deny it in time. So there you have it. Noz now not going to be able to hold point. Now it's going to be a 2-on-4. Wildcard all the way back in. Paranoia not going to be hitting anyone, and it's all up to Sign the man. But he's too late, and the defuse is there. Bliss play it perfectly on the retake and win it in regulation. 13-11 on the third map. Oh my lord.
That was insane. Just so many absolutely insane rounds, and that last one absolutely delivered. I 100% thought that there was going to be the From the Shadows reposition over towards the C side of the map, but you had Jungle over there. He was ready for it. The man's never out of position. After all said and done, lockdown does go in there, and that's going to be Bliss. So many XVXs, so many post plants. That game was absolutely insane, and Bliss, they've moved on to that qualifying match. They're going to be playing Order in the upper bracket. I don't think anybody would have predicted that.
Maybe not earlier on. I think, a couple of people were saying, yeah, there's worlds where these possibilities come through, but I don't know if this was one of them. Order and Team Bliss in the upper bracket final, both having a crack at that qualification position. Believe us not tomorrow, that one's going to be on Saturday. But have a look at where everyone stands after what we witnessed today. Even down in the B stream there, you got Direwolves getting knocked out by Legacy. Nebula with the 2-0 over Mindfreak as well. So Mindfreak only took one map in that upper bracket. Of course, Team Bliss knocked them down. And this is just a crazy damn situation. So now in that lower bracket as well, you got Wildcard and Legacy looking to go head-to-head. Peace and Nebula, which is going to be a pretty interesting game. And those two are, of course, tomorrow's games as well. So if you want to be tuning in, that is the action that you guys can catch, both of which are elimination games. So it is an extremely exciting prospect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that series really delivered. I'd be surprised if we get a better series than that. Like, I'm excited for the qualification games, but that series super, super delivered. So look, honestly, we had some crazy games today. We had a pretty one-sided one, and we have our two teams in that upper bracket. So Order will 100% play Bliss for a spot at NA, which is insanity. That's already one confirmed match that we're all looking forward to. But tomorrow we got 2 elimination games as well. So we're going to find out which two teams 100% won't make it and which teams are going to move on in that lower bracket and give it another crack to try to qualify as well.
Yeah, look, if Bliss pull out the stops and play exactly like they did today, I think that they've got a real shot up against Order. So I'm very excited to see that one on Saturday. But of course, we've got to get through that lower bracket first, and we've got to get through the rest of today. And there's not much left of that. I believe it's time to wrap things up. So Mitch, do you have anything you want to say to the people, to your fans before we say goodbye?
Look, I know you guys are really looking forward to my nail clippings and my freestyles, but that's premium content. And as far as I understand it, OnlyFans is going down the drain. So I'm not sure that anyone's ever going to get access to those.
Very true. Well, on that weird plug, congratulations, Mitch. I didn't know you had one of those, but I'm probably going to try to sleep after just finishing my coffee. So let's see how that goes. And let's see how you guys go getting to sleep as well. Thank you all for watching the VALORANT Oceania Tour Champions. And look, we hope to see you here same time, same place tomorrow for the elimination games. Stay safe.
Painted Picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Pain.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here and potentially trying to come up with a sneaky play.
No! Oh my God! The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here, Marty, W Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the hole. Another picked up by Myth. A third! A third! Oh my word!